What if Harry Potter was never raised by the Dursleys, but by Newt Scamander himself? Instead of learning fear in a cupboard, Harry grows up inside a magical menagerie, surrounded by alchemies, bowtruckles, murtlaps, dragons and creatures the wizarding world never truly understood. But when this wild-raised Harry enters Hogwarts, he doesn't see monsters the way others do. He sees pain. He sees patterns. He listens before he fights. And that one difference may become the exact power Voldemort never prepared for. This story is divided into 8 chapters, following Harry's journey from the suitcase under London to the final battle against the Dark Lord. So before we begin, make sure to subscribe, leave a like, and share the video with another Harry Potter fan. Now, let's begin the story of the Menagerie Boy.
Chapter 1, The Suitcase Under London, a boy who speaks in clicks before he speaks in words. On the night the world decided Harry Potter was a hero, Newt Scamander heard the trees screaming. Not in words, of course. Trees did not scream the way people did. They had no mouths for it, no lungs to push terror into the night. But the creatures that lived in them did. Bowtruckles were very small things. Twig-limbed, leaf-fingered, nervous in the way only tiny guardians of ancient wood could be nervous. Most wizards considered them harmless unless provoked, which Newt had always thought was a ridiculous misunderstanding. Anything that loved its home enough to defend it against giants was not harmless. It was simply small. That night, across the south of England, every bowtruckle Newt had ever marked, rescued, treated, or quietly checked on began making catastrophe calls. The first came from a rowan grove near Bath, then 3 from a protected orchard in Wiltshire, then a whole cluster from somewhere in the West Country, overlapping so sharply that the sound was almost impossible to separate from the static hiss of magical panic. Newt was already awake when it began. He was sitting at his desk in a cramped room above the kitchen of a modest Muggle house, one hand steadying a cup of tea that had gone cold, the other hand resting on the open page of his field notebook. Around him, London slept uneasily. Rain tapped against the window in fine needles. Somewhere below, a pipe knocked inside the wall. The street outside smelled of coal smoke, wet stone, and the ordinary human certainty that nothing important could possibly be happening at 2 in the morning. Newt knew better. He had known better for most of his life. The small brass receiver on his desk twitched. A thin, keening vibration came from it. Not loud, not meant for human ears. Newt's head lifted instantly. He listened. The vibration rose, dipped, broke into 3 rapid clicks, then trembled into silence. Newt's expression changed, only slightly. His face had never been good at dramatic announcements. Even panic arrived in him with quiet feet. But his fingers moved at once, pulling the notebook closer. He wrote, 31 October 1981. 2:17 a.m., Bowtruckle catastrophe response. Western signal, unclear origin. Repeated distress pattern. Home destroyed / root severed / nest fire. The receiver twitched again. This time the call was sharper. Newt stood. A sleeping Kneazle lifted her head from the chair by the hearth and opened one golden eye. Yes, Newt said softly. I heard it too. The Kneazle made a low, disapproving sound, as if to say that humans were always late to everything important. Newt could not disagree. He reached for his coat, his wand, and the old leather suitcase that sat by the door. It looked ordinary. Scuffed corners, brass locks, handle worn smooth by decades of use. A customs officer might have glanced at it and seen nothing more than an elderly traveler's luggage. The creatures inside knew better. So did Newt. He stepped into the rain and disapparated. The world folded. When it unfolded again, he was standing on the edge of a village that should have been sleeping. Godric's Hollow was not sleeping. It was holding its breath. Newt knew that feeling. He had walked into forests after dragon fires, into nesting grounds after poachers, into hidden valleys where magical beasts had been driven mad by curses laid by people who never stayed to watch the consequences. Disaster always left a shape behind, not just damage. Shape. A broken fence leaning inward, birds refusing to settle. Air that felt thinner than it had any right to feel. Godric's Hollow had all of that. The rain had stopped here. The clouds hung low and swollen above the village roofs, pressing the night down hard against the ground. Windows glimmered. Somewhere, a dog barked once and then went silent. Newt moved carefully. He did not hurry. That was one of the first things dangerous creatures taught you. Panic made more noise than speed. If something was injured, frightened, cornered, or wild with grief, rushing toward it only gave it one more thing to fear. So Newt walked. At the end of the lane stood the house. Or what remained of it. The upper floor had collapsed inward. One wall had split open like a cracked shell. Rainwater ran through exposed beams and shattered plaster. A hedge lay burned along one side. The garden gate hung loose from one hinge. Newt stopped at the edge of the property. He did not look first at the house. He looked at the garden. 3 bowtruckles were gathered in the remains of a tree near the path. The tree itself had been torn by spell force, its trunk scarred with black lines that were not burns, but something colder. The bowtruckles clung to the branches with rigid little hands, their leaf-like faces turned toward the wreckage. One of them saw Newt and clicked. Not a greeting, not relief. Report! Newt listened. Then he went very still. Inside the house, beneath the wet stone and broken wood and residue of magic so violent it made the air taste metallic, something was alive. Newt stepped over the fallen gate. The first body was in the hall. A man, young, dark-haired, glasses broken near one hand. Newt lowered his gaze. He did not touch him. There were things one did for the living first. The dead, if they were kind, understood. He moved deeper into the house. Everywhere the magic was wrong, not dark exactly. Newt had encountered dark magic before, more often than he preferred. This was not merely cruelty. This felt like a wound in the world's skin. A spell had struck here with absolute intention, and the intention had broken against something it had not expected. That was all Newt could tell. He was not an auror. He was not a duelist. He had never been interested in power for power's sake. Magic, to him, had always been a tool best judged by how carefully it touched the living world. Whatever had happened in this house had not been careful. Upstairs, a floorboard groaned. Newt froze. The sound came again. Not a floorboard, a breath, small, wet, weak. Newt climbed over the fallen remains of the staircase. The nursery had no door anymore. The frame hung open, splintered. A cot lay cracked in two. The wallpaper had peeled back in curling strips. A toy broomstick was wedged beneath a beam. And in the middle of all that destruction, wrapped in a blanket gone gray with dust, lay a baby. He was not crying. That was the first thing Newt noticed. Children cried when they were hungry, cold, frightened, hurt. Crying was communication. Crying was a signal sent into the world with the ancient expectation that someone somewhere would answer. This child lay silent. His eyes were open, green, too focused for an infant who had just survived a catastrophe. Across his forehead, a fresh lightning-shaped wound stood bright and raw against pale skin. Newt's breath left him slowly. The baby looked at him. Then, from somewhere low in his tiny throat, came a sound, not a word, not a human noise at all, a small click. Then another. Newt stared. The baby clicked again, softer this time, and one of the bowtruckles in the broken tree outside answered from the garden. Newt looked toward the sound, then back at the child. "Oh," he whispered. The baby moved one fist. His face crumpled for a moment, not into a cry, but into an expression Newt recognized from injured creatures too young to understand pain. Confusion first, distress second. Fear only if the world failed to respond. Newt crossed the room slowly. He crouched beside the child and let his hand hover where the baby could see it. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said softly. The baby watched him. Newt knew very well that the words meant nothing to him, not yet. But tone had meaning before language. Breath had meaning. Distance had meaning. The angle of a hand, the lowering of the eyes, the refusal to loom, these things were older than speech. The baby made the click again. Newt answered. His version was imperfect. Human mouths were clumsy instruments for some forms of creature speech, but it was close enough. The baby stopped moving. his eyes fixed on Newt's face. Then, with a strange and complete trust that struck Newt harder than any curse could have done, the child lifted one hand toward him. Newt picked him up. The moment he did, every bowtruckle in the garden went silent, not because the danger had passed, because someone had finally answered. Newt held the child against his chest, supporting the head carefully. The baby was warm, alive, shockingly light. His small hand closed around the edge of Newt's waistcoat. For a moment, Newt stood in the ruined nursery and looked around at the wreckage. He knew enough, not everything, not names, not politics, not whatever storm had been brewing in the wizarding world, while he had been busy cataloging mooncalf migration patterns and arguing with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures over improper habitat classifications. But he knew enough. A child had been left in the ruins of a war, a living creature in distress. Newt Scamander had built his entire adult life around one simple principle. You did not leave a living creature in distress, not if you could help, not if it cost you, not if someone more powerful might later insist that the creature belonged elsewhere. The baby made a tiny sound against his coat. Newt looked down. "Yes," he said, "I quite agree." Outside, someone was coming. Newt heard the faint pop of apparition at the far end of the lane, then another. Voices, muffled by distance. Wizards. Perhaps help. Perhaps authorities. Perhaps people with plans. Newt had never liked plans made about vulnerable things by people who were not currently holding them. He adjusted his grip on the baby, tucked the blanket securely around him, and stepped back from the nursery window. The bowtruckles watched from the garden. "I'm sorry," Newt told them softly. "I'll come back for the tree if I can." One of them clicked twice, permission. Newt vanished with the child before the first lantern light touched the gate. By morning, the name Harry Potter belonged to the world. By morning, people would raise glasses to a baby they had never met. They would tell each other stories in streets and shops and pubs. They would say he had defeated a monster. They would say he was famous. They would say he was a symbol, a miracle, a weapon, a sign. But for the rest of that night, he was only a baby asleep in Newt Scamander's coat. And Newt, who had seen what happened when people mistook living beings for symbols, had already decided that this child would not be one if he could possibly help it. The note to Albus Dumbledore was brief. Newt wrote it at his kitchen table while the baby slept in a padded drawer lined with one of Newt's cleanest scarves. The Kneazle sat beside the drawer, pretending not to guard it. From inside the suitcase near the wall came the distant splash of murtlaps and the irritated churring of a niffler who disliked changes in household routine. Newt dipped his quill, paused, then wrote, "Albus, I found the child alive in the ruins. He was in distress. I have taken him somewhere safe. I understand this may conflict with arrangements you intended to make, but I am not prepared to leave an infant in the care of people I do not know, particularly not tonight. He is warm, fed, and sleeping. I will contact you again when I am certain he is stable." Newt Scamander, he considered adding an apology. Then he did not. Newt was polite by habit, not by surrender. He sealed the letter and sent it with an owl that had delivered field reports through 3 wars, 2 ministry seizures, and 1 unfortunate incident involving a Norwegian ridgeback with boundary issues. When the owl left, Newt returned to the drawer. The baby slept with one fist beside his cheek. The scar on his forehead had stopped bleeding, but the skin around it remained angry and red. Newt's gaze lingered there. Something about the wound unsettled him. He had seen cursed injuries. Venom burns, magical infections, bite marks from creatures the ministry insisted were aggressive, when what they meant was frightened and mishandled. This scar felt like none of them. It felt quiet, too quiet, like something dangerous had curled itself very small and decided not to move. Newt reached for his field notebook and opened to a fresh page. Infant male. Approximately 15 months. Responds to bowtruckle distress pattern. Produced 2 distinct click vocalizations under shock conditions. Not mimicry call structure appropriate. Possible accidental magic. Unclear. He paused. The baby shifted in his sleep. From the suitcase came a low, resonant hum. Newt looked toward it sharply. The Akamis. They had woken. Akamis were not affectionate creatures by default. They were beautiful, intelligent, territorial, and extraordinarily dangerous when frightened. They were also, in Newt's opinion, deeply misunderstood, mostly because humans had the bad habit of calling any creature proud when they meant it did not immediately obey them. The hum came again, not alarm, recognition. Newt stared at the suitcase, then he looked back at the sleeping child. "Oh dear," he murmured. The next 3 weeks were some of the most difficult of Newt Scamander's life. Not because of Dumbledore, though the letters did come. The first was calm. The second less so. The third contained enough careful wording that Newt could feel the old wizard attempting to build a moral staircase high enough to look reasonable from the top. Newt read every letter. He answered some. He ignored others. No, he would not bring Harry to Hogwarts. No, he would not place him with Muggle relatives simply because blood protection sounded elegant in theory. No, he would not allow the wizarding public to know where the child was. No, he was not making a political statement. Yes, he understood the seriousness of the situation. No, understanding seriousness did not require obedience. The true difficulty was the suitcase. The existing habitats were already full. Full did not mean crowded. Newt would never have allowed that, but carefully balanced. Every enclosure had its own temperature, humidity, light pattern, nesting space, feeding schedule, and safety boundaries. Adding a child to the system was not like adding a chair to a room. It was like introducing a new species into an ecosystem. Done carelessly, it could harm everyone. So Newt built downward, and upward, and sideways in one case, though that took 2 days to correct, because the Mooncalves became convinced gravity had become optional. The entrance remained in the same old suitcase. But beyond it, Newt expanded an unused section into a vertical living space beneath the Bermondsey house. He chose Bermondsey because it was noisy enough that no one noticed odd sounds, old enough that no one questioned strange cellars, and practical enough that neighbors minded their own business if you kept your bins tidy. The access point was a rusted iron garden gate behind the house. To Muggles, it led to a narrow service passage and a boiler room that smelled faintly of damp brick. To Newt, it led to the menagerie. The first tier he built high, where warmth collected. Silver-lined nesting chambers curved along the upper walls, each one charmed to expand and contract according to its occupant's needs. The Akamis took possession before the cushions were properly in place. Newt pretended not to notice. The second tier lay below, dim and humid, with pools for the murtlaps. The water glowed faintly blue under the lamps. Soft mineral shelves gave them places to rest, and hidden channels kept the water moving just enough to prevent stagnation. The lowest tier was for the bowtruckles. A grove of wand trees grew there, roots braided through dark soil, branches rising toward artificial sunlight. Newt spent 2 evenings coaxing the saplings to accept the space. Bowtruckles were particular. They knew the difference between a tree planted as decoration and a tree planted as a promise. By the time Harry was brought down for the first time, the menagerie smelled of bark, water, silver feathers, clean hay, warm stone, and old magic. He was awake in Newt's arms, his green eyes moved everywhere. Newt paused at the entrance. "This," he said, though Harry was too young to understand the word, "is home." The Akamis reacted first. 3 silver heads lifted from the highest nesting chamber. Their bodies shimmered in the warm light, scales rippling between blue and silver. They looked down at the child. Newt held very still. Akamis were coronaptixic. They grew or shrank to fit available space. In theory, the chamber could hold them safely, in theory. One of the Akamis unfolded itself and descended along the side of the tier, body sliding through air with silent grace. Its head came level with Newt's shoulder. Newt did not raise his wand. Harry looked at the Akami, then he clicked. It was a tiny sound, barely formed. The Akami froze. Newt felt every hair on his arms rise. The baby clicked again, this time followed by a soft whistle that wavered at the end. The Akami answered, not with a warning hiss, not with a territorial threat, with a nesting call. Newt forgot to breathe. The Akami moved closer and curved its long body around Newt and the child, not tightly, not trapping, but enclosing. A second Akami descended, then a third. They surrounded Harry in a living ring of silver-blue scales and warm breath. Protection. Newt knew what he was seeing. He also knew that, according to every observation ever written on Akami behavior, he should not be seeing it. Akamis did not mother other species. They did not adopt. They did not guard unrelated young. They tolerated caretakers when properly handled, defended their own eggs with deadly precision, and regarded most living things as either irrelevant, threatening, or edible. But these Akamis nested around Harry. The child, for his part, seemed entirely unsurprised. He yawned. Then he reached one small hand toward the nearest silver head. Newt gently caught his wrist before contact. "Not the eyes," he murmured automatically. "We are polite to the eyes." The Akami blinked slowly. Newt looked at the creature. Then at Harry. Then, with the weary surrender of a scientist watching reality disregard the literature, he said, "I shall need a new notebook." Harry's first years were vertical. That was how Newt thought of them later. Most children learned the world as a flat thing first: floor, chair, table, door, garden path. Harry learned it in layers. Up was warmth, silver nests, the soft sliding movement of Akamis above him. Middle was waterlight, murtlap pools, gentle splashing, the smell of salt and healing. Down was roots, bark, soil beneath fingernails, bowtruckles peering from branches with bright, suspicious eyes. Harry climbed before he properly walked. This worried Newt for approximately 4 days, until he accepted that stopping the child from climbing was going to require more energy than teaching him how to fall safely. So he taught him, feet first. Hands open, curl the shoulder. Do not grab bowtruckle branches unless the bowtruckle has given permission. That last lesson took longest. At 18 months, Harry's vocabulary consisted of 5 human words and 14 creature signals. His first clear word was not Newt. It was up. His first successful Akami call came 2 weeks later. Newt was in the lower grove trimming a damaged wand tree branch when he heard the sound from above. A sliding 2-note whistle that descended into a soft, percussive click. It was badly shaped, breathy, and incomplete. It was also unmistakable. Newt dropped the pruning shears. By the time he reached the upper tier, Harry was sitting in the entrance of an Akami nest with 3 silver bodies arranged around him like living walls. He looked pleased with himself. Newt did not shout. Shouting near nesting Akamis was one of the faster ways to make a situation worse. Instead, he stood below the nest, hands visible, and said with great care, "Harry, I need you to come down, please." Harry blinked down at him. The Akamis watched Newt with the collective expression of creatures who had already voted and found him unnecessary. Harry patted one of them on the side. Newt closed his eyes briefly. "Not too hard," he said. "Their scales are sensitive near the crest." Harry patted more gently. The Akami gave a low, approving hum. Newt opened his notebook that evening and wrote, H. Initiated Akami nesting call without direct instruction. Signal inaccurate but intelligible. Akamis responded protectively. Continued deviation from documented behavior. Possible passive empathic resonance. He underlined the last 3 words. Then, after a moment, he underlined them again. Newt did not tell Harry he was famous. This was not difficult at first, because toddlers did not generally ask about political celebrity unless adults insisted on filling their heads with it. The wizarding world, however, tried very hard to insist. Owls arrived weekly. Some carried formal requests from the ministry. Some carried private appeals from people Newt had met once and disliked immediately. Some carried gifts. Those were the worst. Tiny robes, silver rattles, toy broomsticks, framed poems, lockets, a stuffed lion enchanted to roar whenever someone said Harry's name. Newt returned most of them unopened. A few he kept for evidence. The lion he gave to a niffler, who dragged it under a cabinet and removed its silver buttons within 3 minutes. Dumbledore visited once when Harry was 2. Newt had expected it. He met him in the front room, not the menagerie. Albus Dumbledore looked older than Newt remembered. Not physically, perhaps, though there were more lines around his eyes. It was something in the way he held still. He carried himself like a man who had won a war and already begun calculating the cost of the next one. "Newt," Dumbledore said gently. "Albus, I am glad to see you well." Newt nodded. "Tea," Dumbledore accepted. Of course he did. Men like Dumbledore understood the ritual value of tea. They spoke for 12 minutes about unimportant things, weather, ministry foolishness. A Romanian dragon reserve that was trying to classify a breeding crisis as a paperwork delay. Then Dumbledore set his cup down. "How is he?" "Asleep," Newt said. "I would like to see him." "No." The word landed softly. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "Newt," he said, "Harry is not only, he is a child." "Yes, but he is also a child," Newt repeated. A faint sadness moved through Dumbledore's expression. "The world will not forget him simply because you wish it to." "I do not require the world to forget him," Newt said. "I require it to leave him alone until he has a self strong enough to survive being turned into an idea." Dumbledore's hands folded around the cup. "There are protections with his mother's blood. There are protections in not placing an infant with people selected by theory over observation." "That is not fair." "No," Newt said. "It is field work." For the first time, something almost like irritation touched Dumbledore's face. Newt did not enjoy provoking him. Truly, he did not. Albus had done great good in the world. He had also, in Newt's experience, developed the dangerous habit of treating people as pieces on a board he had convinced himself only he could see clearly. Newt preferred creatures. Creatures rarely lied about what they were. From below the house came a distant crash. Dumbledore looked toward the floor. Newt sighed. "That will be the Niffler." A second crash followed, and possibly the silverware. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened behind his half-moon spectacles. "He is down there." Newt stood. "He is home." That was as much answer as he gave. Harry grew. The scar faded from raw red to pale lightning. When he was old enough to ask, he touched it in the small mirror above the kitchen sink and said, "What's this?" Newt looked up from cleaning Murtlap essence out of a measuring spoon. "A scar." "How?" "There was an accident when you were very small." Harry considered this. "Did it hurt?" "I expect it did." Harry looked at Newt's forearm, where an old Murtlap bite had left a ridged crescent mark. "Like yours." "A little?" Harry climbed onto the chair beside him and examined Newt's scar with solemn interest. "What does it mean?" Newt thought carefully before answering. He never lied to Harry if he could avoid it. He omitted things, yes, delayed them, held back what a child had no frame to carry. But lying was different. Lying taught the world was unstable beneath its surface. "It means," Newt said, "that something happened and your body remembered it." Harry touched his forehead again. "Bad." "Yes, gone." Newt looked at the scar. Something inside it seemed quiet as ever. "For now," he said. Harry accepted this with the practicality of a child raised among creatures. Wounds happened. Some healed cleanly. Some needed watching. Some taught you where not to place your hands next time. To Harry, the scar became exactly what Newt had made it. A note written by the body, not destiny. Not fame, not a prophecy carved into skin. A lesson. The menagerie was his school, not in the formal sense. Newt taught letters, numbers, history, and enough ordinary magic theory to satisfy the basic shape of a wizarding education. But Harry's true curriculum lived in the habitats. Nifflers taught him distraction, not because they meant to. Nifflers rarely meant anything complicated. They loved shiny things with a purity that bordered on philosophy. A Niffler spotting a coin forgot cliffs, traps, angry goblins, and in one memorable case, the fact that it was already carrying 17 spoons. "Wanting can narrow the world," Newt told Harry after they spent an afternoon extracting a Niffler from inside a piano. Harry wrote that down. Bowtruckles taught him loyalty. A bowtruckle did not defend its tree because it wanted victory. It defended because the tree was home. Home was not an idea. Home was bark under fingers, roots in soil, branches known in darkness. Home was worth defending even when you were 4 inches tall and the threat had boots. Harry understood this deeply. Akamis taught controlled ferocity. They were deadly. Everyone knew that. But Harry learned something more precise. They were deadly only when deadliness served the nest. They did not waste violence. They did not posture for the pleasure of being feared. They expanded when space demanded it, contracted when space required it, and struck only when warning failed. By 5, Harry could move through the upper tier without startling them. By 6, he could tell which eggs were viable by the pitch of the mother's hum. By 7, he had stopped thinking of the sounds he made as imitation. They were simply part of speaking. Newt watched, recorded, wondered. Harry's magic did not behave like ordinary accidental magic. Ordinary accidental magic burst outward when children were frightened, angry, embarrassed, or wanting something badly enough that the world bent around the want. Toys flew. Hair changed color. Glass vanished. People inflated, shrank, slipped, sneezed sparks. Harry's magic did not burst. It emanated. At 3, an injured bowtruckle stopped trembling when Harry sat beside it, though he did not touch it. At 4, a sick murtlap surfaced whenever Harry passed the pool and sank again when anyone else approached. At 5, a young Akami that had refused food for 2 days began eating after Harry slept beside its nest. No spell, no wand, no command, presence. That was the only word Newt could find, and he disliked it because it explained nothing. H appears to alter stress response patterns in nearby creatures through proximity and vocalization, though vocalization may not be required. Effect strongest when H is calm, no evidence of coercion. Creatures retain autonomy. Response resembles territorial calm signaling between bonded animals. Human origin magic, creature origin magic. Unknown. Unknown. Newt wrote that word often. He was not ashamed of it. A person who could not write unknown had no business calling himself a researcher. When Harry was 7, Newt found him asleep in the bowtruckle grove with 3 bowtruckles lined along his shoulder like little green sentries. One of them had placed a seed in Harry's open palm. Another had tucked a button into his pocket. Harry woke when Newt crouched beside him. "They bring things," Harry whispered. "I see that." "Why?" Newt looked at the bowtruckles. The bowtruckles stared back unhelpfully. "I think," Newt said, "they consider you part of the grove." Harry's expression became very serious. "Am I?" Newt could have said no. "Technically, biologically, taxonomically, no." Instead, he said, "In the ways that matter to them, perhaps." Harry seemed satisfied. Then he looked down at the seed in his palm. "Then I should plant this." "Yes," Newt said, "I think you should." They planted it together. Years later, the tree that grew from that seed would be Harry's favorite place to sit when he needed to think. But at 7, it was only a small dark promise pressed into soil by a boy who did not yet understand that creatures were not the only living things that chose their own. The Horcrux slept. No one called it that, not yet. Newt did not know what lay inside the scar. Harry did not know there was anything to know. The magic world outside whispered about the boy who lived, but whispers did not pass the garden gate unless Newt allowed them to. And in the quiet beneath London, something impossible remained contained. It did not speak to Harry. It did not twist his dreams. It did not poison his moods or bend his instincts toward cruelty. Harry's creature empathy, active before language and deeper than intent, treated the foreign soul fragment as any healthy organism treated a parasite it could not expel. Wall it off. Limit contact, prevent spread, continue living, so Harry lived. He climbed silver nests and skinned his knees. He learned that murtlap essence helped burns but smelled awful. He learned not to trust nifflers near birthday candles with gold paint. He learned that Newt disliked crowds, ministry officials, careless language, and anyone who called a living creature "it" after being corrected twice. He learned that fear was information. He learned that danger was not the same as evil. He learned that the first duty always was to understand what stood before you. And because no one told him he was a hero, Harry Potter did not grow up trying to become one. He grew up trying to listen. That was far more dangerous. The Hogwarts letter arrived in late July. Harry was in the lower grove when the owl came, lying on his stomach with his field book open in front of him. A bowtruckle named Sable sat in his breast pocket, stealing crumbs from a biscuit. Harry was sketching movement patterns in the soil beside the new tree, his pencil moving in short, certain lines. Newt was upstairs making tea when the owl tapped the kitchen window. He knew at once. Perhaps because of the seal, perhaps because of the timing. Perhaps because some letters carried the weight of institutions even before they were opened. He took the envelope from the owl and stood for a moment with it in his hand. Green ink, heavy parchment, Mr. H. Potter the lower Grove the suitcase under London Bermondsey. London. Newt adjusted his spectacles. "Well," he murmured, "that is rather specific." He brought it downstairs. Harry looked up before Newt spoke. The creatures had gone quiet, not frightened, attentive. Newt held out the letter. "It's for you." Harry wiped soil from his fingers and took it. He read slowly at first, then again faster, then a third time with his forehead slightly furrowed. "Hogwarts," he said. "Yes, school. Yes, with other people. Yes." Harry considered this with the wary expression he usually reserved for unfamiliar enclosures. Then he asked, "Does it have creatures?" Newt smiled despite himself. "It does." Harry's eyes sharpened. "What kind?" "Several. Owls, of course, toads, cats. The lake has its own ecosystem. The forest beside the school is home to many magical species." Harry sat up fully. "Forest?" "Yes. Can I go in it?" "No." Harry blinked. Newt sipped his tea. "Not without permission, supervision, preparation, and preferably a reason that does not begin with curiosity and end with me receiving a letter from the headmaster." Harry looked disappointed. Sable clicked from his pocket. Harry clicked back without thinking. Newt watched him for a moment. Then he sat on a low stone beside the tree. "There is something important we need to discuss." Harry closed the field book. Newt chose his words carefully. "Hogwarts is not like here." "I know." "No," Newt said gently. "You know it intellectually. That is not the same as knowing it in your body." Harry listened. That was one of his best qualities. He listened completely when he decided the speaker was worth hearing. "There will be rows," Newt said. "Schedules, rules that exist because many children must occupy the same space without causing chaos. Some of those rules will be sensible. Some will not. You will need to learn which are which before deciding what to do about them." Harry nodded. "There will be hierarchies, teachers, older students, houses, families with old names, children who repeat things they have heard from adults without understanding what those things mean." "That sounds inefficient." "It often is." "Why do they do it?" "Humans," Newt said, "are very complicated animals." Harry wrote that down. Newt almost smiled again. "Also," he continued, "people use language differently than creatures do. A creature's body usually tells the truth, even when its mouth is dangerous. Humans can say one thing and mean another. They can say kind things to hide cruel intent or cruel things to hide fear. They can ask questions that are not questions. They can offer friendship as a test." Harry stared at him. "That's awful." "It can be." "Why not just hiss?" "Many would benefit from doing so." Harry looked genuinely troubled. Newt reached across and rested a hand lightly on his shoulder. "You will learn, not all at once. You do not need to become someone else to survive there." Harry looked toward the upper tier where the Occamies shifted in their nests. "What if they don't understand me?" Newt's expression softened. "Then you observe, you document, you adjust where adjustment is honest, and where it is not honest, you remain yourself." Harry was quiet for a long time. Then he asked, "Will they know about the scar?" Newt did not answer immediately. The question had been coming for years. Not in those words, perhaps, but in shape. Children grew, worlds widened. Hidden things did not remain hidden forever. "Yes," Newt said finally. "Some will." "Why?" "Because the accident that gave it to you was part of something larger. A war. Your parents died protecting you. The person who hurt them was feared by many people. When he tried to hurt you, he vanished." Harry absorbed this silently. Sable climbed from his pocket to his shoulder and placed one twig hand against his neck. Harry did not seem to notice. "Did I do something? You survived." "That's not doing." "No," Newt said. "It isn't." Harry looked at him sharply, as if that answer mattered. Newt was glad he had given it. "People may say otherwise," Newt continued. "They may call you things, hero, chosen, famous. They may believe they know you because they know the story." Harry looked down at his hands. "What should I do?" "What we always do," Newt said. "Let behavior matter more than noise." Harry nodded slowly. Then, after a moment, he opened his field book and wrote, "Hogwarts, unknown habitat, high human density, social hierarchy likely unstable, language unreliable, creatures present, forest restricted, observe before acting, scar known by others, survival not same as action." Newt read it upside down and felt something in his chest ache. Pride, partly. Fear, too. The world had a way of reaching for unusual children with both hands. Newt had protected Harry from fame for nearly 11 years. He had protected him from crowds, symbols, newspaper headlines, ministry ambition, and Dumbledore's long, sad certainty that the boy belonged to a story larger than himself. But he could not protect him from Hogwarts, not without making the menagerie into a cage. And Newt Scamander did not keep living things in cages unless there was absolutely no other way to keep them alive. That night, after Harry had gone to sleep in the small room between the upper and middle tiers, Newt sat alone in the grove. The Bowtruckles watched him. The Murtlaps floated at the surface of their pool. Above, the Occamies hummed low in their nests. Newt opened his field notebook. For a long time he did not write. Then he dipped his quill leaves for Hogwarts in September. Primary concerns: social misinterpretation, celebrity exposure, wand work instability, possible ministry attention, unknown effect of scar under external magical stress. He paused. The quill hovered. Then he added strengths: observational intelligence, creature empathy, unusual calm under pressure, strong ethical orientation toward welfare of living beings, no apparent interest in power or status. Another pause. He will be lonely. Newt set the quill down. From the pocket of his coat, something moved. Sable emerged, having apparently climbed in without permission, and stood on the edge of the notebook. Newt looked at the Bowtruckle. "I know," he said softly. "I shall miss him too." Sable clicked once. A correction. Newt tilted his head. The Bowtruckle clicked again, sharper this time. "Not miss follow." Newt sighed. "No," he said. "You may not go to Hogwarts in Harry's pocket." Sable stared at him. "No." The Bowtruckle continued staring. Newt, who had negotiated with manticores, dragons, kelpies, and ministry officials, recognized defeat when it arrived. "We shall discuss it," he said. Sable seemed satisfied. Above them, one of the Occamies gave a soft, approving hum. And in his small room beneath London, Harry Potter slept with his field book under his pillow, dreaming not of fame or destiny or a castle waiting in the north, but of roots, wings, silver scales, and a forest he had not yet seen. The world was coming for him, not as an enemy, not yet, but as all wild things came, vast, strange, full of danger, full of life, impossible to understand from a distance. Harry would go to it the only way he knew how, quietly, carefully, listening first. Chapter 2, 11 years of wild schooling. What Hogwarts calls defense against the dark arts, the menagerie calls Tuesday. Newt Scamander did not believe children should be raised afraid of danger. He believed they should be raised literate in it. There was a difference, and in Newt's opinion, the difference mattered more than almost anything else. Fear, properly understood, was not weakness. Fear was information. It told the body that something had changed, that the environment required attention, that a line between safety and harm had moved closer than expected. The problem was not fear. The problem was what humans did with it. They dressed it in pride. They disguised it as hatred. They called creatures monsters because admitting ignorance made them uncomfortable. Harry learned this before he learned multiplication. At 4 years old, he learned it from an erumpent. The erumpent was called Marigold, which had been Tina's idea years ago, and which Newt had never had the heart to change, though the name had always struck him as slightly optimistic for a creature capable of reducing a stone wall to rubble with one irritated charge. Marigold lived in one of the larger expanded habitats, a wide scrubland enclosure with charmed sky, reinforced rock formations, and enough open territory to keep her from feeling compressed. Erumpents did poorly when crowded. Most things did. But erumpents had the unusual quality of making their discomfort extremely expensive. Newt had explained this to Harry many times. Never stand directly in front of her when she lowers her head. I know. Never approach if her tail is rigid. I know. Never assume calm means harmless. Harry had looked up from his field book, offended. I would never, Newt had smiled slightly. Good. On the day of the incident, Newt made a mistake. It was not a dramatic mistake. That was what made it dangerous. Dramatic mistakes announce themselves with noise and smoke. Small mistakes slipped through the gate politely and waited to become disasters. A new feeding support had been placed near the left side of Marigold's enclosure. It was only a temporary frame, metal reinforced and charmed to resist impact. Newt intended to move it before evening. But Marigold's territorial marker lay 6 feet behind it. 6 feet was enough. Harry noticed before Newt did. He was sitting on the observation ridge above the enclosure, legs folded beneath him, drawing Marigold's path lines in his field book. He had been given the book on his 4th birthday. It was leather-bound, too large for his hands, and already filled with drawings that were not quite drawings. Newt had expected crude sketches of creatures. Harry produced maps, movement arcs, feeding routes, sleeping points, territorial boundaries. Places of agitation, marked with tiny circles and notes only he could read. That morning, Harry stopped drawing and frowned. Newt, who was checking the frame, looked back. What is it? Harry pointed. Wrong place. Newt followed the line of his finger. Marigold was standing very still, too still. Her ears had turned slightly outward. Her head dipped by half an inch. Her tail went rigid behind her. Newt's blood went cold. Harry, he said quietly, move back. Harry did. The erumpent charged. The frame vanished, not broke, not fell, vanished from useful existence. The reinforced metal bent inward with a shriek. The charm burst in a shower of gold sparks, and Marigold's horn drove through it with such force that the far wall of the enclosure trembled. Harry did not scream. That concerned Newt almost as much as the charge. The erumpent stood in the center of her enclosure afterward, breathing heavily, her flanks moving like bellows. Dust drifted through the charmed sunlight. Broken metal lay twisted at her feet. Newt lifted a hand to keep Harry behind him. But Harry was already watching Marigold, not with fearlessness, but with intense focus. Why did she do it? He asked. Newt glanced at him. She thought I challenged her territory. But you didn't. No, then why did she think that? Because I placed something unfamiliar too close to something that belonged to her. Newt lowered his wand slowly. In her world, that is a threat. My intention does not matter as much as what my action communicated. Harry absorbed this. Marigold snorted. A cloud of dust rose around her. She broke the thing, Harry said. Yes. Now she's still upset. Yes. So force didn't fix it. Newt looked at his son. Harry was still watching Marigold. His face was solemn, almost severe. No, Newt said softly. Force without direction often destroys the very thing it is trying to protect. Harry looked down at his field book. He wrote very carefully, Marigold destroyed frame. Frame was too close to marker. She was not bad. She was clear. Newt made a mistake. Force protected territory but made more damage. Important, direction matters. Newt read the line over his shoulder and did not correct the spelling. He did, however, spend the rest of the day feeling very aware that children remembered more than adults intended to teach. At 6, Harry learned that danger could be beautiful. The Kelpie lived in a black water pool beneath a false moorland sky. Newt had taken it in after a Scottish farmer wrote him a letter with 27 spelling mistakes and a very accurate drawing of a horse that was not a horse. The ministry had wanted it destroyed. The farmer, to his credit, had not. He had only wanted it moved away from children. Newt moved it. Harry was not allowed inside the habitat without Newt beside him. The Kelpie knew this. That was part of the problem. It had patience. Many predators did. The first time Harry saw it take the shape of a horse, he forgot to breathe. It rose from the pool as if the water itself had decided to become muscle. Its mane hung black and wet along a beautiful arched neck. Its eyes were dark and soft. It stood at the water's edge, perfectly still, every line of its body built to invite approach. Harry's hand moved before he realized it. Newt caught his wrist, not hard enough. Harry swallowed. The kelpie blinked. The horse shape lowered its head with exquisite gentleness. Harry whispered, "It looks lonely." "Yes," Newt said. "Is it? Possibly. Does it want me to come closer?" "Yes, because it's lonely." "No." Harry turned his head slowly. Newt's voice remained calm. That was important. Calm told the body that fear was permitted to become thought. "It is hungry," Newt said, "and it has learned that people approach what looks gentle." Harry looked back at the kelpie. The creature's ears flicked forward. Its wet coat shone under the false moonlight. It was one of the most beautiful things Harry had ever seen. "That's not fair," he said. "No," Newt agreed. "It isn't." "Is it evil?" "No, but it would eat me." "Yes." Harry considered this with the seriousness of a child being asked to rebuild the world in his head. "So hungry isn't evil?" "No, and beautiful isn't safe." "Correct. And wanting something doesn't mean I should go near it." Newt looked down at him. "Especially then." Harry did not write immediately that day. He stood for a long time beside Newt while the kelpie waited at the edge of the black pool, beautiful and patient and absolutely itself. That evening, in his field book, Harry drew the horse shape perfectly. Then he drew what waited beneath it. Weed hair, sharp teeth, dragging limbs, drowning strength. Under both drawings he wrote same creature. Both true. Newt found that entry weeks later and sat with it longer than he intended. At 8, Harry learned that human grief had a scent. Not a smell exactly. That was too simple a word. Creatures smelled of stress in ways people usually ignored: salt, heat, fear, sweat, venom response, musk, sourness, blood change. Harry could read those things before he knew he was reading them. Humans were harder. Humans layered themselves. Soap, wool, perfume, tea, ink, lies, but some things came through anyway. Letta Lestrange visited on a grey afternoon in November. Harry had heard her name before. Newt did not speak of her often, but when he did, his voice changed. Not sadly exactly. Newt's sadness was quiet and practical. This was something older. A door opened in a room he did not enter anymore. Letta arrived wearing dark green robes and gloves buttoned at the wrist. Her hair was pinned carefully. Her expression was composed in the way people looked when they had practiced being seen. Harry was in the lower grove when she entered. He looked up from feeding a young bowtruckle a piece of woodlouse and froze. The feeling hit him like stepping into cold water, not danger, not illness, grief. He did not have the word yet, not fully. He knew distress, injury, fear, hunger, agitation. This was none of those. This was a wound that had become weather. It moved around her. It lived in the way she held her shoulders. It lived in the pauses between her words. It lived behind her eyes like an animal that had been trapped too long to remember the shape of open ground. Letta looked at him. Harry stared back. Newt cleared his throat gently. "Harry, this is Letta." Harry did not answer at once. Then he said, "You're hurt." Silence fell. Newt closed his eyes. Letta's face changed by the smallest degree. Most adults, when children said impossible things, became embarrassed or amused. Letta became still. "Am I?" she asked. Harry stepped closer. Newt started to move, then stopped. Harry did not touch her. He had been taught better than that. Touch without permission was a form of bad fieldwork. But he circled slightly, the way he would circle an injured creature to assess posture and breathing. "You stand like something is behind you," Harry said. Letta's gloved fingers tightened. Newt said softly, "Harry." Harry looked at him. Newt's expression told him, carefully. Harry looked back at Letta. "I'm sorry," he said, though he was not entirely sure what for. Letta laughed once. It was not a happy sound. "Newt," she said quietly, "what exactly have you been raising down here?" Newt's answer was immediate. "A boy." Letta looked at Harry for another long moment. Then, to his surprise, she crouched slightly so they were closer to eye level. "That is a dangerous thing," she said. "What is?" "Seeing." Harry did not know what to say to that, so he asked, "Does it hurt when people don't?" Letta's expression broke, only for a second, but Harry felt it. The grief shifted, sharp and bright, and suddenly his eyes burned. His throat closed. Tears came before he understood why. He turned and ran. Newt found him 30 minutes later under the roots of the young wand tree he had planted years before. Sable was perched on his knee, clicking worriedly. Harry wiped his face with his sleeve. "I didn't mean to," he said. Newt sat beside him without asking what he meant. "I know, she was sad. Yes, I felt it like the bowtruckle with the broken arm." Newt was quiet. Harry looked at him, frightened now in a way the kelpie had not frightened him. "People aren't creatures." "No," Newt said carefully, "but people are living beings. I don't want to feel people like that." Newt did not offer comfort too quickly. Comfort given before truth often became a lie by accident. "I don't know whether you will be able to choose it every time," he said. Harry looked down. "That's not fair." "No. Is it bad?" "No," Newt said firmly, "but it is powerful, and anything powerful must be understood before it is trusted." Harry nodded slowly. That night he wrote, "Today I felt something from a person the way I feel things from creatures. I did not mean to. She was very sad. I think she has been sad for a very long time. I cried. I do not know if the crying was mine. Need to understand before doing again." Newt read the entry only because Harry left the field book open beside his bed. He did not mention it. But in his own notebook he wrote, "H.S. empathic resonance may not be limited to non-human magical species. First documented human extension, LL. Emotional bleed through significant enough to distress H. No intent, no spell, must monitor, must not frighten him into suppression. Suppressed instincts often become distorted instincts." He underlined the last sentence. Then he sat awake until dawn. At 9, Harry learned that not every predator wished to hunt. Theseus Scamander visited twice a year, usually with ministry tension clinging to him like rain. He was taller than Newt, broader in the shoulders, and moved like a man who had learned long ago to enter rooms already aware of exits. Harry noticed this immediately. The first time Theseus came after Harry was old enough to properly remember him. Harry watched from the stairs above the kitchen. Theseus looked up. Harry looked down, neither spoke. Newt, who was making tea, said, "You may come down, Harry." Harry did slowly. Theseus studied him. Harry studied Theseus back. After 20 seconds, Theseus said, "He looks like James." Harry blinked. "Who?" The air changed. Newt set the teapot down very carefully. Theseus glanced at him, then back at Harry. "Your father." Harry considered this information. Did he climb? Theseus seemed unprepared for the question. "I don't know." "Did he listen?" "I don't know that either." "Then looking like him isn't very useful?" For one alarming second, Newt thought Theseus might laugh. He did not, but his mouth twitched. "No," Theseus said. "I suppose it isn't." That was the beginning of their odd respect. Theseus did not understand Harry, that was clear. He did not understand why a child would carry a bowtruckle in his pocket, why he clicked softly when entering a room, why he watched people's hands before their faces. But unlike many adults, Theseus did not pretend understanding he lacked. Harry appreciated that. He also recognized something in him. Theseus was not calm in the way Newt was calm. Newt's calm came from patience. Theseus's came from readiness. He was a man who had seen violence and had decided, consciously or not, to remain shaped for it. One afternoon, while Newt was arguing by flu with a ministry official about improper classification of sea serpents, Theseus found Harry in the upper tier observing the akamis. "You shouldn't stand so close," Theseus said. Harry did not turn. "I have permission." "From Newt." "From them?" Theseus looked at the akamis. The nearest one opened one golden eye. Theseus took half a step back. Harry noticed and approved. "You know they're dangerous," Theseus said. "Yes. And you're not afraid?" "I am when I should be." Theseus was silent for a moment. Then he said, "That's a better answer than most adults give." Harry looked at him then. "You're afraid often." Theseus's face hardened. Harry added, "Not like running away, like listening for something that might come back." Theseus stared at him. This time Harry knew he had stepped too close. He lowered his eyes slightly, not in submission, but in apology. "I didn't mean to read you." Theseus's jaw shifted. "You do that by accident?" "Sometimes. Can you stop?" "I'm learning." Theseus nodded once. "Keep learning." Later, Harry overheard him speaking to Newt. "The boy is going to be extraordinary." Newt said nothing. Theseus continued, quieter, "And I worry what extraordinary is going to cost him." Harry did not understand all of it then, but he understood cost. Every habitat had one, every rescue had one. Every creature saved changed the shape of the space around it. He wrote in his field book, "Theseus is not like Newt. He is not unsafe. He is prepared." Prepared can look like dangerous if you do not know what made it. He worries about cost. Ask Newt later what cost means when people say it about children. He never did ask. Some questions stayed in the book until the world answered them. At 10, Harry calmed a graphoorn in a thunderstorm. It was the first time Newt truly understood that he was watching something beyond training. The storm was not natural, not entirely. London thunder rolled above the Muggle streets, but inside the expanded habitat, magic had carried the pressure strangely. The graphoorn enclosure reacted badly. The air became thick. Static crawled along the rocks. The graphoorn bull, a massive gray-purple creature with hide tougher than dragon skin and a temper sharpened by poor treatment before Newt rescued him, began striking the ground with his forelegs. Newt heard the first impact from 2 tiers away. By the time he reached the habitat, Harry was already inside. For 1 second, Newt's heart stopped. Harry, the word was quiet, too quiet. Harry stood 6 feet from the graphoorn, no wand, no food, no barrier. The graphoorn's head was lowered, its horns angled forward. Its breath blasted steam into the charged air. Every line of its body said warning. Harry did not move. Newt raised his wand, then stopped, because Harry was not doing nothing. He was breathing slowly. Deliberately, his shoulders were loose. His hands hung open at his sides. His eyes were not fixed on the graphoorn's face, which would have been a challenge, but lowered toward the ground just ahead of its feet. And from his chest came a sound so low Newt barely heard it. Not a hum, not a word, a vibration. The graphoorn struck the ground again. Harry did not flinch. The vibration changed. Newt felt it in his teeth. The graphoorn's ears shifted, its breathing slowed by the smallest amount. Harry remained exactly where he was. Another minute passed, then another. The storm pressed against the habitat walls. Rain hissed on the charmed stones. Somewhere above, thunder cracked. The graphoorn lowered its head, not in submission, in exhaustion. Harry took 1 slow step back, then another. The graphoorn did not follow. After 7 minutes, it folded its front legs and settled onto the ground like a mountain, deciding to sleep. Only then did Newt exhale. Harry turned around. His face was pale. Sweat stood at his temples. "I think he doesn't like the sky being wrong," Harry said. Newt lowered his wand. "No," he said, voice not entirely steady. "I expect he doesn't." Harry swayed. Newt crossed the distance quickly and caught him by the shoulders. "I'm fine." "You are not." "I didn't cast." "I know." "I just listened." "I know." But Newt did not know, not really. That was the problem. He knew graphoorns. He knew their stress reactions, territorial responses, body language, defensive cycles. He knew the difference between a bluff charge and a kill charge. He knew the kind of calm one could build with years of care, food, routine, and predictable presence. Harry had done in 7 minutes what should have taken months. No, not done. That was the wrong word. He had stood in the space in a way that changed the creature's stress. Newt spent the rest of the evening writing 4 pages of notes. H did not cast anything. He did not touch the graphoorn. He did not use food, scent lure, or learned command. He produced low-frequency chest vibration combined with non-threatening posture and controlled breathing. Creature responded with measurable deceleration in agitation. I cannot reproduce this effect deliberately despite 40 years of practice. H reports he was listening. Newt paused, then added, I increasingly suspect H is not speaking to creatures in the way humans learn creature language. He may be participating in the creature side of the exchange. He stared at the sentence. Then he closed the notebook. Some truths required daylight. When the Hogwarts letter arrived, the menagerie changed, not visibly at first. The pools still glowed. The bowtruckles still bickered over branches. The nifflers still stole anything that had the moral weakness to shine. Marigold still objected to changes in furniture. The kelpie still waited beautifully by the black pool, but Harry felt it. Departure had a scent, not like fear. Not exactly, more like the air before migration. Creatures knew when something was leaving the habitat. They adjusted around absence before it arrived. Sable began sleeping in Harry's pocket almost every day. The Occamies watched him more closely. The Murtlaps surfaced when he passed and stayed there until he was gone. Harry pretended not to notice for 3 days. On the 4th, he climbed to the young wand tree in the lower grove and sat beneath it with his field book unopened. Newt found him there. "I don't know how to go," Harry said. Newt sat beside him. "That is often the first part of going." Harry frowned. "That doesn't help." "No. Do I have to use a wand there?" "Yes. I don't like wands. You haven't used one yet. I held yours once. You tried to stir soup with it. It felt wrong. It was not made for you." Harry leaned back against the tree. "Do creatures at Hogwarts understand people?" "Some do. Most understand more than people think." "Do people at Hogwarts understand creatures?" "Some do. Most understand less than they believe." Harry sighed. Newt waited. At last Harry said, "What if I'm bad at being around humans?" Newt looked at him. "Then you will learn." "What if they're bad at being around me?" "Then some of them may learn too." Harry considered this. "And if they don't," Newt's voice remained gentle, "then you must decide which misunderstandings are worth correcting and which are only noise." Harry looked down at Sable, who had climbed onto his knee. "Will I be allowed to bring him?" "No," Sable clicked angrily. Newt pointed at him. "Do not take that tone with me. We discussed this." Harry looked between them. "You discussed it?" "Yes. And—" "No," Sable clicked again. Newt ignored him with the dignity of a man losing an argument to a 4-inch tree guardian. The trip to Diagon Alley was Harry's first true encounter with the public wizarding world. He hated it almost immediately, not all of it. He liked the owl shop, though he thought several cages were too small and said so loudly enough that the owner became flustered. He liked the apothecary because the ingredients were labeled by source, though he had several objections to the storage of dried billywig stings. He liked the bookshop because books did not require him to interpret facial expressions unless someone had written in the margins. But the crowd was terrible, too many bodies, too much perfume, too many voices crossing over one another. People moved without awareness of territory. They stopped in doorways, they blocked paths. They stared. The staring was the worst. Harry did not understand it at first. Then he saw a woman glance at his forehead. Her face changed recognition, then hunger, not literal hunger. The Kelpie had taught him the difference. This was social hunger. A desire to possess a piece of something. She stepped toward him. Newt stepped between them. "Excuse me," she said, breathless. "Is that—" "No," Newt said. "But surely no." He guided Harry away before the woman could finish. Harry kept his head down after that, not from shame, observation. By the time they reached Ollivander's, he had counted 14 scar glances, 6 whispered names, 2 attempts to follow them, and 1 man who cried silently after seeing him. Humans, Harry decided, were exhausting. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and alive with waiting. Harry liked it more than the street. The shelves rose high on every side, stacked with long, thin boxes. The air smelled of wood, polish, age, and something sharp beneath it. Not creature exactly, but close. Wand cores, dragon heartstring, unicorn hair, phoenix feather. Traces of living magic preserved inside tools. Garrick Ollivander emerged from between the shelves like something that had been stored there too long. "Mr. Potter," he said softly. Harry stiffened. Newt's hand rested lightly on his shoulder. Ollivander's pale eyes moved to Newt. "Mr. Scamander." "I had wondered when this day would come." "I imagine many people have wondered many things," Newt said. "Most of them inaccurately." Ollivander smiled. Harry did not. The measuring tape began its work. Arm, wrist, shoulder, nose to fingertip, knee to heel. Harry endured it as he would endure a harmless but irritating insect. Then came the wands. The first one sparked violently and blew open a drawer. "No," Harry said before Ollivander could. Ollivander's eyebrows lifted. The second filled the room with the smell of wet feathers. The third made every box on the left wall tremble. The fourth produced a sound like a distant animal in pain, and Harry dropped it instantly. Newt's expression sharpened. Ollivander watched with growing fascination. "Curious," he murmured. Harry rubbed his palm against his robe. "They shout." Ollivander stilled. "I beg your pardon." Harry looked at the shelves. They all shout. Newt said nothing. Ollivander's gaze sharpened like a blade being drawn. He disappeared into the back of the shop. When he returned, he carried a box with both hands. "Vine wood," he said quietly. "Dragon heartstring, 11 inches, unyielding." Harry did not reach for it at once. The box hummed, not audibly, not to Newt, perhaps, but Harry heard it. He opened the lid. The wand lay inside, dark and polished, simple in shape. No ornament, no unnecessary flourish. Harry picked it up. The shop became very still. Warmth ran through his hand, up his arm, across his chest. Dust lifted from the floor in a slow circle. Somewhere deep in the shelves, something answered. For one heartbeat, Harry felt the wand trying to translate him, not command him, not obey him, translate. The light that came from it was green, gold, and silver at the edges. Ollivander inhaled. Newt's hand tightened almost imperceptibly on his case. Harry lowered the wand. "It works," he said. "Yes," Ollivander whispered. "I rather think it does." Harry frowned, "but it's wrong." The silence after that was different. Ollivander tilted his head. "Wrong." Harry searched for the words. "It knows the meaning," he said slowly, "but not the rhythm." Newt closed his eyes for a moment. Ollivander looked delighted and unsettled in equal measure. Most wizards spend their lives never understanding that distinction. Harry looked at the wand. "Do I have to use it?" "At Hogwarts," Newt said. "Yes." Harry sighed. The wand hummed faintly in his hand, as if offended but willing. On the walk back through Diagon Alley, Harry held the box under one arm and kept his other hand in his pocket, where Sable absolutely was not supposed to be hiding. Newt knew. Harry knew Newt knew. Sable knew, both of them knew, and still somehow felt victorious. That night, Harry packed. Not robes first. Not books, field books. He chose 3 blank ones and 2 partially filled. Newt added a compact creature reference text, a basic spellbook, and a small emergency kit that included Murtlap essence, clean bandages, a collapsible water dish, gloves, and a whistle that could be heard by several species but not most humans. Harry added pencils, then more pencils. Then a small bag of soil from the lower grove. Newt saw it and said nothing. Near midnight, Harry walked through the menagerie alone. He visited Marigold first, standing outside the erumpent habitat with his hands folded on the rail. "Don't let him move your markers," he told her. Marigold snorted. He visited the kelpie. It rose from the pool in horse shape, beautiful as ever. "I know," Harry said quietly. "Still no." The kelpie blinked. He visited the grafhorn. The old bull huffed warm air against the barrier and settled again. He visited the Murtlaps, who surfaced in a neat row like solemn witnesses. He climbed to the Occamy nests last. They surrounded him in silver coils, careful with their strength. Harry sat among them until the artificial dawn brightened the upper tier. Newt found him there in the morning, asleep against a silver, scaled body, one hand resting on his field book. For a moment, Newt simply watched. There were many kinds of leaving. Some were escapes, some were exiles, some were migrations, some were necessary expansions of territory. This one Newt hoped would be the last kind. He woke Harry gently. The boy opened his eyes. "Time?" he asked. "Yes." Harry sat up. The nearest Occamy lowered its head until its brow touched his shoulder. Harry pressed his forehead briefly to its scales, then he climbed down. At the garden gate, Newt stopped him. Harry had his trunk, his wand, his books, his emergency kit, his field notes. His soil. Sable remained hidden in his pocket with the subtlety of a criminal who had never once been punished successfully. Newt looked at the pocket. Harry looked at Newt. Newt sighed. "Do not let him near the wand trees at Hogwarts." Harry's face lit with relief. Sable clicked triumphantly. "And if a professor discovers him," Newt added, "you will explain that he is not a pet, not a toy, and not to be handled by anyone who enjoys having fingers." Harry nodded solemnly, then the smile faded. "What if I can't understand them?" "Who?" "The humans." Newt adjusted the collar of Harry's robe. "Then begin as you always do." Harry looked up. Newt said, "Observe the habitat, identify the stressors, do not mistake noise for truth. Do not approach teeth first. Do not offer trust to anything trying too hard to look harmless, and when afraid, breathe before acting." Harry nodded. Newt rested both hands on his shoulders. And remember this, you are not going there to become what they expect. You are going there to learn what is true. Harry swallowed. Will you write? Every week. Even if nothing happens, especially then, nothing happening is often when the best observations are made. Harry hugged him suddenly. Newt froze for half a second, then held him carefully, as if the boy were something rare and living and not entirely his to keep. Which of course he was. At King's Cross, the crowd was worse than Diagon Alley. But Harry was ready now. He read it as a herd, families clustered around trunks. Older students moved with established territory. First years held themselves too tightly. Parents released children with various degrees of reluctance. Owls complained. Cats judged. Toads contemplated escape. Harry stood beside Newt at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The ordinary Muggle station roared around them. Newt looked down at him. Platform 9 3/4 is through there. Harry looked at the brick wall. Human transport is strange. Yes, wizard transport is stranger. Also yes. Harry gripped his trolley, then he paused. Newt! Yes. If Hogwarts is bad, Newt's face changed. Not much. Enough. Then you write to me. What if it's bad but not emergency bad? Then you write to me. What if I'm not sure? Then, Newt said, you write to me. Harry breathed out, then he nodded once. He pushed the trolley forward and vanished through the barrier. For a moment, Newt stood alone in the Muggle station, one hand still slightly raised. Then, from the other side of the wall, very faintly, came a familiar click. Sable, no doubt, offering commentary. Newt smiled despite himself. Then he turned and walked away. Harry Potter entered the wizarding world with a trunk full of books, a wand that felt like an imperfect translation, a bowtruckle in his pocket, and 11 years of wild schooling under his skin. He did not know yet that people would stare. He did not know yet that children would whisper. He did not know yet that a boy named Ron Weasley would sit across from him on the train and become his first human friend. He did not know yet that Hogwarts would misunderstand him, fear him, need him, and slowly, unwillingly, learn from him. He knew only what Newt had taught him. Every place was a habitat. Every habitat had rules. Every creature had reasons. Before you acted, you listened. So Harry stepped onto platform 9 3/4, lifted his head, and began to observe. Chapter 3, The Sorting Hat's Longest Silence. The Hat had sorted brave children and clever children and ambitious children and loyal children. It had never sorted a child who thought in ecosystems. Platform 9 3/4 was alive. That was Harry's first thought, not busy, not crowded, alive. The platform breathed in whistles, steam, owl cries, cat hisses, trunk wheels, shoe leather, parental instructions, nervous laughter, and the sharp metallic smell of the red train waiting beside the platform like some enormous domesticated beast pretending not to be impatient. Harry stood just beyond the barrier, one hand on his trolley, and did not move. He had expected people. Newt had warned him about people. But knowing a herd existed and standing inside one were very different experiences. Families clustered in groups, each with its own emotional weather. Some were loud and warm, children being hugged so tightly they squirmed. Some were stiff, parents bending to whisper last-minute instructions into ears already full of fear. Older students moved through the crowd like creatures returning to a known watering place. They knew where to step. They knew who to greet. They knew which compartments would already be claimed. First years were different. First years held themselves too carefully. Harry could pick them out easily. They stood near trunks rather than beside them, as if afraid the trunks might decide to leave without permission. They watched everyone else for cues. Some smiled too much. Some talked too fast. Some went very quiet. Outliers, Harry thought. New habitat entry. High uncertainty. Increased observation response. In his breast pocket, Sable clicked once. Harry lowered his voice. I know. The bowtruckle's twig fingers gripped the edge of the pocket. Only the top of his leaf-like head was visible. You are not supposed to comment on humans where they can hear you. Sable clicked again. Especially not that. Harry began moving. He pushed his trolley slowly, not because the trunk was heavy, but because moving too fast in a new habitat caused errors. Steam rolled past his knees. A tawny owl beat its wings inside a cage. Two boys ran past, nearly knocking into his trolley, shouting about exploding snap. Harry stopped and let them pass. Predatory speed without predatory intent, he noted. Play behavior. Poor awareness of surrounding territory. A woman nearby saw his face. More precisely, she saw his forehead. Harry recognized the change instantly. The woman's expression shifted from ordinary distraction to recognition, then to something almost reverent. Her hand rose to her mouth. "Oh," she whispered. "Is that?" Harry turned his head away, not in fear, in refusal. Newt had told him people might know the scar. That they might believe the scar gave them permission to know him. It did not. The woman did not approach, but her whisper moved. Whispers were strange. Animals communicated danger quickly, but humans communicated fascination as if it were contagious. By the time Harry reached the train door, 3 people had looked, 2 had whispered, 1 had pointed. Harry decided he disliked fame even more than Diagon Alley. It had no useful function. He loaded his trunk with the help of a round-faced older boy who smelled faintly of chocolate and train smoke, then stepped into the corridor. The train interior was narrower than he liked. Too many closed doors, too many compartments with unknown occupants. Too many little territories already established. He moved down the corridor, reading as he went. First compartment. 3 older girls laughing with the easy rhythm of established familiarity. Closed group. No entry. Second. 2 boys arguing over a pack of cards, tension playful but loud. Unstable sound level. No third. Empty except for a toad on the seat and a boy crawling beneath it muttering, "Trevor, please, please, please don't do this again." Harry paused. The boy looked up, face red. "Have you seen a toad?" Harry looked at the luggage rack. The toad sat on top of a trunk, blinking. "Yes." The boy scrambled up. "Where?" Harry pointed. The boy followed his finger, sagged with relief, and reached for the toad with both hands. "Thank you," he said, clutching it to his chest. "He keeps trying to escape." "His enclosure is too open," Harry said. The boy blinked. "What?" Harry nodded at the boy's pocket. "If you carry him in there, he can feel movement but not boundary. That makes him search for ground. Use a box with air holes and dark sides. He'll settle faster." "Oh," the boy said. "I didn't know that." "Most people don't ask toads what they need." The boy stared at him. Harry realized this might have been an unusual sentence. Before he could correct it, Sable clicked from his pocket. The boy's eyes dropped to Harry's robes. "Was that a twig?" "No," Harry said. Sable clicked again. Harry amended. "Not only." The boy looked overwhelmed. Harry decided not to enter that compartment either. He moved on. Near the middle of the train, he found a compartment with only 1 occupant. A red-haired boy sat by the window with a large, battered trunk across from him and a rat asleep in his lap. He had freckles, a smudge on his nose, and the particular tense looseness of someone trying very hard to appear unbothered by being alone. Harry stopped in the doorway. The boy looked up. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Harry assessed quickly, no aggressive posture. Shoulders tight but not hostile, hands visible. Eyes curious rather than hungry, anxiety present, hopefulness present, food smell, corned beef, pumpkin pasty, old wool, young social animals separated from large family group, seeking affiliation but wary of rejection. The boy glanced at Harry's forehead, recognition flickered. Then, surprisingly, he looked away first, not performative, not reverent, embarrassed. "That was acceptable. Can I sit here?" Harry asked. The boy nodded quickly. "Yeah, sure, everywhere else is filling up anyway." Harry entered and sat opposite him. Sable shifted in his pocket. The rat opened one eye, saw Harry, and went very still. Harry looked at the rat. The rat looked back. Something about it was wrong, not sick. Not frightened, not quite old, though it smelled old. It carried too much alertness behind the eyes, the focused stillness of a creature pretending to be less than it was. Harry narrowed his eyes. The rat squeaked weakly and buried its nose under the red-haired boy's sleeve. The boy rubbed its back. "That's Scabbers. Useless old thing." "I'm Ron, by the way, Ron Weasley." "Harry." Ron's eyes snapped back to him, then he visibly tried not to react. "Harry Potter," Harry sighed. "I think so." Ron blinked. "You think so? That is the name on my letter." But you're him. Harry glanced at the window. The platform moved with steam and people. People keep saying that like it explains something. Ron's ears went pink. Sorry, I didn't mean I mean everyone knows your name. I don't know everyone's. That made Ron pause. Then, unexpectedly, he grinned. Fair enough. Harry relaxed by 1 degree. The whistle blew. Outside, final hugs tightened and released. Parents waved. Students leaned out windows. The platform began sliding away. Harry watched it go with careful attention. Newt was not visible from here. He had said goodbye at the barrier and refused to linger on the platform. Harry understood why. Prolonged separation displays distressed the young and embarrassed the old. Newt had hugged him once, adjusted his collar, reminded him not to let Sable near wand-quality trees, and gone, efficient, kind, difficult. The train gathered speed. Ron leaned back. So where have you been all this time? Everyone says loads of things. My brothers say you were raised in a secret castle. Fred thinks you were trained by vampires. George says you live inside Gringotts and the goblins worship you. Harry considered this. No. Ron waited. Harry added, I live in a suitcase. Ron stared. Harry looked back. Ron's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Right, he said slowly. That's better than vampires, actually. Harry decided he liked Ron, the trolley which came by near noon. Ron looked embarrassed when he opened his lunch. The sandwiches were wrapped in paper and slightly flattened. Mum forgets I don't like corned beef, he muttered. Harry, who had been given a packed meal by Newt containing cheese, fruit, hard biscuits, and 3 emergency creature treats clearly labeled Do Not EAT, opened his own bag. Ron stared when Harry traded half his food for one of the sandwiches. You don't have to do that. I want to taste it. It's just corned beef. I've never had it. Ron looked at him as if this were the strangest thing Harry had said so far, which Harry found unlikely. The trolley which sold sweets Harry had never seen before. Ron explained chocolate frogs with the authority of someone who had grown up in a world where animated confectionery was normal. Harry opened one carefully. The frog jumped. Harry caught it gently in both hands before it hit the window. Ron gaped. Blimey, good catch! It was going to hurt itself. It's chocolate. It was moving. Harry lowered the frog back into the box and watched it hop in place. Does it know it's chocolate? Ron looked deeply uncomfortable. I've never thought about that. People should think about moving things before eating them. Ron set his own chocolate frog down. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. The card inside Harry's box showed a tiny portrait of Albus Dumbledore. It smiled and vanished. Ron leaned over. That's Dumbledore, headmaster. I've met him. Ron nearly dropped his sweet. You've met Dumbledore? He came to the house once. What was he like? Harry thought. Tall, sad, too certain. Ron went quiet. That's not what people usually say. What do they usually say? Brilliant, powerful, greatest wizard alive. He may be those too. Ron watched him for a moment. You talk weird. Yes. Ron grinned again. I don't mind. That was the first simple human kindness Harry received at Hogwarts. He wrote it down later. The compartment door opened in the afternoon without warning. A girl stood there with bushy brown hair, bright eyes, and the posture of someone who had prepared extensively for this exact moment and was still not satisfied with the results. Has anyone seen a toad? She asked. A boy named Neville has lost one. In the 3rd compartment from the front, Harry said. Top of the trunk when I saw it. He may have moved since. The girl blinked, then processed the information. Oh, good, thank you. She looked at Ron, then at Harry. I'm Hermione Granger. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course. I hope that will be enough. There's so much to know, isn't there? Are either of you from magical families? Ron's expression performed a complicated collapse. I am, he said. He lives in a suitcase. Hermione turned to Harry. Harry looked at Ron. Ron shrugged. It's true, Harry said. Hermione's mouth opened slightly, then she regained control of herself. A magically expanded one? Yes. With legal expansion charms, Harry considered Newt's relationship with ministry regulation, mostly. Hermione looked alarmed and fascinated at once. Harry read her quickly. Preparedness. High verbal output. Strong need to establish competence. Social uncertainty concealed under information display, not aggressive. Lonely, probably, brave enough to enter unknown compartments, overcalibrated but honest. You prepared your territory before entering it, Harry said. Hermione froze. Ron choked on a pumpkin pasty. What does that mean? Hermione asked. It means I respect it. Her expression changed. Most people Harry suspected found Hermione's preparation irritating. Harry did not. Preparation was survival behavior. A creature that studied a new habitat before entry had better odds than one that wandered in blind. Hermione straightened. Thank you. You're welcome. Then she noticed his pocket. Is that a bowtruckle? Sable went rigid. Harry's opinion of Hermione improved sharply. Yes. Are students allowed to bring bowtruckles? No. Ron looked betrayed. You told me it wasn't a twig. It isn't. Hermione stepped closer, lowering her voice. You really shouldn't have him out. Bowtruckles are very protective of wand trees, and Hogwarts has several old ones. Also, they can go for the eyes if mishandled. Sable clicked approvingly. Harry looked at her with genuine interest. You know that? I read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. My father wrote that. Hermione's face changed entirely. Newt Scamander is your father? Harry paused. The word sat strangely in the air. Legally, perhaps it was not exact. Biologically, no. Practically, yes. Emotionally, so deeply true that correcting it felt dishonest. Yes, Harry said. Hermione sat down without asking. For 20 minutes she asked questions, good questions. Not always original questions, but precise ones. Habitat requirements, feeding schedules, whether bowtruckles preferred wand-quality trees due to magical conductivity or structural properties, whether Occamy coroneptixis was voluntary or reflexive, whether Murtlap essence could be used preventively or only after injury. Ron looked between them with growing horror. You two realize we're going to a school for magic, right? Not a school for dangerous tree sticks. Sable clicked sharply. Harry covered his pocket. Hermione said, Bowtruckles are not sticks, Ron. Ron stared at her. You understood that? No, but his tone was obvious. Harry smiled, only a little, enough that Ron noticed. The door opened again. This time the boy who entered did not ask permission. He was pale, sharp-faced, and dressed in robes that looked too carefully chosen to be comfortable. Two larger boys stood behind him like badly trained guard animals. Harry read him in less than 30 seconds. High-status performance. Anxiety under polish. Strong family scent. Expensive soap, old house, cold expectations. Dominance display initiated before actual assessment. Not secure, not happy. The boy's eyes went immediately to Harry's scar, then to Ron. His mouth curled. So it's true, he said. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Ron stiffened. The two boys behind him made low, stupid sounds that might have been laughter. Harry said nothing. The pale boy stepped farther in. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron coughed. Draco's eyes snapped to him. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, and a rat. You must be a Weasley. The air in the compartment changed. Ron flushed dark. Hermione inhaled. Harry looked at Draco carefully. There it was, a dominance display, not strength, not true threat. Display. Like a young male creature using size, sound, and inherited territory to cover the fact that it had not yet earned position on its own. Harry felt a flicker of sadness. Draco turned back to him, mistaking silence for attention. You'll soon find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. He held out his hand. Harry looked at it, then at Draco. What happens if I take it? Draco blinked. What? Is this greeting, contract, or territory claim? Ron made a strangled noise. Hermione looked fascinated despite herself. Draco's face tightened. It's a handshake. Then why did you insult him first? Draco's hand remained suspended in the air. Because Weasleys are known to you. Draco paused. Harry tilted his head. Have you observed him? What? Ron, have you observed his behavior, his decision-making, stress responses, loyalty patterns, food-sharing habits, anything useful? Ron whispered. Food-sharing habits. Harry ignored him. Draco lowered his hand slowly. My father says, that is not observation. The compartment went very still. Draco's pale face colored. For a moment, Harry thought he might strike. not because he was brave. Because embarrassment in social animals often converted into aggression when escape routes felt closed. Harry shifted slightly, opening the space toward the corridor. An exit, Draco saw it. That was interesting. His eyes flicked to the corridor, then back to Harry. "You're strange," he said. "Yes, you'll regret making enemies." "Are we enemies?" Draco looked thrown again. "You refused my friendship. You offered hierarchy." Hermione's eyes widened. Ron looked as if he might start applauding and was fighting it for survival reasons. Draco's expression sharpened into something colder. "Come on," he snapped to the two boys behind him. They left. The door slid shut. Silence lasted 3 seconds. Then Ron burst out. "That was brilliant." Hermione said, "That was extremely dangerous." Harry looked at both of them. "He was performing," Ron snorted. "He was being a git." "Possibly both." Hermione folded her arms. "You shouldn't provoke people like Malfoy. His family is very influential." He was already provoked. "By what?" Harry looked toward the closed door, entering a habitat where his name didn't automatically arrange the furniture. Ron laughed so hard Scabbers woke and bit his finger. Harry looked at the rat again. Wrong, he thought. Very wrong. The train reached Hogsmeade as evening fell. The air outside was colder than London and cleaner. Harry inhaled deeply as he stepped down onto the platform. Lake water, pine, stone, owl feathers, horse sweat without horses, old magic in the mountains, something vast and hidden moved in the distance. Harry turned toward it. A huge man with a wild beard was calling first years. "First years! First years over here!" Harry approached with Ron and Hermione. The man smelled of earth, smoke, dog, leather, and kindness so strong it was almost its own weather. His eyes landed on Harry. Recognition came. But unlike the woman at the platform, this recognition did not hunger. It softened. "Harry Potter," the man said, voice suddenly rough. "Blimey, look at ye!" Harry looked back, large, emotionally open, high strength, low concealment, safe unless made afraid for someone else. "You smell like a forest," Harry said. Ron covered his face. Hermione whispered, "Harry!" The giant man blinked, then he laughed. "Do I now? Name's Hagrid, keeper o' keys and grounds at Hogwarts." "Grounds," Harry repeated, interest sharpening. "Do you manage the forest boundary?" Hagrid stared at him, then his face split into a delighted grin. "Newt's boy, are ye?" Harry relaxed. "Yes." "Well then," Hagrid said warmly, "we'll get on." The boats crossed the lake beneath a sky full of stars. Hogwarts rose ahead of them. Even Harry, who had grown up inside impossible spaces, fell silent. The castle was less like a building than a cliff that had learned windows. Towers climbed into the dark. Warm light spilled from hundreds of places. The lake reflected it in broken gold, but Harry was not only looking at the castle. He was reading the environment. The lake was deep and inhabited, not empty water. Something watched from below with old, slow awareness. The forest beyond the grounds pressed close but did not trespass. The castle itself had movement inside its walls, not animal movement exactly, but old magic shifting like breath. Hogwarts was not a school, not only. It was an ecosystem pretending to be an institution. Harry felt the first real spark of hope since leaving the menagerie. Then the first years entered the Great Hall, and the hope became complicated, too much. That was Harry's immediate assessment. Too much light, too many eyes. Too much sound trapped beneath a ceiling that was not a ceiling but sky, which should have helped, but somehow made the room feel even larger and more exposed. 4 long tables stretched across the hall. Students turned to stare. Hundreds of faces. Hundreds of scents. Food, wax, wool, ink, perfume, old stone, excitement, fear, curiosity, and recognition. The whisper moved faster this time. "Harry Potter, is that him? The scar? I thought he'd be taller." Harry's hand drifted toward his pocket. Sable clicked once, very softly. Here Harry breathed. Professor McGonagall led them forward. She was severe, upright, and smelled faintly of parchment, tartan wool, and controlled transfiguration magic. Harry liked her immediately. Her boundaries were clear. A stool stood before the staff table. On it sat an old hat. Harry stared. The hat opened a rip near its brim and began to sing. Ron looked nervous. Hermione mouthed along to some lines as if she had read about this and was relieved theory had become practice. Harry listened. 4 houses, 4 values, courage, ambition, intelligence, loyalty, but not exactly. The song was simple, made for children, but beneath it lay something older. Classification system, Harry thought. Social sorting based on dominant traits. Likely creates identity reinforcement and inter-house competition. Useful, dangerous, observe, names were called, students sat. The hat shouted houses after varying lengths of time, sometimes immediately, sometimes after half a minute. Hermione went to Gryffindor after a pause long enough to irritate her. Ron followed, red-faced and relieved, to loud cheers from the Gryffindor table. Draco Malfoy barely had the hat touch his head before it cried, Slytherin. Draco walked to his table like someone relieved that the world had confirmed what he had been told he was. Then, Potter, Harry, the hall changed. Silence did not fall all at once. It moved outward in rings. Harry walked forward. His shoes sounded too loud against the stone. He sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Darkness covered his eyes. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then a voice spoke inside his mind. Well, Harry went still. The hat sounded old. Not old like Newt. Not old like Dumbledore. Old like something that had spent centuries touching children's thoughts and had learned to hide surprise because surprise frightened them. This is unusual. Harry did not answer aloud. The hat shifted. No need to speak. Thinking will do. Harry thought carefully. Are you alive? The hat seemed pleased. An excellent first question. The answer is complicated. Are you a creature? Also complicated. Are you trapped? The hat went silent, not empty silence. A silence with a tension in it. That is not a question I am usually asked. Harry waited. He had learned long ago that silence often invited truer answers than pressure. At the staff table, Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. At the student tables, whispers began again. The hat said more quietly, no, not trapped, bound to purpose, perhaps, but not unwillingly. Harry accepted this. The hat moved through his mind. Harry felt it searching, not invading exactly, sorting. Touching memories, responses, instincts, most people he suspected arranged themselves in ways the hat recognized. Desires at the front, fears beneath. Values like pathways worn through repeated choices. Harry's mind was not arranged that way. The hat found the menagerie first, silver coils. Wet stone, botrycal groves, Newt's hands writing field notes, marigold breaking the frame. The Kelpie's beautiful false face, Letta's grief. The Graphorn breathing thunder out of its body. Courage, certainly, the hat murmured. Not the loud kind. The kind that stands still when standing still is wiser than striking. It moved deeper. Loyalty. Very deep, but not tribal, not simple. You do not love because something belongs to you. You love because you have recognized it clearly. Interesting. Harry did not know what to do with that. The hat searched again. Intelligence, yes, but not bookish first. Though you will read plenty. Systems intelligence, pattern intelligence, ecological reasoning, you understand by relation, by habitat, by consequence. Ravenclaw could sharpen that. Images flashed. A tower, wind, books, questions, then another movement, ambition. Not for status, not for power, but hunger, yes, hunger to understand, to name what others misname, to protect through comprehension. Slytherin could use that. Slytherin might even need it. For a moment, Harry saw Draco at the train door, posturing. Lonely. Angry because anger had been handed to him like an inheritance. Then the hat turned again. Gryffindor would celebrate you. Harry felt the shape of a red and gold table, loud and warm, Ron laughing, Hermione arguing, courage made into identity. You would be loved there by some. Watched by many. Used by a few. Harry's thoughts sharpened. Used. The hat did not answer directly. Fame is a hungry habitat. Harry understood that. The silence stretched. 1 minute. 2. The hall began to stir uneasily. Harry sat under the hat and breathed. The hat went deeper still. It found something behind the scar, not the thing itself, the quarantine around it. Harry felt the hat touch that boundary and recoil. Not in fear, in recognition of a closed enclosure marked "Do Not Open." Ah, the hat whispered. What are you keeping? I don't know, but you are keeping it, am I? Something in you is. Harry felt cold. The hat withdrew from that place with great care. Not today, then. The search resumed. But now it was gentler. Where to put a boy who thinks first of ecosystems? Where to put a child who does not ask, what am I owed? But what does this place need? Where to put one who values the overlooked not as charity but as truth? Harry waited. The hat's voice softened. Hufflepuff took the rest, they say, a foolish line much misunderstood. Helga took all because she understood worth before achievement. She knew a seed had value before it became a tree. She knew a child had value before the world named their usefulness. You know this too, not as slogan, as law. Harry saw the lower grove, Sable's twig fingers, Newt saying, "In the ways that matter to them, perhaps." The hat drew itself tall on his head. After 4 minutes and 22 seconds, it shouted, "Hufflepuff!" The hall erupted, not as loudly as it might have for Gryffindor, not as dramatically as Slytherin might have received him, but the Hufflepuff table cheered with a warm, astonished force that startled him. Harry removed the hat and stood. As he walked toward the Hufflepuff table, he saw Ron staring from Gryffindor, mouth open but smiling. Hermione looked thoughtful. Draco looked like someone had handed him a fact he disliked and could not immediately disprove. At the staff table, Dumbledore watched Harry with an expression Harry could not yet read. Newt would have called it complicated. Harry sat at the Hufflepuff table beside a girl with pink cheeks and a boy who immediately offered him potatoes. "I'm Hannah," the girl said. "That's Ernie. Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry looked at the potatoes, then at her. "Yes." "Oh," she seemed to search for something appropriate to say. Then she simply added, "Do you want bread?" Harry relaxed. "Yes, please." Perhaps Hufflepuff would be survivable. The common room helped. It was near the kitchens, which Harry approved of immediately. Food proximity improved morale in most species. The entrance was round and low, hidden behind barrels. The room beyond was warm, earthy, and filled with plants, not ornamental plants only, living, thriving plants. Copper-bottomed lamps cast honey-colored light. The ceiling was low enough to feel safe rather than restrictive. Round windows looked out at grass and dandelions. Sofas curved instead of forming sharp ranks. The air smelled of soil, bread, wood polish, and sleep. Harry stood just inside the entrance and felt his shoulders loosen. Habitat design. Excellent. The Hufflepuff prefect explained rules, schedules, dormitories, and common room etiquette. Harry listened carefully. Sable remained hidden, though his opinion of the barrel entrance was apparently strong. In the dormitory, Harry chose the bed nearest the window. The other boys introduced themselves. Ernie Macmillan, formal but not unkind. Justin Finch Fletchley, enthusiastic and slightly overwhelmed by everything magical. Wayne Hopkins, who fell asleep halfway through unpacking. No one asked to touch Harry's scar. That alone made them preferable to most of the train platform. Harry waited until the others were asleep before opening his field book. By one light too bright, too sharp, wrong rhythm, he wrote. Hogwarts Initial Assessment, large multi-species magical habitat organized as school, high human density, strong identity groups called houses. Sorting Hat is alive or near alive, purpose-bound, not unwilling. It noticed scar boundary. Concerning, I am in Hufflepuff. This house smells like soil and bread. Good, he paused. Then added, Ron Weasley shared information and did not stare too long. Hermione Granger is prepared and asks useful questions. Draco Malfoy performs dominance because he is afraid of being ordinary or unchosen. Do not accept his hierarchy. Do not corner him unless necessary. Sable climbed out of his pocket and sat on the page. Harry whispered, "You are not helping." Sable clicked. Harry dipped his quill again. Wand remains wrong. Like shouting when conversation would do, need practice. The first week proved this sentence correct. Classes were difficult in ways Harry had not expected, not the content. The rooms, rows of desks facing one direction, felt unnatural. A habitat with every creature facing a single dominant figure created strange pressure. It reduced peripheral awareness. It made students perform attention rather than practice it. Professor McGonagall noticed first, in Transfiguration, Harry kept looking away from the front. "Mr. Potter," she said sharply, "is the window more instructive than my lesson?" The class went quiet. Harry looked at her. "No, Professor. Then perhaps your attention might remain here. It is here. Your eyes were on the window." "Yes." McGonagall's mouth thinned. "Explain." Harry considered the safest answer. "There are 3 exits from the room, but only 1 students are expected to use. The window is not a practical exit unless transformed or broken. The back left desk wobbles, which distracts the student sitting there. The boy 2 rows behind me is anxious because his quill keeps leaking. The room temperature is uneven because the fireplace pulls heat to the front. Also, your cat form earlier had excellent shoulder control, but your tail position indicated irritation before you changed back." No one moved. Professor McGonagall stared at him, then very slowly she removed her glasses. "Mr. Potter," she said, "see me after class." Ron, from across the room, made a sympathetic face. Hermione looked as if she desperately wanted to ask 6 questions and was restraining herself through pure will. After class, Harry stood before McGonagall's desk. She studied him for a long moment. "You were not being impertinent." "No, Professor, you were cataloguing the room." "Yes." "Why?" Harry was surprised by the question. "Because I was in it." McGonagall closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, her voice was still stern but less sharp. "In my classroom, you will make an effort to appear as though you are listening in the conventional manner." Harry nodded. "Yes, Professor." "And I will make an effort to remember that your manner of attention is unconventional." "Thank you." She hesitated. "Did you truly read my animagus form by tail position?" "Yes." A pause. "What did it indicate?" "That you wanted the class impressed but not chaotic." Professor McGonagall's lips pressed together. Harry wondered if he had offended her. Then he realized she was trying not to smile. "Go to lunch, Mr. Potter." Charms was worse. Professor Flitwick was kind, quick, and precise, which Harry liked, but wand work itself felt like trying to communicate through a brass horn in a room meant for whispers. "Swish and flick," Flitwick instructed. "Wingardium Leviosa." Feathers rose across the room. Harry focused on his own. He moved the wand, spoke the words. The feather shot upward, struck the ceiling, burst apart, and rained tiny white fragments over 3 desks. The class stared. Harry stared too. Flitwick squeaked, "Oh, well, considerable power, Mr. Potter, though perhaps a little less force next time." Harry's hand ached, not badly, but deeply, as if the spell had pulled through muscles he did not usually use. Hermione, whose feather hovered perfectly, looked concerned. Ron whispered, "You exploded it." "I noticed." "Can you do it to Malfoy?" "No. Shame." Harry tried again the next lesson. The spell worked too well. The feather rose, spun, and pinned itself to the ceiling like a terrified moth. By Friday, Harry dreaded charms. By Friday evening, he wrote to Newt. "Dear Newt, Hogwarts is not bad, but it is very loud even when people are quiet. Hufflepuff is a good habitat. The common room has plants and sensible furniture. The Sorting Hat is purpose-bound and noticed something about my scar. I do not know what. I am documenting. Ron is in Gryffindor. He is funny and does not mind when I say strange things. Hermione is also in Gryffindor. She knows many facts and becomes calmer when allowed to use them. Draco Malfoy is in Slytherin and tried to establish dominance. I did not accept. I think he is lonely, but in a sharp way. Wand magic is difficult, not because I cannot do it, because it is too much. The wand makes everything come out like a shout. Professor Flitwick says I have power. I think he means leakage. Is there a way to make a wand listen smaller? Sable has not attacked anyone. This is because I am careful and not because he is well behaved. Please do not tell him I wrote this. Harry, he tied the letter to the school owl himself. Then he went outside. The grounds opened under the evening sky. The forbidden forest stood beyond the lawns, dark and layered and alive with things the castle pretended were separate from it. Harry stood at the edge of the permitted path. The forest watched him, not one creature, many, some curious, some indifferent, some warning. Behind him, Hogwarts glowed with windows and voices and human rules. In front of him, the trees breathed in old patterns. Harry did not step forward, not yet. He only listened from his pocket. Sable clicked softly. Home, Harry looked at the forest, then back at the castle. Not yet, he whispered. The wind moved through the grass. Somewhere far inside the trees, something large shifted and was still. Harry opened his field book and wrote by the last light of the day, "Hogwarts is not the menagerie, but it is not only human either. There are creatures at the edges. There is distress under the ordinary sounds. Something in this place is wrong, but not visible yet. Continue observation." He closed the book. Above him, the first stars appeared. Below his skin, behind the scar, something slept inside its quiet wall. And around him, unaware of what had entered its system, Hogwarts continued breathing. Chapter 4, The Troll and the Territory. A mountain troll, to Harry's assessment, was simply an apex predator that had wandered into the wrong habitat. Terrifying to those who did not know how apex predators think. Manageable to those who did. By the end of September, Harry had decided that Hogwarts was not a school. It was a badly documented reserve. The problem was not that nobody understood this. The problem was that everyone understood tiny pieces of it, and then behaved as though their piece was the whole truth. The professors understood classrooms. The house elves understood kitchens, corridors, laundry passages, hidden routes, meal rhythms, and the real emotional weather of the castle far better than most humans. The students understood social territory. Tables, staircases, dormitories, favorite seats, forbidden corners, who could insult whom and survive the consequences. Filch understood damage. Mrs. Norris understood everything Filch missed. The ghosts understood memory. The portraits understood gossip. The forest understood itself and did not care whether the castle agreed. But nobody, as far as Harry could tell, was studying Hogwarts as one complete living system. So Harry did. He filled half a field book in 2 months. Not with school notes, though Hermione kept trying to convince him that history of magic required more attention than he was giving it. Harry's notes were about the castle. Staircase near 4th floor changes direction after dinner, but not before breakfast. Possible schedule, possible mood. House elf movement increases sharply before storms. Not fear, preparation. Ravenclaw students cluster near windows after lunch. Light preference, common room tower influence. Slytherins move in groups through central corridors, but individually near library. Public hierarchy versus private study behavior. Gryffindors are loudest when uncertain. Hufflepuffs reduce conflict by feeding people. Effective. The last note proved true often enough that Harry began to consider it a serious house strategy. Hufflepuff was not weak, whatever Draco Malfoy seemed to believe. Hufflepuff simply used different pressure. A Gryffindor challenged, a Slytherin maneuvered, a Ravenclaw argued. A Hufflepuff handed someone bread, sat beside them, and waited until their defensive posture became too tiring to maintain. Harry respected that. It was extremely difficult to fight someone who kept offering you soup. His own place in Hufflepuff remained uncertain but not uncomfortable. His dormmates had mostly adapted to him. Ernie Macmillan still watched him as if waiting for the official heroic behavior to begin, but he was polite enough about it. Justin Finch Fletchley asked questions about the menagerie with the cautious fascination of someone who had not yet decided whether Harry's childhood sounded wonderful or illegal. Hannah Abbott brought him extra rolls from dinner whenever Charms left him pale and exhausted. Wayne Hopkins had once woken in the middle of the night, seen Sable sitting on Harry's pillow like a tiny green judge, and simply rolled over again. Hufflepuff, Harry decided, had excellent survival instincts. Ron and Hermione were different. They were not Hufflepuff, but somehow they had become part of his daily route. Ron appeared wherever food, practical jokes, or complaints about homework existed. He made Harry laugh more than anyone else did, often by accident. His instincts were quick, emotional, and frequently correct before his reasoning caught up. He could read people in ways Harry could not deeply, perhaps, but socially. Ron knew when someone was mocking versus teasing, when an insult required response, when silence would make things worse, and which older students were best avoided because they were bored rather than angry. Harry found this useful. Hermione, meanwhile, seemed to have mistaken friendship for a research assignment and was determined to excel. She corrected his spell pronunciation, reorganized his notes for class, warned him about rules 5 seconds before he broke them, and stared in visible distress whenever he used the margins of school parchment to sketch behavioral diagrams of professors. "You cannot write possible dominance display beside Snape's name," she hissed one afternoon in potions. Harry looked down at his notes. "Why?" "Because he might see it." Harry glanced toward the front of the dungeon. Professor Snape was moving between cauldrons like a long black shadow, his expression suggesting that disappointment was not merely an emotion but a professional calling. "He already knows he does it," Harry whispered. Hermione closed her eyes as if asking some higher power for patience. "Snape, unfortunately, had excellent hearing, Mr. Potter." The room chilled. Harry looked up. Snape's gaze settled on him with the precision of a hooked blade. "Since you have apparently found my lesson insufficiently absorbing, perhaps you would care to explain what you have written." Harry considered lying. He was bad at lying. Also, Newt considered bad lies morally worse than silence and strategically worse than truth. "I wrote that your classroom movement pattern is designed to produce pressure without direct contact," Harry said. Ron, across the room, slowly lowered his head onto the desk. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Did you?" "Yes, Professor." "And what brilliant conclusion did you reach from this observation?" Harry glanced at his parchment. "That most students become less accurate when watched from behind, which makes their mistakes more likely, which gives you more chances to correct them harshly, which reinforces your authority. It is efficient if your goal is control. Less efficient if your goal is calm potion-making." Nobody breathed. Hermione looked as though she might faint. Snape's face did not change. That was worse. He walked slowly to Harry's desk and picked up the parchment. His eyes moved over the notes. Harry waited. Snape's expression remained unreadable, but something shifted behind his eyes. Not anger, interest. That was more concerning. 5 points from Hufflepuff, Snape said silkily, for failing to understand that classrooms are not habitats. Harry said nothing. Snape leaned closer. And another 5 for being correct loudly. He placed the parchment back on the desk and swept away. Ron later declared this the most unfairly fair punishment in Hogwarts history. Harry wrote the interaction down in detail. Snape began watching him after that, not constantly, not obviously. Snape was too skilled for obviousness. But Harry knew what being observed felt like. Predators watched, researchers watched, guardians watched. Snape's attention felt like none of those exactly. It felt like a man encountering an unknown venom and refusing to touch it until he had identified the species. Harry approved of the method, if not the man. Still, by October, the wrongness under Hogwarts had become harder to ignore. It began at the forest edge. The Thestrals moved strangely. Harry had not been told what they were, but he knew something large and winged occupied the air near the carriages. Most students noticed nothing. Some complained of cold breezes or strange smells. Harry noticed hoof impressions too deep for ordinary horses and the faint shifting sounds of wings folding invisibly near the path. He could not see them, not fully. Sometimes, from the corner of his eye, he caught an impression of black angles and bone-delicate movement. But when he turned, there was only air. They were uneasy, not frightened, watching. The centaurs were worse. Harry had not entered the forest. He had promised Newt, and Newt's promises mattered more to him than school rules. But he watched from the permitted boundary. Sometimes in the dusk, shapes moved between trees, human upper bodies, horse bodies below, stillness that did not belong to deer. Centaurs did not approach. But their patrol patterns changed. North side, then east, then closer to the castle than before. Defensive perimeter adjustment, Harry wrote. Not random. Something inside or beneath castle may be disturbing forest systems. The house elves also changed. Harry had noticed them because they were nearly impossible not to notice if one watched properly. Not directly, of course. House elves avoided being seen by students unless summoned, but avoidance itself had patterns. In September, they moved with quick confidence through the hidden routes. By late October, they moved faster, corners taken tightly, ear angles low, laundry collected earlier than usual from the lower corridors, kitchen refuse removed in pairs rather than alone. Pray route caution, Harry noted, suggests perceived threat in service passages. What are you writing? Ron asked at breakfast on Halloween morning. Harry turned the field book slightly away from a pumpkin juice spill. House elf movement changes. Ron blinked. Why? Because they know the castle better than students. Hermione leaned across the table. She was sitting with them because Ron had upset her during charms the day before by mocking her pronunciation correction, and she had decided, apparently, that the best punishment was to continue correcting him at breakfast. "You've seen house elves?" she asked sharply. "Not properly." "Then how do you know? Food arrives faster from the east side routes than the west. Laundry disappears from lower Hufflepuff corridor between 8 and 8:10. The kitchen passage behind the fruit painting smells different after midnight. Also, Sable saw one last week." Sable's head emerged from Harry's pocket. Hermione stared. "You are not supposed to have him at the table." Harry gently pushed Sable back down. "He is not supposed to have himself at the table." Ron snorted into his porridge. Hermione's lips pressed together. She was trying not to smile and clearly resented it. Then Neville Longbottom came by looking miserable, and Hermione immediately turned her full attention on helping him find the correct classroom for charms. Harry watched her go. "She means well," he said. Ron made a face. "She means loudly?" "Sometimes loud is fear." Ron looked at him. "You always make things more complicated." "They usually are." Ron stabbed a sausage. "She made me look stupid yesterday." Harry considered this. "Were you?" Ron glared. Harry amended. "At the spell, not generally." "That doesn't help." It was true. Ron's ears reddened. "She didn't have to say it like that." "No," Harry agreed. "She didn't." Ron looked slightly mollified. Then Harry added, "But you laughed first." Ron opened his mouth, closed it. "That's annoying." "Yes. No, I mean you're annoying. I know." By dinner that evening, Hermione was not sitting with them. That was unusual. Harry noticed before Ron did. The great hall was full of pumpkins, floating candles, gold plates, roasted food, and the heightened noise of a feast. Most students were too excited to track absence. Harry was not. Hermione's usual Gryffindor seat remained empty, her plate untouched. Ron was halfway through a chicken leg when Harry asked, "Where is Hermione?" Ron's chewing slowed. "Dunno. She wasn't in afternoon classes." Ron looked uncomfortable. "Parvati said she was crying in the girls' bathroom." Harry turned to him. Ron set the chicken leg down. "What? Why?" Ron shifted. "I might have said something." Harry waited. Ron looked at his plate. "That she had no friends." The words landed badly. Harry felt it in the same way he felt a creature step wrong on an injured limb. Was that true? Ron scowled. "I didn't mean, that is not what I asked." Ron's scowl collapsed into shame. "No," he muttered. "Not exactly." Harry looked toward the Gryffindor table again. The empty seat bothered him, not because Hermione was pleasant all the time. She was not. Not because Harry understood her completely. He did not. But Hermione alone in a bathroom during a feast felt like a small creature separated from group shelter in a storm. Unacceptable. Before Harry could stand, Professor Quirrell burst into the great hall. His turban was crooked. His face was pale. He smelled wrong. Harry had noticed Quirrell's smell since the first week, not body smell, not fear alone, something beneath it, a creature under internal predation. That was the closest Harry could come. Quirrell often smelled like prey trapped inside its own skin. Then, sometimes, beneath the stammer and sweat, something else looked out through his posture. Something cold. Something that did not fit the body carrying it. Harry had written 6 pages on the matter and still had no conclusion. That evening, the wrongness hit him so strongly that he forgot the hall. Quirrell staggered forward. "Troll," he cried. "In the dungeon, thought you ought to know." Then he collapsed. The hall exploded, not physically, worse, socially. Hundreds of students shifted from celebration to panic in less than a second. Benches scraped. Voices rose. Younger students stood without direction. Older students looked toward teachers, then toward doors, then toward their houses. The herd lost structure. Harry's body went calm, not relaxed. Calm, panic was movement without assessment. Movement without assessment got creatures killed. Dumbledore's voice cracked across the hall. Silence. The sound carried enough force that even Harry felt it in his ribs. The hall froze. Instructions followed. Prefects to lead houses back to dormitories. Teachers to the dungeons. Logical, perhaps, if the troll was in the dungeons. Harry stood with Hufflepuff. He smelled the air. Troll, faint but present, not from below, from the side corridor beyond the entrance hall. Harry's eyes narrowed. Around him, Hufflepuffs began moving toward their common room under prefect supervision. Their route would take them away from the main danger if the troll were truly in the dungeon. But Hermione was not with Gryffindor. Hermione was in a bathroom. Harry turned toward Ron. Ron had gone pale. "Hermione," Ron whispered. "Yes." Percy Weasley was shouting for Gryffindors to follow. Students surged toward the stairs. Harry stepped out of the flow. Ron grabbed his sleeve. "We have to tell someone." Harry looked toward the staff table. Teachers were already moving. Too many bodies. Too much noise. Wrong scent trail. By the time Harry explained, found someone who believed him, redirected them, and reached Hermione. No. Predator in enclosed wrong habitat. Isolated student. Time critical. Harry moved, Ron followed. That, Harry would later understand, mattered. Ron was frightened. Harry could smell it, sharp and sour beneath soap and feast food. But he came anyway. They slipped through a side passage before Percy turned around. "Where are we going?" Ron whispered. "Bathroom." "How do you know which one?" Hermione avoids high-traffic corridors when upset. Ron stared at him while running. "You noticed that?" "Yes." "That is both creepy and useful." Quiet. Harry stopped at an intersection. The castle was loud with distant student movement, but beneath it came another sound, heavy, irregular, stone vibration through the floor, thud, pause, scrape. Thud, thud, not hunting stride, disoriented locomotion. Harry crouched and placed one hand flat against the stone. Ron whispered, "What are you doing?" Listening. "With your hand." Feet lie less than ears in stone corridors. Ron mouthed something that looked like a prayer. The sound came again. Closer, Harry stood. "It's not in the dungeon, no kidding. It's lost." "It's a troll, Harry. Lost doesn't make it better. It explains the pattern." "I don't care about the pattern. You should." A crash echoed down the corridor. Ron flinched. Harry grabbed his sleeve and pulled him into a shadowed alcove. A shape moved at the far end of the hall, large, gray, massive shoulders, small head, club dragging along the stone. The smell hit a moment later. Old sweat, unwashed hide, damp earth, and the thick musk of an animal placed in a space that made no sense to its body. Mountain troll. Harry had read about them. More importantly, Newt had made him study their movement diagrams after a troll incident in Wales left 3 ministry officials injured because they approached from the front while shouting. The troll paused at a junction. Its head turned slowly. It was not searching well. Its eyes were poor in the torchlight, overwhelmed by flicker and shadow. It responded to echoes, air movement, and large motion. Then, from somewhere ahead, came a small sound. A sob. Hermione, the troll turned toward it. Ron went white. Harry's assessment completed itself in approximately 4 seconds. Northern European mountain species. Nocturnal origin. Poor visual discrimination in enclosed torchlight, navigating by impact echo and movement. High confusion, not hunting. Defensive aggression likely triggered by sudden motion. Club use broad arc, right hand dominant, left rear blind zone approximately 40 degrees. "Stay behind me," Harry said. Ron stared. "That is the worst plan I've ever heard." "Then stay beside me but lower." "That's not better." Harry was already moving. The girls' bathroom door hung partly open. One sink had been cracked by something heavy striking nearby. Hermione was backed against the far wall, wand in hand but shaking too badly to form a spell. The troll stood between her and the exit. It had registered her, not as prey exactly, as stimulus, movement, sound, unknown enclosed territory. Respond, it raised the club. Hermione froze. Harry threw his boot, not at the troll, at the nearest wall sconce. The boot struck the metal bracket. The torch fell, scattering sparks across the wet floor before going out. The bathroom dimmed. Ron made a strangled noise from behind him. Your boot! Torches confuse echo. What? Harry dropped low and moved left. Ron, break the other one. Ron looked at the remaining torch, then at the troll, then with a noise somewhere between terror and fury, he grabbed a broken piece of sink and hurled it. It missed the torch, hit the wall, bounced. Hit the torch from below. The flame fell and died. Darkness did not fill the room completely. Moonlight from the high window gave shape without flicker. Better. The troll stopped. Its head swung. The raised club paused. Harry was now in its left rear blind zone, crouched low, one hand against the wet stone floor. He began making the sound, not loud, not human. A low sub-audible percussion formed in his throat and chest, released through lightly clicked teeth and controlled breath. Dum, dum, pause. Dum, dum, pause. Not challenge, not prey, presence. I am here, I am not threat, I am not food, I share space. Do not strike. The troll shifted. Its nostrils widened. Hermione stared at Harry from across the room, eyes huge. Harry did not look at her. Eye contact from the wrong angle could change the troll's assessment. The sound continued. Dum, dum, pause. The troll lowered its club by an inch. Ron, to his credit, did not speak. He moved slowly along the wall toward Hermione, copying Harry's low posture with absolutely no grace but enough instinct to keep from drawing the troll's full attention. The troll's head twitched toward him. Harry changed rhythm. Dum, pause, dum, dum, pause. The troll hesitated. Confusion entered the body before calm did. That was enough. Ron reached Hermione and grabbed her hand. She did not move. Ron whispered something Harry could not hear. Hermione blinked, then followed. The troll's club twitched. Harry deepened the rhythm, pressing one palm against the floor so the vibration entered the stone. The troll took one step toward him. Bad. Harry shifted backward, still low. Another step. The troll's head lowered, not fully aggressive, but trying to locate. Harry needed it away from the exit. He clicked once, sharper. The troll turned too fast. Its club came down. Harry rolled. The club smashed into a sink, exploding porcelain across the floor. Ron shouted. Hermione screamed. Movement stimulus returned. The troll roared. Now it was escalating, not kill state yet, close. Harry's options narrowed. He could not calm it fully. No prior relationship. Acute distress. Enclosed wrong habitat. Human screaming. Blood. No, not yet. Good. Out, Harry shouted. Ron dragged Hermione through the door. The troll swung toward the shout. Harry ran toward the left wall. The troll followed movement, exactly as expected. Harry threw himself flat at the last second. The troll, overcommitted by weight and confused by darkness, struck the wall head first. The sound was enormous. Stone cracked. The troll staggered. It tried to correct. Its foot slipped on water and broken porcelain. Its head hit the wall again with a dull, final impact. The club fell. The troll collapsed. Silence. Dust drifted. Water dripped from the broken sinks. Harry lay on the floor in one sock, breathing hard. For several seconds, nobody moved. Then Ron appeared in the doorway. Harry, I'm fine. You are on the floor. Still fine. Hermione pushed past Ron and rushed in. Are you hurt? Harry sat up slowly. His shoulder ached where he had rolled badly. His left hand was cut from porcelain. Nothing serious. No. Hermione looked at the unconscious troll, then at the broken bathroom, then at Harry's missing boot. You knocked out a mountain troll with poor lighting and a wall. Harry looked at the troll. It knocked itself out. Ron leaned against the door frame, shaking. I'm counting it as ours. That was when the professors arrived. McGonagall entered first, wand raised, face white with fury and fear. Snape followed, sharp-eyed and limping slightly. Quirrell came last, pale and trembling, one hand pressed dramatically to his chest. For one moment, the adults simply stared. At the unconscious troll, at Hermione covered in dust, at Ron clutching a broken piece of sink like a weapon he had forgotten to put down, at Harry sitting on the wet floor in one boot. Professor McGonagall found her voice first. What? She said, in a tone that could have frozen water. is going on here?" Ron opened his mouth. Hermione spoke first. "It was my fault, Professor." Harry turned to her. Ron did too. Hermione's voice shook, but she continued. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could handle it. I'd read all about them. Harry and Ron came to find me." This was not true. Harry disliked lies, but he understood suddenly what Hermione was doing. She was placing herself between them and punishment, a defensive maneuver. Poorly constructed, emotionally motivated, but brave. McGonagall looked at her with disbelief. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead," Hermione finished. Ron stared at her as if she had grown another head. Harry studied her. Human friendship, he decided, had extremely confusing rituals. McGonagall took 5 points from Hermione, then awarded 5 points each to Harry and Ron. Harry suspected the arithmetic was emotionally symbolic rather than logically consistent. Snape said nothing during this exchange. He was looking at the troll, then at the torches, then at Harry. His gaze dropped to Harry's bare foot. "Your footwear, Potter." Harry looked around. "My boot is under the sink." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Naturally." Quirrell made a faint whimpering sound. Harry looked at him. The smell was worse now. Fear, yes, but not of the troll, of discovery, and beneath the fear something else, something watching through meat it did not respect. Harry's stomach tightened. Quirrell's eyes met his for half a second, then slid away. Snape saw that too. Interesting, Harry thought. The hospital wing smelled of clean sheets, sharp potions, and the stern mercy of Madame Pomfrey. Harry's hand was cleaned and wrapped. His shoulder was examined. His missing boot was returned by a deeply irritated Filch, who seemed offended that footwear had been used as part of castle defense. Ron had bruised fingers. Hermione had no injuries but was ordered to sit down anyway, mostly because Madame Pomfrey believed shock was a real condition and children were foolish about pretending otherwise. For 10 minutes, nobody spoke. Then Ron said, "You lied to a teacher." Hermione lifted her chin. "You saved me from a troll." Ron looked uncomfortable. "Harry did most of it. You came too." Ron had no answer. Harry, sitting on the bed with his wrapped hand in his lap, said, "You moved when frightened." Ron frowned. "What? That matters." Ron looked away, ears red. Hermione turned to Harry. "How did you know what to do?" "Mountain trolls have poor visual processing in enclosed spaces." She stared. Ron groaned. "Here we go." Harry continued, because explaining the incident properly seemed important. The torchlight confused its depth assessment. It was using impact, sound, and movement. Running made everyone louder. Screaming made it orient faster. Darkness reduced conflicting input. Hermione looked horrified. "You made the bathroom dark on purpose?" "Yes. That could have made it worse." "It could have." Ron stared. "You didn't mention that." "There wasn't time." Hermione's voice rose. "There wasn't time to mention your plan might make things worse." Harry looked at her. If it had already entered a kill state, darkness would have increased risk, but it was confused territorial, not hunting. The goal was deceleration. Ron blinked. "I understood none of that, but enjoyed the word deceleration." Hermione pressed a hand to her forehead. Harry shifted. "I could not calm it." Both of them looked at him. He stared at his wrapped hand. "I slowed it, confused it, redirected it, but I could not calm it. I had no baseline. No relationship. Too much distress. Wrong space." Hermione's expression softened. "You saved my life." Harry did not look up. "That does not mean the method was complete." Ron was silent for once. Then he said, "Mate, most people would stop at the saving life bit." Harry thought about Marigold. Force without direction. The Kelpie, same creature. Both true, the Graphorn, presence, not control. "I need to know what failed," he said. "Otherwise I will do it badly next time." Hermione sat very still. Then, quietly, she said, "Next time." Harry looked at her. "There is something wrong in the school," Ron muttered. "Aside from trolls in bathrooms?" "Yes," he explained, "not everything, not every note, but enough. The Thistral movement, the Centaur perimeter changes, the house elf routes, Quirrell's wrongness. The troll sent trail not matching the announced dungeon location." Hermione listened with the kind of attention she usually gave books. Ron listened with increasing alarm. When Harry finished, Hermione said, "You should tell a professor." "I will write it properly first." "You need evidence." "Yes." Hermione looked relieved by that answer. Evidence was a language she trusted. Ron looked less relieved. What if the evidence is another troll? Then we avoid bathrooms. Ron glared. Not funny. It was a little funny, Hermione said. Ron stared at her. She looked surprised at herself. Then she smiled. Small, uncertain, but real. Something settled between them, not dramatically, not with vows or speeches. Harry had read enough human fiction under Newt's supervision to know people liked pretending friendships formed through grand declarations. This was quieter. A girl lied to protect two boys who had come for her. A boy followed fear into danger because guilt alone would not let him stay away. Another boy threw away his boot because darkness was tactically useful. Strange foundations, perhaps, but many strong habitats began with stranger arrangements. That night, after Madame Pomfrey released them, Harry returned to Hufflepuff long after curfew. The common room was low-lit and warm. A few older students looked up, whispered, then wisely did not crowd him. Hannah Abbott saw his bandaged hand and silently pushed a plate of biscuits toward him. Harry took one. Hufflepuff's strategy remained effective. In the dormitory, Sable emerged from Harry's pocket and inspected the bandage with grave disapproval. "I know," Harry whispered. Sable clicked. "No, I should not have used the other boot. I needed one for balance." Another click. "Yes, next time I will consider throwing something that is not clothing." Harry opened his field book. His hand hurt, so his writing was slower than usual. Halloween incident. Mountain troll inside castle. Quirrell announced dungeon location. Scent and vibration indicated upper corridor route. Possible misdirection or panic error. Troll behavioral state. Disoriented territorial, not hunting. Visual confusion due to torchlight and enclosed stone echo. Successful deceleration through darkness, low posture, sub-audible non-threat percussion. Failed full calming due to no prior baseline, high distress and human noise. Redirected movement resulted in self-impact and unconsciousness. He paused, then continued, Hermione Granger lied to protect us. Ron Weasley moved while afraid, both important. Another pause. Quirrell smelled afraid of something not in the room. Snape noticed Quirrell noticing me. Snape is now watching more. This may be useful or dangerous. Harry looked at the final line for a long time, then he added, Hogwarts wrongness increasing. Continue records. He closed the book. Behind the scar, the quiet wall remained quiet, but not empty. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry had felt something during the troll incident, not from the troll, not from Hermione or Ron, from the castle. A tremor beneath the ordinary life of the place. As if somewhere inside Hogwarts, something hidden had shifted its weight and begun listening back. Harry lay awake for a long time. Around him, Hufflepuff slept. Above him, the castle settled. Beyond the walls, the forbidden forest breathed in darkness. And somewhere inside that vast, badly documented habitat, a frightened man with a turban carried something that did not smell like a man at all. Chapter 5, What Quirrell Keeps in His Turban. Every creature Harry had ever met had a specific smell of distress, a pheromone signature of wrongness that no amount of training or concealment could suppress entirely. Quirrell smelled exactly like that, as if something inside him was very frightened of something else inside him and had been for months. By spring, Harry had stopped thinking of Quirrell as a man. That was not fair, perhaps. Newt would have corrected him gently. Careful, Harry. A person under terrible pressure is still a person. And Newt would have been right. But Harry's instincts did not organize Quirrell as a single living being anymore. They had tried at first. During those early defense against the dark arts lessons, Harry had watched the nervous professor stammer through lectures about vampires, werewolves, and basic counter-jinxes, while the smell of garlic soaked the classroom so heavily that several students left with headaches. Quirrell had seemed pathetic then, frightened. Sweaty, thin-voiced, a prey animal trying to teach other prey animals how not to be eaten, but the longer Harry observed him, the less the shape made sense. Quirrell's fear did not behave normally. Most frightened creatures showed pattern. They startled, avoided, hid, froze, fled, or lashed out depending on species, history, and environment. Even damaged creatures had logic. Pain made patterns messy but not meaningless. Quirrell's fear had no stable center. Some mornings, he trembled at the sound of a dropped book. Other days, he moved with a stillness so cold and deliberate that the stammer felt like a costume someone had forgotten to remove properly. Sometimes he smelled terrified. Sometimes he smelled like something else inside him was bored. Harry documented everything. Quirrell, inconsistent stress presentation. Sweat response not always matched to visible stimulus. Turban scent heavily masked. Garlic, dust, old cloth, bitter medicinal oil. Beneath masking, decay, not physical rot. Magical pressure, classroom posture shifts when speaking about curses. Shoulders straighten. Voice stabilizes for half-second intervals. Then fear returns stronger. Possible possession, need evidence. Scar prickles during proximity, not pain. Recognition. Concerning, the last note troubled him most. Harry's scar had never truly hurt before Hogwarts. It had ached occasionally in cold weather or after exhausting wand lessons, but that was ordinary. Old wounds complained when the body was tired. Newt said scars had memories, and sometimes those memories were noisy. But around Quirrell, the scar did not remember, it listened. Harry disliked that. He told Ron and Hermione as much one evening in the library after Hermione had forced both boys into what she called responsible academic preparation, and Ron called being held hostage by parchment. Hermione looked up from a book on protective enchantments. Your scar listens. That is the closest word. Ron lowered his quill. Scars don't listen, most don't. That does not make me feel better. It was not meant to, Hermione frowned. Is it painful? No. Does it happen near anyone else? Sometimes near Professor Snape, but differently. Ron groaned. Please don't tell me Snape's got scar magic too. Harry shook his head. Snape feels like being watched by something that knows it is watching. Quirrell feels like being watched by something that wants me to think it is not there. Hermione closed her book very slowly. That is a horrible sentence. Yes, Ron leaned back in his chair. So what do we do? Continue observing. We've been observing since Halloween. And now we have more observations. Ron rubbed his face. I hate when that's a good answer. Hermione tapped the table with her quill. We need to tell a professor. Harry nodded. Which one? McGonagall. Ron grimaced. She'll ask why we were watching teachers like suspicious Neasels. We were watching teachers because one of them may be carrying something inside his head, Hermione snapped. Ron opened his mouth, then closed it. Fair. Harry's gaze moved toward the restricted section beyond the library ropes. There were things in Hogwarts that the school treated as separate problems. The forbidden third-floor corridor, Snape's injury on Halloween, Quirrell's wrongness, the troll's route, the creature movement at the forest edge. The hidden object everyone was guarding, adults like dividing danger into compartments. Harry had noticed this about them. It made danger easier to discuss, but less accurate. In a habitat, nothing was truly separate. A sick tree changed the insects. The insects changed the birds. The birds changed the predators. The predators changed the paths of everything that wanted to survive. Hogwarts was sick somewhere beneath the floorboards, and the symptoms had started connecting. The final piece arrived in late May. Harry was crossing the courtyard at dusk when he saw Quirrell near the cloisters. The professor stood alone beside a stone archway, one hand braced against the wall. His head was bowed. His turban cast his face in shadow. Harry stopped before Quirrell saw him. At first he thought Quirrell was ill. Then the professor spoke, not in his usual stammer. Please, he whispered. I have tried. There was no one in front of him. Harry went still. Quirrell flinched as if something had answered directly against his skin. No, he breathed. No, I can still. His body jerked, not naturally. It reminded Harry of a puppet pulled too sharply by a careless hand. Then Quirrell straightened, slowly. When he turned, his face was calm, completely calm. The fear had vanished. Harry felt every instinct in his body go silent at once. Predator, not the ordinary kind. Not wolf, dragon, manticore, kelpie. Those creatures had hunger, territory, mating, fear, injury, life. This was different. This was will without ecology. Quirrell's eyes moved across the courtyard. Harry pressed himself behind the pillar and stopped breathing. For 1 second, the scar on his forehead became cold, not painful. Cold. Inside that cold, something stirred, very far away, very small, like a sleeping thing turning toward a familiar sound. Harry placed one hand over his scar. No, the feeling stopped. Quirrell walked away. Harry remained behind the pillar for a long time. That night, he wrote to Newt. The letter was brief. "Dear Newt, I think there is something inside Professor Quirrell. Not metaphorically, I think he is sharing his body with another magical presence. The weaker one is losing. My scar responds to the stronger presence. I am documenting, but I may need to act before the documentation is complete. If I am wrong, I will apologize to several people. If I am right, delay may be dangerous." Harry, he did not send the letter immediately. He read it 3 times. Then he folded it and gave it to the owl. By the time Newt received it, Harry suspected the situation would already have moved. It did. The next evening, Harry found Hagrid drunk with worry, not dangerously drunk, not unable to stand, but loose enough that his emotional edges had softened, and Hagrid's edges were not very hidden to begin with. The 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor had been restless for days. Harry knew this because he had passed near the corridor twice under his invisibility cloak and heard the paw rhythm change from bored guarding to agitation. Hagrid confirmed it by accident. "Poor Fluffy," he muttered into his mug. "Doesn't like all the fuss. Good dog, really. Just needs music, that's all. Music and kindness." Hermione's eyes widened. Ron mouthed, "Fluffy." Harry looked at Hagrid. "Who knows about the music?" Hagrid blinked, then horror spread across his large face. "Oh, shouldn't have said that." "No," Harry agreed gently. "You should not have." Hagrid buried his face in his hands. Ron whispered, "We're going to die because the giant man can't keep secrets." Hermione kicked him under the table. Harry's mind was already moving. Fluffy. 3rd floor corridor, music, guarding something, Quirrell seeking hidden object. Snape injured near same corridor. Dumbledore currently absent from school after an urgent ministry owl that had arrived that morning. Too many changes. A habitat did not shift this much by accident. They left Hagrid's hut after sunset. Hermione walked very fast. "We have to tell McGonagall now." "We tried," Ron said. "She said Dumbledore will be back tomorrow." "Tomorrow may be too late." Harry said it quietly. Both of them stopped. Ron looked at him. "You really think Quirrell's going tonight?" "Yes." Hermione's face paled. "Then we go to another teacher." "Snape is watching Quirrell." Harry said, "If we involve him openly, Quirrell may move faster." "Harry, that is not a reason to go ourselves." "No." Ron stared. "Then why does it sound like you're about to say we're going ourselves?" Harry looked toward the castle. "Because adults are not in position. Because the corridor is already part of the wrongness. Because Quirrell is 2 creatures in one body, and one of them is starving for something under the school. Because my scar knows it. Because if a dangerous animal is trapped in a house and no one believes the smoke yet, someone still has to open the right door," he said only, "because I know how to get past the dog without hurting it." Ron closed his eyes. "That's it. That's the sentence. That's how I know we're doomed." Hermione looked between them. For one moment, Harry thought she would refuse. Then she straightened her shoulders. "We are making a plan first." Harry nodded. "Good." Ron groaned. "You two are terrifying when you agree." They entered the 3rd floor corridor under the invisibility cloak just before midnight. The cloak was not Harry's favorite object. It had arrived at Christmas with no proper explanation, only a note saying it had belonged to his father. That alone made it uncomfortable. Harry disliked objects that carried unknown emotional obligations, but it was useful. And unlike many magical tools, it did not shout. It bent attention gently around the wearer, like a creature passing through tall grass without stirring the upper leaves. Harry respected it. The corridor was colder than usual. The door at the end stood closed. Behind it, Fluffy breathed 3 heads, 6 nostrils, heavy sleeping but not sleeping rhythm. Musky dog scent layered with stress, boredom, and the sour edge of prolonged confinement. Harry's jaw tightened. Guard duty was one thing. Confinement without adequate environmental variation was another. "Harry," Hermione whispered. "He's distressed." "The dog." Yes, Ron whispered. The giant three-headed death dog is distressed. Lovely, shall we comfort it with our bones? Harry ignored him and opened the door. Fluffy filled the room. Even knowing the size from sound and scent, Harry felt the ancient body response of standing before something that could kill him very quickly. Good. Fear was information. The dog's 3 heads turned, 6 eyes fixed on the doorway. All 3 throats began to growl. Ron made a tiny noise. Harry stepped out from under the cloak. "Harry!" Hermione hissed. He raised one hand without looking back. Fluffy's growl deepened. Harry lowered his body slightly, not crouching like prey, not standing tall like challenge, weight balanced. Shoulders loose, eyes soft, not fixed. "Hello," he said. Fluffy snarled. Harry made a low sound in his chest, not dog language exactly. Dogs were not magical creatures in the same way Akamis were, but all social predators understood tone, breath, posture, rhythm. "I see you. I am not here for your food. I am not here for your territory. I know you are guarding. I know you are tired." Fluffy's left head snapped its jaws. The right head whined. The middle head watched Harry with wary irritation. 3 heads meant 3 responses in one body. Complicated, but not impossible. Hermione had brought the flute Hagrid had once used. She lifted it with trembling fingers. "Not yet," Harry whispered. Fluffy's paws shifted. Harry smelled the moment before escalation. Now Hermione began to play. The music was shaky at first, breathless. Human fear threaded through every note. But the melody was soft enough, repetitive enough. Fluffy's growl faltered. Harry joined with a lower rhythm, not melody but ground beneath it. The right head lowered first, then the left. The middle held out longest, eyes fixed on Harry as if personally offended by the idea of sleep. Harry did not look away, not challenge, witness. Finally, the middle head's eyelids drooped. Fluffy sank onto the floor. Ron whispered, "I will never complain about music lessons again." Hermione's hands shook so badly she almost dropped the flute. Harry approached the trapdoor. Before opening it, he looked back at Fluffy. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Ron frowned. "For what?" Harry did not answer. The trapdoor opened. They dropped into darkness. Devil's snare caught them. Ron panicked first. It was not his fault. The plant was cold, strong, and alive against the body. Vines wrapped his arms and chest, tightening with every struggle. Hermione gasped as tendrils coiled around her waist. Harry went still. The vines touched him, tightened once, then hesitated. Plant creature, defensive hunger response, movement triggered constriction. "Stop moving," Harry said. Ron's voice cracked. "It's choking me." "It will choke you faster if you fight." "Worst comfort ever." Hermione forced herself still first. Her breathing came fast but controlled. The vine around her arm slowed. Harry let his own body go heavy. He lowered his pulse deliberately, the way Newt had taught him near nervous hatchlings. The snare tightened once more, seeking resistance, found none, and loosened. "It responds to panic," Hermione said, voice strained. "Yes. Light repels it. Use light slowly. Don't shock it if you don't need to." Hermione blinked at him. "It's trying to strangle us. It is trying to eat under the rules it has." Ron wheezed. "I respect its culture. Light, please." Hermione cast the spell. Blue-white light bloomed from her wand. The plant recoiled. Harry felt its withdrawal like fear, not human fear. Plant fear. Simple, chemical, immediate. The vines released them. Ron fell hard onto the stone below. "I hate plants," he announced. Harry landed beside him. "No, you hate being eaten." "Very much, yes." The next chamber was filled with wings. Hundreds of keys circled beneath a high ceiling, bright and sharp, their metal bodies flashing in torchlight. At the far end stood a locked door. Beside it, 3 broomsticks waited. Hermione immediately scanned the door. "We need the right key." Ron looked up. "That's a lot of keys." Harry said nothing. He listened. The keys were enchanted objects, not creatures, but enchantment often borrowed creature logic when humans wanted things to move convincingly. Humans did this constantly. They copied birds without understanding birds. They copied snakes and called the result dark. They copied claws, teeth, wings, instincts, then acted surprised when the copied thing retained behavioral residue. Harry watched the flock. Most keys flew in agitation patterns, reacting to each other's movement. Some darted toward the door when anyone approached. Decoys likely, several had damaged wings. One large silver key flew with a dramatic limp near the center. Ron pointed. "That one, it's got a broken wing." "No," Harry said. Hermione paused. "Why not? It wants us to notice it." Ron stared. "It's a key. It is behaving like bait." Harry walked the edge of the room, head tilted. The flock shifted away from him, not fear. Enchantment response. He watched what they watched. The important member of a moving group was not always the loudest, brightest, weakest, or strongest. Often it was the one the rest of the group made space around without seeming to notice. There, a small bronze key near the ceiling, plain fast, no obvious damage. The other keys avoided crossing its path. Harry pointed. "That one." Ron squinted. "How can you tell?" "It is the only one the rest are protecting by ignoring." Hermione looked up sharply. "That actually makes sense." Ron climbed onto a broom. "I hate that that makes sense." The chase lasted less than 2 minutes. Ron was better on a broom than he usually claimed. Not graceful, perhaps, but instinctive. Harry directed from below, calling movement patterns while Hermione tracked the key's turns. Left high, now drop. It will turn before the wall, not after. Now Ron caught it, barely. He landed with a grin wide enough to split his face. "Did you see that?" "Yes," Hermione said, smiling despite herself. "Very good." Ron's ears went pink. Harry took the key gently. It trembled in his hand. Enchanted, not alive, he reminded himself. Still, he whispered, "Thank you." The lock opened. The chest chamber stopped them cold. Massive black and white pieces stood across a giant board. Their stone faces were blank. Their weapons were not. Ron stepped forward slowly. "It's chess." Harry walked along the edge of the board. The pieces did not move. He watched them. No breathing, no scent, no true intelligence. But there was motion potential inside them, held by rules. Ron's expression changed. For the first time all night, his fear organized into competence. "We have to play our way across." "No," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "What?" Harry continued walking the perimeter. Hermione frowned. "Harry, that is how chess works. For players." Ron stared. "Yes, that's generally the point of chess." Harry stepped onto the corner of the board. Every piece turned toward him. Ron made a strangled sound. "Harry!" Harry did not move into a square. He stood between lines. The pieces froze. Not entirely. Small movements, readiness, but no attack. Harry's voice was soft. "They only know how to respond to moves." Hermione's eyes widened. "Because the enchantment is bound to game logic." Harry nodded. Ron looked horrified. "You're cheating at chess by refusing to be a piece." "I am crossing a territory without accepting its classification system." "That is cheating with more words." Harry moved slowly along the lines between squares. The nearest knight's head followed him. Its sword arm twitched. Harry stopped. The knight stopped. No move made. No response permitted. Hermione exhaled. Ron whispered, "This is the most unsettling thing I've ever seen." They crossed one at a time, following Harry's path exactly halfway across. Ron slipped. His foot landed fully inside a square. The White Queen moved fast. Harry reacted before thought. The sound that came from him was not language, not beast tongue exactly, a command. No, a shock pulse. A sudden burst of territorial stillness projected outward. The Queen halted for half a second, only half, but Hermione yanked Ron backward out of the square. The Queen's stone blade cut through the empty air where he had been. Silence. Harry swayed, his vision blurred. Ron grabbed his arm. "Harry!" Harry pulled in a breath. Too much. Whatever he had done, it had not been aimed at a creature. The Queen was not alive. But the pressure had moved through Ron and Hermione too. He felt their fear spike and then flatten unnaturally for one terrible instant, as if his own calm had pressed down on them. He stepped back, shaken. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Hermione's hand was still gripping Ron's sleeve. "What was that?" "I don't know," Ron swallowed. "It felt like everything stopped being allowed to panic." Harry's stomach twisted. He had done that to them, not intentionally, not fully. But the power had reached human minds through a creature pathway, and for one moment he had overridden something that was not his to touch. Newt's voice echoed in memory. "Anything powerful must be understood before it is trusted." Harry nodded once. "Keep moving," he said, voice rough. They did. The room beyond held bottles and fire. Hermione solved the logic puzzle with fierce relief, as if grateful for a danger that finally obeyed written rules. Only one person could go forward, only one could go back. Ron was still pale from the chess room. Hermione's hands trembled when she handed Harry the correct bottle. "You don't have to be the one," she said. Harry looked toward the black flame ahead. The Scar listened. "Yes," he said, "I do." Ron stepped forward. "Harry, if I am wrong, go back and get help. And if you're right—" Harry looked at both of them. "If I'm right, do not follow." Hermione's eyes shone with fear and fury. "That is a terrible instruction." "Yes." Ron hugged him suddenly. Harry froze, then carefully hugged him back. Hermione did too, more awkwardly, nearly knocking the potion from his hand. Harry stood between them for one breath. Human friendship, he thought, was still confusing, but less unpleasant than before. He drank the potion. Cold moved through him, then he stepped through the fire. The final chamber was quiet. At its center stood a mirror. And in front of the mirror stood Quirrell. Harry stopped. Quirrell turned. For once, he did not stammer. "You," he said. The voice was his and not his. Harry's scar went cold again. Behind it, the sleeping thing stirred harder. Quirrell smiled with another creature's mouth. "I wondered when you would arrive." Harry looked at the mirror. He did not know what he had expected. A weapon, a creature, a door, not a mirror. Quirrell followed his gaze. "Do you know what it does?" "It shows wanting," Harry said. Quirrell's expression twitched. "Clever?" "No." "Observed?" "Look, then." Harry did not want to. That was why he did. The mirror took him, not physically. More gently than that. It opened a space in front of his eyes and filled it with the thing his heart reached for before thought could interfere. Harry saw the menagerie, not as it was, as it should be. Every habitat whole, every creature healthy. Marigold calm in her scrubland, the kelpie in black water beautiful and known, murtlaps surfacing in clean pools, bowtruckles filling the grove, akamis nesting above in silver coils. Newt stood beside Harry, writing in his field book, older perhaps, or perhaps only as Harry understood him. Beside Newt stood Harry himself, also writing, not famous, not watched, not chosen, continuing. That was the desire, not parents he had never known, not applause, not revenge, continuation, the living world understood and protected. Harry's throat tightened. Then something small and hard dropped into his pocket. He did not look down the stone. Quirrell's eyes sharpened. "What do you see?" Harry looked at the mirror. He could lie badly or tell a truth that concealed the relevant fact. "Home," he said. Quirrell's mouth curled. "Sentimental." "No." That seemed to irritate him. "Enough." Quirrell moved toward him. Harry stepped back. "Professor," he said softly, "are you still there?" Quirrell stopped. For 1 second, something terrified flickered behind his eyes. Then his body jerked. A voice spoke from behind the turban. "Do not waste time with the husk." Harry went cold all over. The turban unwrapped. Slowly, cloth slid away. Ron would have screamed. Hermione would have gone silent. Harry simply stared. There was a face on the back of Quirrell's head. Pale, ruined, red-eyed, not fully alive, not properly dead. A parasite with a human shape, clinging to another man's body and calling it power. The scar burned now. The thing inside Harry's scar woke, not completely, enough. Recognition tore through him. Source, it seemed to say without words. Home, return. Harry pressed both hands to his forehead. No. The face smiled. Harry Potter. The voice was high and cold and empty of ecology. "Come here." "No." Quirrell lunged. Harry dodged, but Quirrell caught his wrist. Pain exploded, not only in Harry and Quirrell. The professor screamed. His hand blistered where it touched Harry's skin. Harry stumbled backward, horrified. Quirrell stared at his own hand. The face behind him hissed, "Seize him!" Quirrell came again. Harry did not want to hurt him. That was the terrible part. Quirrell was guilty. Quirrell had brought the troll. Quirrell had served the thing behind his head. But Harry could still smell the trapped fear inside him. The weaker creature was still there, losing, maybe already lost. Harry backed toward the mirror. "I can feel you," Harry said. The red eyes narrowed. "Can you? Not like a person?" Voldemort's expression sharpened at the name Harry did not say. Like something cut off and kept alive wrong. For the first time, the face changed. Anger, true anger, not because Harry had insulted him, because Harry had recognized something he considered hidden. "You know nothing." "I know you are using him," I command him. "Yes," Harry said, "that is worse." Quirrell struck again. Harry grabbed his arm on instinct. The burning began. Quirrell screamed. Harry tried to let go. Quirrell's other hand clamped around his throat. Pain, panic, scar-fire, the stone heavy in his pocket, the soul fragment inside him straining toward its source. Harry felt the quarantine inside himself. Not as a wall exactly, as a living boundary, like bowtruckles around a damaged tree, like akamis around a nest. Like a body containing infection until treatment could be chosen. The fragment wanted out, Voldemort wanted in. Harry, 11 years old, hurting and terrified, made one clear decision: no one leaves or enters without permission. He held the boundary. Quirrell burned. Harry cried out too, because hurting another living thing hurt something in him even when survival required it. The chamber filled with shouting. Voldemort's voice became rage. Quirrell's became pain. Harry's world narrowed to skin, scar, breath, boundary. Then a new presence filled the room. Not Dumbledore exactly, power, old and controlled, moving fast. Quirrell was torn away. Harry hit the floor. The stone pressed against his hip. The last thing he saw before darkness took him was the ruined face twisting in fury as something thin and shadow-like fled the chamber. Not defeated. Not gone, separated for now. Harry woke to sunlight and the smell of hospital sheets. His hand was bandaged, his throat hurt, his scar was quiet, too quiet. Dumbledore sat beside the bed. Harry looked at him. Dumbledore smiled gently. "Good afternoon, Harry." Harry's first word was, "Quirrell." The smile faded. Dead. Harry closed his eyes. He had known. Still, "You are not responsible for what he chose," Dumbledore said. Harry opened his eyes again. "I am responsible for what I did." Dumbledore watched him over folded hands. Perhaps, but not all responsibility is guilt. Harry considered that. It sounded wise. It also sounded like something adults said when they wanted children to stop asking where pain had gone. "What was on him?" Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression grew older. "Lord Voldemort." The name settled between them. Harry did not flinch. "I know." Dumbledore looked surprised. Harry touched his scar lightly. "There is something in here that knows him." Silence, not ordinary silence. A door closing somewhere inside Dumbledore's face. Harry noticed. "Do you know what it is?" he asked. Dumbledore did not answer quickly enough. That was answer enough. "I have suspicions," Dumbledore said at last. Harry looked toward the window. Outside, a bird crossed the sky. "Newt says before you help a creature, you must understand what it is." "Yes," Dumbledore said softly. "That sounds like Newt. If there is something in me—" Harry said, "I want to understand it before anyone decides what to do with it." Dumbledore's eyes were sad. "I think that is fair." Harry turned back to him. "No," he said. "It is necessary." For the first time, Dumbledore did not reply. Ron and Hermione arrived an hour later. Ron looked like he had been awake for 2 days and pretending not to worry for both of them. Hermione looked furious, which Harry was beginning to understand meant frightened, relieved, and preparing to lecture someone. "You absolute idiot," she said. Ron nodded. "That's roughly what I said." Harry's throat hurt too much to argue. Hermione sat beside the bed and pulled out parchment. "I wrote down everything we remembered." Harry blinked. She lifted her chin. "Documentation matters." Ron dropped into the chair. "And I told her about the chess bit, the creepy calm thing." Harry looked down. "I'm sorry," Ron frowned, "for saving me. For making you stop feeling fear." Hermione's anger softened. "You didn't mean to." "That does not make it safe." "No," Hermione said. "It doesn't." Harry looked at her, surprised. She continued, "So we study it." Ron groaned. "Why is that always the answer?" "Because it works," Harry and Hermione said together. Ron stared between them. "I hate this friendship sometimes." But he was smiling. Later, after they left, Harry opened the package that had arrived from Newt. Inside was a letter and a small, worn field notebook. Not new. Newt's handwriting filled the first page. "Harry, your letter reached me too late for prevention and just in time for worry, which is often how letters behave when they feel most important. I am told you are alive. I am very glad." I am also told you acted without adequate adult support, which I shall object to once I have finished being glad you are alive. Regarding your description of Professor Quirrell. A body under occupation is still a body, and the occupied being must be considered separately from the occupying force. This does not mean you were wrong to defend yourself. It means grief and necessity may both be true. You will need room for both. Regarding the scar, we will not guess carelessly. We will observe. We will document. We will understand what we can before we act. I have enclosed an empty notebook. Use it only for scar observations. No school notes. No troll diagrams, no botanical complaints unless directly relevant. I am proud of you. I would be prouder if you wrote before entering forbidden underground chambers, but one works with the child one has. Newt Harry smiled despite his sore throat. On the first page of the new notebook, he wrote, Scar Observation Book. Then, under it, subject, unknown soul fragment or magical parasite connected to Voldemort. Current behavior, dormant after contact. During confrontation, attempted orientation toward source. Quarantine held under conscious refusal. Need to learn whether boundary is mine, accidental, creature empathic, protective magic, or all of these. He paused, then added Quirrell was two beings in conflict. The weaker one lost. Remember this. At the end of year feast, people celebrated. Gryffindor won the House Cup after Dumbledore awarded points for bravery, intelligence, loyalty, and the sort of rule-breaking adults pretended to discourage until it saved them trouble. Hufflepuff cheered Harry warmly, though some still seemed unsure whether he belonged to them or to the story growing around him. Harry belonged to neither. He belonged to the notes, to the questions, to the living things still misunderstood. When the feast ended, Draco Malfoy passed him in the corridor. For once, Draco did not sneer. He looked at Harry's bandaged hand, then at his scar, then away. "You're mad," Draco said. Harry considered him. "No," Draco's mouth tightened. "You went after the stone." "I went after the wrongness." "That's the same thing." "No," Harry said. "It isn't." Draco looked as though he wanted to argue but could not find a shape for it, so he left. Harry watched him go. Another creature burning energy on display because stillness would force him to feel what he was, not enemy, not friend, unresolved. At King's Cross, Newt was waiting. Harry saw him before Newt saw Harry, the old coat, the slightly bent posture, the suitcase at his feet. The attention turned not toward the crowd but through it, noticing owls overheating in cages and children standing too close to trolley wheels. Home, Harry thought. Then Newt looked up. His face changed, not dramatically enough. Harry walked faster. Newt did not ask for a report immediately. He hugged Harry first. Only after a long moment did he say quietly, "You are thinner." "Hospital food is not good." "I suspected as much." Sable bit a suit of armor. "I will require context." "It insulted Hufflepuff," Newt nodded gravely. "Understandable." Harry leaned against him for one brief second, then he stepped back. "I have notes." "I should hope so. A lot of notes. Good, and questions. Better." Newt picked up the suitcase. Together, they moved through the station crowd. Behind them, the wizarding world buzzed with rumors of the stone, Quirrell, Voldemort, and the boy who lived surviving yet again. Ahead of them waited the menagerie, the lower grove. The Murtlap pools, the Arcamies. The quiet desk where field notes became understanding. Harry touched his scar once as they walked. It did not answer, not yet. But now Harry knew there was something inside the silence, something sleeping, something contained, something that had recognized Voldemort. And one day Harry knew they would have to decide what to do with it. Not Dumbledore, not prophecy, not fear, they, Harry and Newt, with notebooks open, with patience, with honesty, with the minimum necessary force. And until that day came, Harry would do what he had always been taught to do. Observe the creature, understand the habitat, listen first. Chapter 6, The Basilisk and the Bond Parseltongue, Harry would come to understand over many years of thinking about it, was never a dark gift. It was simply the creature language of a creature that the wizarding world had decided to fear rather than study. Someone had decided to use that language as a weapon. That was not the language's fault. Harry spent the summer after first year learning how to listen to his scar. This was much harder than listening to creatures. Creatures wanted things: food, warmth, territory, shelter, mates, safety, distance, contact, recognition, escape. Even the dangerous ones made sense once Harry understood what world they believed they were living in. A kelpie wanted prey near water. An erumpent wanted its territory respected. A grafhorn wanted the storm to stop sounding wrong. Fluffy, trapped behind a forbidden door, had wanted routine, music, and space large enough for 3 heads to sleep without snapping at one another. The Scar wanted nothing. At least, nothing most of the time. That was the problem. It was not like an injury anymore. Not after Quirrell. Not after the red-eyed face on the back of another man's head. Not after the cold recognition that had passed through Harry's body when Voldemort's presence looked at him, and something inside the lightning-shaped wound had turned toward it like a young creature hearing its mother call. Harry hated that comparison. He wrote it down anyway. Newt had taught him not to discard ugly observations just because they offended the observer. So Harry and Newt spent long evenings at the desk above the menagerie, the new Scar notebook open between them. Newt did not panic. That helped more than Harry could explain. Dumbledore had looked sad and careful and full of doors he did not intend to open. Hermione had looked alarmed in a way she tried to turn into research. Ron had called Voldemort several rude things, which was comforting but not informative. Newt simply uncapped his ink and asked. When did it first respond? Harry told him, Quirrell. The cold, the stirring, the desire to return, Newt wrote without interrupting. When Harry finished, Newt tapped the quill lightly against the page. Then we begin with the most important fact. What? It did not leave. Harry looked at him. No. Did you restrain it deliberately? I refused. That is not quite the same thing, Harry frowned. It felt the same. Perhaps from inside. Newt's voice was gentle. But refusal may mean many things. A door can be locked by hand. It can also be swollen shut from rain. It can be held closed by someone on the other side, or it can be blocked by furniture no one remembers moving. Harry looked down at the Scar notebook, so we don't know what held it. Not yet. Harry hated those 2 words almost as much as he loved them. Not yet meant there was a path. Not yet meant ignorance was not failure. Not yet meant wait, watch, learn. They tested carefully, not with spells directly on the Scar. Newt refused that at once. No poking unknown magical parasites with sharp sticks. It's a wand. It is a sharp stick with opinions. So they observed indirectly. Harry recorded dreams, headaches, mood changes, reactions near cursed objects, injured creatures, old magical residue. Newt tracked patterns with the same seriousness he would give a new species. At no point did he call Harry cursed. At no point did he look at Harry as if there was something wrong with him. That mattered. The menagerie accepted Harry's return as if Hogwarts had been a temporary migration, and now the habitat could correct itself. The Occamies nested closer. The Murtlaps surfaced whenever he passed. Sable refused to leave his pocket for 3 days, apparently convinced that Hogwarts had been careless with its assigned human and should not be trusted again. Harry agreed privately. But the summer did not last. By late August, his trunk was packed again. Newt walked him to King's Cross with more notes, more emergency supplies, and one warning. Second years often become more confident than is good for them. Harry looked up. Is that about me? It is about 12-year-olds generally. Am I generally? No. Then is it about Ron? It is about 12-year-olds generally, including you, Ron, Hermione, and every child who survives one dangerous year and mistakes survival for mastery. Harry considered this. That is fair. Yes. Are you worried? Constantly. Harry leaned against him for half a second. I'll write. Before the underground chamber this time, if possible. Harry. I will try very hard before the underground chamber this time, Newt sighed. One works with the child one has. Harry smiled. The year began wrong, not spectacularly wrong. Hogwarts was rarely kind enough to announce danger all at once. It preferred small misalignments. The first was the new defense professor. Gilderoy Lockhart entered the school like a brightly colored bird that had mistaken attention for oxygen. He smiled too widely, spoke too loudly, and smelled of lavender, hair potion, expensive ink, and absolute self-satisfaction. Harry disliked him within 8 seconds. This was not personal. Well, not entirely. Lockhart had the behavioral profile of a creature that displayed constantly because no predator had ever tested whether the display had teeth behind it. He filled every room with himself. He touched students' shoulders without permission. He laughed at his own stories. He signed books as if autographs were a form of nutrition. He also kept trying to speak to Harry. This was unfortunate for both of them. "My dear boy," Lockhart said after the first defense lesson, one hand landing on Harry's shoulder before Harry could move away, "fame is a heavy burden. I know that better than anyone. If you ever need advice on managing public admiration," Harry looked at the hand. Lockhart did not remove it. Sable, hidden inside Harry's robe pocket, made a sound like a twig being sharpened. Harry said calmly, "If you do not remove your hand, my bowtruckle will interpret it as restraint." Lockhart laughed. Then Sable emerged. Lockhart removed his hand quickly. "Charming little fellow," he said, stepping back. "Quite charming." Sable clicked something extremely rude. Harry tucked him away. "Professor," Hermione said later in a tone of absolute horror, "you cannot threaten teachers with bowtruckles." "I warned him." "That is not better." Ron grinned. "It is a bit better." Hermione glared. Ron stopped grinning. The second wrongness was Ginny Weasley. Harry noticed because Ron did not. That was not Ron's fault. Families often failed to see changes inside their own territory because familiarity covered them like moss. Ginny was Ron's little sister. To Ron, she was embarrassment, temper, freckles, and the person who had once put porridge in his shoes. To Harry, she was a first-year entering Hogwarts with too much silence around her. At first, he thought it was shyness. She blushed when she saw him, dropped things, and fled conversations with the desperate speed of a small creature escaping bright light. But by October, her fear had changed. It was no longer directed outward. It was inward. She moved like someone listening to a voice no one else could hear. Her eyes sometimes lost focus at meals. Ink stained her fingers more often than homework required. She avoided Hermione, avoided Percy, avoided her brothers, avoided Harry most of all. Harry wrote, Ginny Weasley, first year, stress increasing. Sleep deprivation signs, ink residue frequent. Avoidance behavior not random, looks guilty without visible event. Possible bullying, magical object. Family pressure, observe carefully, do not corner. Then Mrs. Norris was petrified. The message on the wall changed the school's smell. Fear had a scent when it belonged to one person. A crowd's fear became weather. Students gathered in the corridor, pressing close despite wanting to be far away. Filch wailed over Mrs. Norris. Teachers moved sharply. The red writing on the wall gleamed wetly in torchlight. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd and looked at the cat. Mrs. Norris was stiff, eyes wide, body locked in impossible stillness, not dead, petrified. He could smell no blood. No tearing, no predatory feeding, no ordinary attack pattern. Something had passed through the corridor and left terror behind without contact. Harry's attention moved from the cat to the wall. Then lower, there, a smell, cold stone. Damp, snake musk so ancient it barely resembled living scent anymore, and something else, command. Harry did not know how he knew that smell, but he did. The scar remained quiet. That was almost worse. Draco Malfoy's voice cut through the crowd. You'll be next, mudbloods. The word landed like a thrown stone. Hermione went still. Ron surged forward. Harry caught his sleeve. Ron rounded on him, furious. Let go! No, Harry, he wants movement. Ron looked toward Draco. Draco's chin was raised, face pale with excitement and fear. Not true confidence. Display again. But uglier this time because the display had found an audience. Harry released Ron's sleeve slowly. Ron shook with anger but did not move. Hermione's face was blank, too blank. Harry did not understand the word fully yet, but he understood harm when the room reacted to it. What does it mean? He asked quietly. Ron's jaw tightened. Something filthy people say when they think Muggle-borns don't belong. Harry looked at Hermione. She was staring at the wall, not crying, not speaking, absorbing the strike. Harry turned back to Draco. For one moment, he imagined Draco as he had been on the train, status-anxious, performing confidence from a place of loneliness. Then he imagined the word as a tool placed into Draco's hand by adults who had sharpened it before he was born. A young creature using inherited venom, still venom. Harry said nothing. Not then, but he wrote it down. The school changed after that. Whispers hunted the corridors, the chamber, the air, Slytherin, Muggle-borns, monsters. Humans, Harry decided, were at their worst when frightened by a story. Stories gave fear a skeleton. Once fear had bones, people could hang cruelty on it and pretend the shape had always been there. The dueling club made everything worse. Lockhart announced it after the second attack, which petrified a student and deepened the panic into something almost organized. His stated goal was to teach students self-defense. Harry suspected his actual goal was to be seen teaching self-defense. Snape assisted. This improved the evening and worsened it. The great hall was cleared. Long tables vanished. A raised platform stretched down the middle. Students packed around it in buzzing groups. Harry stayed beside Ron and Hermione. "I don't like this," he said. Ron glanced at him. "You don't like most organized school activities." "This is different," Hermione nodded. "It does seem poorly supervised." Ron stared at her. "Snape is here." "That is not the same thing as supervised." Lockhart demonstrated first, or attempted to. Snape disarmed him so quickly that Harry almost smiled. Almost. Then students were paired, Harry with Draco, of course. Draco climbed onto the platform with his wand held too tightly. His eyes flicked toward the watching students, toward Snape, toward the Slytherins, toward Harry, still performing. But now the performance had teeth. Lockhart shouted instructions. Draco cast first. A spell Harry did not recognize struck the floor near his feet and exploded into smoke. Harry moved sideways, not back. Backing away from a posturing threat invited chase. Sideways changed the line. Harry raised his wand. He disliked the thing still. Less than before, but it remained a translation tool that preferred volume over nuance. "Expelliarmus," he said. The spell hit Draco's wand arm harder than intended. Draco spun and fell to one knee, wand skittering across the platform. The hall gasped. Harry lowered his wand immediately. Too much force again. Draco's face twisted. Humiliation. Pain. Audience pressure. Danger. Snape stepped forward, but Draco had already grabbed his wand. "Serpensortia?" A snake burst from Draco's wand and hit the platform with a heavy slap. Students screamed and stumbled backward. The snake rose. Harry's entire body settled, not fear, recognition. It was a black snake, perhaps 5 feet long, agitated by sudden creation, surrounded by noise, light, heat, and hundreds of moving bodies. Its head lifted, tongue flickering. It was not attacking. Not yet. It was trying to understand where ground ended and danger began. Justin Finch Fletchley stood too close. The snake turned toward him. Harry stepped between them. The sound that left his mouth was not one he had learned from Newt. It was not click, whistle, hum, or low percussion. It was a flowing hiss, shaped by tongue and breath in a way that felt both impossible and completely natural. "Easy, no strike. Too much noise, I see you." The snake froze, so did the hall. Harry barely noticed. The snake's head tilted. It answered. "Cold light, many feet, no burrow, who calls?" Harry's breath caught, not because the snake had spoken, because he understood. "I do," Harry hissed back. "There is no hunt here. Coil and wait." The snake lowered slightly. "Wizard made me, I know. Bad ground." "Yes, I want dark." Harry looked toward Snape without turning fully away from the snake. "Remove it," he said in English. Snape stared. For once, his expression had lost its precision. Then he flicked his wand. The snake vanished. Silence remained, not ordinary silence, fear silence. Every student in the room was staring at Harry. Ron looked shocked. Hermione looked pale but not afraid of him, afraid for him. Draco looked as if he had opened a door and found something behind it he had not known he was invoking. Then the whispers began. Parseltongue, he's a Parselmouth. The heir, Slytherin's heir. Harry looked around and understood slowly that he had crossed some invisible human boundary again. Ron grabbed his arm and dragged him from the platform before Lockhart could begin turning disaster into performance. Hermione followed. They did not stop until they reached an empty classroom. Ron shut the door, then turned. "You're a Parselmouth," Harry frowned. "Apparently. You didn't know—" "No," Hermione's voice was careful. "Harry, Parseltongue is associated with dark wizards, with Salazar Slytherin, with Voldemort." Harry stiffened, not because of the association, because of her tone. "Snakes are not dark," he said. "No, of course not. Languages are not dark." "I didn't say someone used the language to command a creature. That is not the language's fault." Hermione stopped. Ron rubbed the back of his neck. "Mate, nobody's saying snakes are evil." "Everyone is saying that." Ron opened his mouth, then closed it, because Harry was right, not logically, perhaps, not intentionally, but the whole sphere had not distinguished between language, speaker, creature, and myth. It had fused them together into one dangerous shape. Harry's hands curled. That snake was frightened. Hermione softened. "I know." "No," Harry said. "You don't." The words came sharper than he meant. Hermione flinched. Harry looked away. "I'm sorry." She folded her arms around herself. "It's all right." "It isn't." Ron sighed and leaned against a desk. "So now everyone thinks you're opening the chamber." "Yes." "You're not, right?" Harry looked at him. Ron raised both hands. "Had to ask." "No, good, brilliant, that's settled." Hermione paced once. "This changes things." "If the chamber monster is a snake." "It may be," Harry said. "Then you might be able to understand it." Harry's face went still. That thought had already occurred to him. It had arrived the moment the conjured snake answered, not as excitement, as dread. Because if he could understand the creature in the chamber, then he might be the first person in 1,000 years who could ask it why. The attacks continued. Justin was petrified. Nearly headless Nick, too. Then Penelope Clearwater. The school's fear hardened into suspicion. Harry found notes shoved into his bag. Some said monster, some said air. One said go back to your snakes. Sable shredded that one. Hufflepuff changed around him, not all at once. Hannah still sat near him, though she did so with visible courage now. Justin was petrified, and fear had made some Hufflepuffs unsure where loyalty ended and self-protection began. Ernie Macmillan formally accused Harry in the common room one evening, voice shaking with importance. Harry listened, then said, "If I were attacking people, I would not choose a method that draws attention to a language I only discovered publicly last week." Ernie paused. Several Hufflepuffs looked thoughtful. Harry added, "Also, I like Justin." Ernie went red. That ended the formal accusation, though not the fear. Draco, meanwhile, avoided Harry. This was new, not fully. He still sneered in public when surrounded by Slytherins, but the edge had changed. His insults landed from farther away. His eyes no longer held only contempt. There was uncertainty now. Harry found him one afternoon near the courtyard, standing alone beneath an arch. "Why did you make the snake?" Harry asked. Draco startled and spun. "Don't sneak up on people, Potter. I walked. You walk quietly." "Yes." Draco's jaw tightened. "It was a spell." "Why that spell?" "Because I could." "That is rarely the full reason." Draco looked away. Harry waited. At last Draco said, "Father said it was useful. Frightens people. Did it frighten you?" Draco's head snapped back. "No, lie, Harry did not say it. Instead he said, it frightened the snake." Draco stared at him. For 1 second, something like shame moved through his face. Then it disappeared behind family armor. "It was just a snake." Harry's voice cooled. "That sentence explains a great deal about your family." Draco went pale with anger, but he did not answer. Harry left him there. Winter became spring. Hermione was petrified in May. The world narrowed after that. Harry saw her in the hospital wing, frozen with one hand still curled as if gripping something. Her eyes were wide. Madame Pomfrey would not allow them to stay long, but Harry noticed the torn paper in Hermione's stiff hand before anyone else did. Ron noticed Harry noticing. Later, under the invisibility cloak, they retrieved it, a page from a library book. Basilisk, King of Serpents, kills by direct gaze. petrifies through indirect gaze. Spiders flee before it. Roosters fatal. Pipes. Harry read the page 3 times, then sat back. "Oh," he said. Ron's voice was hollow. "A basilisk. There's a basilisk in the school." "Yes." "That's bad, Harry." "Yes. You're doing the calm thing again." "No. I am doing the not screaming thing." Ron looked at him. Harry looked at the page. A basilisk. A snake, yes, but not merely a snake. Ancient, huge, powerful, long-lived beyond ordinary creature scale, one that had survived inside the school for 1,000 years. No, not survived, been kept, used. Commanded, the thought made Harry cold. The chamber monster was not roaming because it wanted territory. It was being directed. By whom? The answer came with Ginny's empty seat. Harry stood so fast Ron flinched. "What?" "Ginny." Ron's face changed. They ran. The message on the wall confirmed it. "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." Ron made a sound Harry had never heard from him before. Not panic, not anger, family terror. Teachers gathered. Lockhart blustered. Plans failed before they formed. The adults were frightened enough to become procedural. Harry and Ron moved. Not because they were wiser than adults, because they had the line, Hermione's note. The pipes. Moaning Myrtle. Ginny and Harry had Parseltongue. The entrance was in the girls' bathroom. Myrtle hovered near the sinks, delighted and offended by the attention. Harry found the tiny snake engraved on the tap. It was old, worn nearly smooth. Waiting, he leaned close for a moment. The language did not come. Then he thought of the conjured snake. Cold light. Many feet. No burrow. He thought of a creature beneath the school, spoken to only by commands. He hissed, "Open." The sink moved. Ron whispered, "I hate how useful that was." Lockhart tried to run. Ron stopped him, mostly through outrage and an impressive amount of shouting. They entered the pipe together. Harry, Ron, and Lockhart, whose competence lasted approximately 12 seconds. The descent was wet, dark, and foul-smelling. At the bottom, bones littered the floor, small ones, old ones, rats mostly. Harry crouched and touched one. "No recent feeding," he said. Ron looked sick. "Is that good?" "It means the basilisk does not hunt freely." "How is that good?" "It means it's controlled." Ron swallowed. "Harry, sometimes your good news is terrible." Lockhart seized Ron's broken wand. The memory charm backfired. The ceiling collapsed. When the dust settled, Ron and Lockhart were trapped on one side. Harry was alone on the other. Ron shouted through the stones, voice cracking. "Harry, I'm going on." "No, you're bloody not. There isn't time." Harry closed his eyes briefly. "I'll bring her back." He did not promise more than he could hold. Then he walked toward the chamber. The door opened to Parseltongue. The chamber of secrets was vast, cold, and wet with ancient darkness. Pillars rose like stone trees. Serpent carvings lined the walls. At the far end stood a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin, old face carved with arrogance and certainty. Ginny lay at its feet, small, too still. Beside her stood a boy Harry had never met but recognized in the way one recognizes a venomous thing from markings alone. Tom Riddle, memory, not ghost, not human. Something preserved. Harry's scar remained quiet, but the boundary inside him tightened. Riddle smiled. "You're Harry Potter." Harry knelt beside Ginny. Her pulse was weak. "Give her back." Riddle's smile widened. "She's not yours to command." "No," Harry said. "She's not yours either." For a moment the smile thinned. Riddle talked. Villains, Harry would later decide, often did this when they believed the room belonged to them. Tom Riddle explained the diary. Ginny, the attacks, the chamber, Voldemort. His name rearranged in the air like a trick performed for applause. Harry listened only enough to understand the structure. Diary drains Ginny, memory grows stronger. Basilisk obeys Riddle. Riddle is Voldemort before the body, a preserved piece. A soul fragment, Harry thought, not like the scar exactly. This one was active, hungry, feeding through ink and trust and loneliness. A parasite with handwriting. Riddle raised Harry's wand. "Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter." Harry looked at him. "No." Riddle blinked. Harry stood. "I'm not here to match you." Anger flickered. Before Riddle could answer, music filled the chamber. Phoenix song. Fawkes descended in a burst of red and gold, carrying the Sorting Hat. Harry felt the chamber shift, not physically, ecologically. A new creature had entered, ancient, bright, impossible to command. Fawkes dropped the hat at Harry's feet and circled above him, Riddle's face twisted. Kill him. The statue's mouth opened. The basilisk emerged. Harry had known it would be large. Knowing did not matter. The basilisk poured from the statue like living shadow, enormous body sliding over stone, scales dark and green-black, head broad, fangs long as knives. Its eyes were closed now because Fawkes dove instantly, talons bright, song turning sharp as fire. The phoenix struck. The basilisk screamed, not roared, screamed. Harry understood it. Pain, light, command, hunger, dark, obey. The sound broke something in him. Fawkes blinded it. The basilisk thrashed, striking pillars, stone cracking under its weight. Harry did not attack, he hissed. Stop. The basilisk froze, not fully, but enough that its head turned toward him, blind eyes bleeding silver-dark fluid. Riddle shouted, "Kill him!" The basilisk convulsed. Command struck through it like a chain yanked tight. It lunged. Harry rolled behind a pillar. Stone exploded. He hissed again, louder, not commanding, pleading. "Can you hear me?" The basilisk's head swung. Its tongue flicked. For one impossible second, beneath Riddle's command, beneath pain, beneath centuries of darkness, something answered. Voice. Harry pressed his back to the pillar. "Yes, I am Voice, not Master. Voice." The basilisk shuddered. "Master calls. He is not your only sound." A pause. Long enough for hope to hurt. "Dark," the basilisk hissed. "Always dark. Sleep, call, kill, sleep, call, kill." Harry's throat tightened. "What do you want?" The chamber went still around the question. The basilisk did not know how to answer. That was the horror, not that it wanted death. That wanting had been taken from it so long ago that the shape of choice no longer fit. Riddle's face changed. He understood, perhaps, that Harry was not fighting the creature as expected. "Do not listen to him," Riddle snapped in Parseltongue, the words sharp and cold. "Kill." Harry felt the difference instantly. Riddle's Parseltongue was flawless in pronunciation and empty in relation. It did not reach, it struck. It turned language into a leash. The basilisk screamed again and lunged. Harry ran. The sorting hat lay near his feet. He seized it blindly and reached inside. His hand closed around a sword, silver, heavy. Goblin-made, a weapon. He hated that he needed it. The basilisk struck. Harry moved under the head, not away. Newt had taught him that large, striking creatures often committed forward. The safest place, if one could survive getting there, was inside the expected arc. The fang pierced his arm. Pain flashed white. Harry drove the sword upward with both hands, not wild, not heroic, anatomical. The killing point, the basilisk convulsed. Its body struck the floor hard enough to throw Harry sideways. He landed near Ginny, sword clattering from his hand. The basilisk's head fell close to him. Its breath rattled. Harry crawled toward it. Riddle was shouting something, but Harry could not hear him properly over the venom burning in his blood. The basilisk's ruined face turned slightly. Harry hissed, voice breaking, "I'm sorry." The answer came faintly, voice. Then nothing. Harry bowed his head. Fawkes landed beside him. Phoenix tears fell onto the wound, hot and bright, drawing the venom back from the edge of death. Harry gasped. The world returned in pieces, Ginny fading, Riddle laughing, the diary in his hand, the basilisk fang lying broken nearby. Harry understood then. The diary was not a book. It was a container for a piece of a person that had been cut away and forced to persist unnaturally. A soul fragment, active, feeding, possessing, a damaged organ pretending to be a whole body. Harry had seen enough injured creatures to know that sometimes healing required removal. He took the fang. Riddle's smile vanished. "No," Harry looked at him. "You used her," he said. Riddle stepped back. "You used the basilisk." The diary pulsed. "You used language as a cage." Riddle's face twisted with rage. Harry drove the fang into the diary. Ink exploded, black, screaming, unnatural. Riddle came apart, not like a creature dying, like a spell losing the lie that held it together. The chamber shook. Then silence fell. Ginny woke with a gasp. Harry dropped the diary and caught her before she could hit the stone. She sobbed into his robes. "I didn't mean to. I didn't know. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Harry held her carefully. I know. I killed. No. I let it out. No. It talked to me, and I thought. Harry pulled back enough to look at her. You were lonely. It fed on that. That is not the same as choosing freely. Ginny cried harder. Harry did not tell her it was all right. It was not all right. The basilisk was dead. People had been hurt. A piece of Voldemort had nearly returned through a child's trust, but Ginny was alive. That mattered. Fawkes carried them out. Ron shouted himself hoarse when he saw Ginny. Lockhart smiled vaguely and asked whether anyone had seen his shoes. Harry sat on the wet stone floor with Ginny clinging to Ron and stared at the blood-dark basilisk fang still in his hand. Ron noticed. Harry! I couldn't save it. Ron's face tightened with grief and frustration. The basilisk. Harry nodded. Ron sat beside him. For once he did not joke. It would have killed you. Yes, and Ginny? Yes, and maybe everyone. Yes, Ron swallowed. Still hurts. Harry closed his hand around the fang. Yes. Ron nodded slowly. Then I'm sorry too. That helped, more than Harry expected. Dumbledore's office smelled of lemon drops, phoenix ash, old books, and withheld information. Ginny sat wrapped in a blanket. Ron hovered near her like a guard dog. Harry stood with the ruined diary on the desk. Dumbledore listened. Properly, this time, Harry told him about the voice in the walls. The basilisk, the diary, Riddle, Ginny, Parseltongue, the difference between command and conversation. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long time. Then he said, You spoke to the basilisk? Yes, and it answered. For a moment, Dumbledore's eyes moved to the diary. What did it say? Harry looked down. That it slept, was cold, killed, and slept again. Ginny made a small sound. Ron's hand tightened on her shoulder. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were very old. I am sorry, he said quietly. Harry did not know who he was apologizing to. Perhaps all of them. Perhaps the basilisk too. Harry touched the diary. This was like the thing in my scar. Dumbledore went still. Not the same, Harry continued. This one was active, feeding. It used Ginny. Mine does not do that. As far as we know, Dumbledore said softly. Harry looked at him. Yes, he said, as far as we know. That answer seemed to strike Dumbledore harder than accusation would have. Harry continued, but when I destroyed it, I understood something. A soul fragment is not a creature, but it behaves like a trapped thing, wrongly alive, cut off. Trying to continue, Dumbledore studied him. You pity it? No. Harry thought of Riddle's smile, Quirrell's burning hands, Ginny's tears, the basilisk's last word. I want to understand it. That is not the same. Dumbledore nodded slowly. No, he said. It is not. Lucius Malfoy came before the day ended. Harry saw the diary change him, not visibly to everyone. Lucius was too trained for that, but his sense sharpened when he saw the ruined book. His cane hand tightened. His eyes flicked to Ginny, then to Harry. Guilt? No. Calculation. Harry stepped between Lucius and Ginny. Draco stood slightly behind his father, pale and silent. Harry looked at him too. Draco would not meet his eyes. Dumbledore handled the conversation with smiling blades. Lucius left with anger hidden under silk. Draco followed. At the door, he looked back once, not at Harry, at Ginny. His expression was unreadable. But Harry, watching carefully, thought he saw fear, not fear of the basilisk, fear of the fact that objects handed down by fathers could contain monsters. That, Harry thought, was a useful fear. When Hermione woke, she demanded the full report before Madame Pomfrey allowed her to sit upright. Harry gave it. Ron interrupted constantly. Ginny cried once. Hermione took notes with shaking hands. When Harry described the basilisk, her quill slowed. You tried to ask it what it wanted? Yes. Her eyes softened. Oh, Harry, it didn't know. Hermione stopped writing. Harry looked at the hospital window. That was the worst part. Nobody answered. There was nothing to say that would not make it smaller. At the end of term, Harry returned to the menagerie with 3 new notebooks, one basilisk fang carefully wrapped and sealed, and a silence inside him that had not been there before. Newt read every note, not quickly, not like a frightened parent searching for reassurance. Like a magizoologist honoring the seriousness of a field record, when he finished, he removed his spectacles and rubbed his eyes. I am sorry, he said. Harry sat across from him. So was I. No, Newt said gently. I mean, I am sorry you had to learn this lesson so young." Harry knew which lesson. Sometimes understanding did not save the creature. Sometimes the minimum necessary force was still fatal. Sometimes mercy and violence stood so close together that the hand could not tell them apart until afterward. Newt opened a fresh page in his own notebook. "What do we know?" Harry breathed in. The work helped. The diary was a soul fragment. It behaved differently from the scar. It fed through emotional vulnerability and written exchange it could possess. It commanded the basilisk through Parseltongue. Newt wrote, "The basilisk was not acting autonomously," Harry continued. "Or not fully. It had command patterns embedded so deeply they felt like instinct. I reached something underneath, but not enough to undo it." Newt's quill paused. Harry looked at him. "You reached it at all?" Harry said nothing. Newt's voice softened further. "After 1,000 years of no one trying." Harry looked down at his hands. The basilisk's last word had followed him into dreams. Voice, not master, voice. Newt resumed writing. "And Parseltongue?" Harry swallowed. "It is a language, a real one, not dark, not good. It changes depending on speaker intent. Riddle's version was command-based. Mine is conversational. Important distinction." "Yes, very important." Harry leaned back. "The wizarding world will not like it." "No," Newt said. "It rarely likes anything that complicates its categories. Snakes are not evil." "No." "Basilisks are not evil." "No." "Voldemort is." Newt's quill stopped. Harry looked at him steadily. "That is different," Harry said. "He chooses domination when other choices exist. The basilisk did not. Ginny did not. The diary wanted to become him again. Voldemort wants everything to be an instrument. That is evil." Newt was quiet for a long moment. Then he wrote that down too. That night Harry went to the Occamy tier alone. The silver creatures shifted around him, warm and protective. Sable sat in his pocket, unusually silent. Harry touched his scar. The thing inside remained quiet. But now Harry understood more. The diary had been a soul fragment turned outward, hungry and active. The scar was a soul fragment turned inward, contained and sleeping. Not safe, contained. There was a difference. Harry opened the scar notebook and wrote by silver light, "Diary Horcrux destroyed by basilisk fang." Active fragment displayed predatory continuation behavior. Scar fragment did not respond during chamber events. Possible quarantine remains intact. Need determine whether fragment can be addressed without killing host. Need determine whether fragment has awareness. Need determine whether it can be released by choice rather than rupture. He paused. Then, after a long time, added, "Parseltongue is not a curse. It is a bridge. Voldemort uses bridges as chains. I must not." Above him, an Occamy lowered its head until its silver brow rested lightly against his shoulder. Harry closed the notebook. For the first time since the chamber, he cried, not loudly, not for himself alone, for Ginny, for the basilisk. For the 1,000 years of darkness beneath a school full of children. For every creature called monster because no one had bothered to ask whether it had ever been given a choice. The menagerie breathed around him. It did not fix anything. It did not need to. It only witnessed. And sometimes, Harry was learning, being witnessed was the first mercy any living thing received. Chapter 7, The Scar as a Creature Bond. Newt had always said, before you can help a creature, you must understand what it is. What it needs, what it fears, what it has been through. Harry finally understood what his scar was. It was not a wound. It was not a curse mark. It was a tether to something that wanted to go home. The question was whether he was going to let it. Third year began with a creature being sentenced by paperwork. Harry found this offensive on a structural level. Buckbeak was a hippogriff, proud, sharp-eyed, storm-gray, and entirely clear in his own etiquette. Bow first. Wait. Do not approach unless invited. Do not insult. Do not crowd. Do not assume that feathers meant softness or that intelligence meant patience. In Harry's opinion, this made Buckbeak easier to understand than half the Wisengamot. Unfortunately, Draco Malfoy disagreed. The lesson began well enough. Hagrid, newly appointed care of magical creatures professor, trembled with hope and nervousness. Harry could smell both from 10 feet away. Hagrid wanted the class to love the hippogriffs because he loved them, and because love made him generous, he forgot that most children needed fear translated before they could respect it. Harry stepped forward first. He bowed. Buckbeak watched him. The space between them became clear, not empty. Clear, a question crossed it. Harry answered with stillness. Buckbeak bowed back. Only then did Harry approach. The feathers beneath his hand were warm and layered, each one lying with purpose over muscle and bone. Buckbeak smelled of clean hay, wind, raw meat, and proud irritation at being treated as a lesson. Harry liked him immediately. "Beautiful," Harry whispered. Buckbeak clicked his beak softly, accepting the obvious. Then Draco stepped forward. He bowed too quickly, too shallow. Not because he meant harm. That was the tragedy of it. Draco did not understand that performance without respect was worse than ignorance. He had seen Harry succeed and wanted the visible result, not the invisible exchange that made it possible. Buckbeak allowed him near. Barely. Then Draco spoke. "You're not dangerous at all, are you, you ugly great brute?" The enclosure went silent. Harry moved before Buckbeak did, not fast enough. Buckbeak struck. Draco screamed. Blood hit the grass. The class erupted. Hagrid panicked. Students scattered. Draco clutched his arm as if it had been torn off rather than cut. Harry dropped beside him, wand out, but not pointed at Buckbeak. "Stay still," he said. Draco's face was white with pain and shock. "It attacked me. You insulted him." "I didn't mean—" "It doesn't matter what you meant if the action meant threat." Draco stared at him, trembling. For once, Harry saw through every layer, not Malfoy heir, not Slytherin, not rival. Just a frightened 13-year-old boy who had been raised to believe status was armor and had discovered, in one flash of claw and blood, that creatures did not care about family names. Harry wrapped the wound quickly. "Pressure here." Draco obeyed. That mattered. Later, the adults turned the incident into a case. A hearing, a punishment, a political object. Lucius Malfoy turned his son's injury into a weapon. The ministry turned uncertainty into procedure. The school turned discomfort into distance. Hagrid cried into a tea towel and blamed himself. Harry wrote a field report, not a school essay, a real one. Subject: Hippogriff defensive strike following etiquette violation. Species: Hippogriff individual Buckbeak. Context: classroom demonstration, high student density, handler emotionally invested and therefore less precise. Trigger: verbal insult combined with insufficient bow depth and premature approach. Response: single controlled strike. No pursuit, no repeated mauling, indicates defensive correction, not predatory aggression. Conclusion: Buckbeak's behavior falls within documented hippogriff etiquette enforcement boundaries. Execution would be unjust and biologically ignorant. Hermione helped organize the references. Ron added, also Malfoy was being a git, which Hermione removed from the final draft, but admitted privately was emotionally relevant. Harry sent the report to Dumbledore, the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, Newt, and 3 magical creature advocates Newt recommended. It did not save Buckbeak immediately. That was Harry's first lesson in the cruelty of systems. Truth was not enough if the room had been designed not to hear it, but Dumbledore read the report properly. Harry knew because the headmaster called him to his office 3 days later and asked questions that showed he had not merely skimmed the words. "You believe the strike was restrained?" "Yes. Despite Mr. Malfoy's injury?" "Especially because of it. Buckbeak could have killed him." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "And did not?" "Yes." Harry paused, then added, "Creatures are often blamed for choosing less violence than humans would have chosen in their place." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. "I will remember that sentence," he said softly. Years later, Harry would realize that this was the first time Dumbledore stopped looking at him only as the center of a prophecy, and began looking at him as a researcher. It did not make them close, but it changed the habitat between them. 4th year brought dragons. Harry knew about the Triwizard Tournament before his name came out of the goblet because the castle's behavior changed weeks earlier. Foreign students arrived. New scent patterns entered the corridors. Durmstrang moved like a disciplined pack, all cold water and iron posture. Bow-battens moved like migrating birds, elegant, clustered, observant beneath beauty. Teachers spoke in corners. The house elves doubled pastry production, which Hufflepuff interpreted as a good sign and Harry interpreted as stress baking. Then the goblet chose him. The hall roared. Harry stared at his name in Dumbledore's hand. Ron's face changed in a way that hurt worse than the shouting, not betrayal first, injury. A young creature watching its bonded companion cross an invisible line into territory it could not follow and deciding, wrongly, that it had been left behind on purpose. Harry tried to explain. Ron did not listen. For weeks, Ron's absence became an ache in Harry's daily map. Hermione stayed. Angrily, loyally, with books. "You didn't put your name in," she said, dropping 3 volumes on defensive magic onto the table. "No, then someone else did." "Yes, which means this is not a competition, it is a trap." Harry looked up. Hermione's eyes were bright and hard. "Good," he said. She blinked. "Good, you are seeing the habitat. I am seeing attempted murder. Same thing in this case." The first task proved her right, dragons. Harry stood at the entrance to the arena and smelled heat, iron chains, scorched earth, and maternal rage. Not territorial rage, maternal. That distinction mattered. The Hungarian horntail was not guarding gold because humans found gold symbolically useful. She was guarding a clutch. Eggs. Future. Continuation. The golden egg Harry needed had been placed among them like an insult. When he entered the arena, the crowd screamed. The horntail turned. Her black scales caught the light like armor. Spines rose along her back. Her tail lashed once, carving a line in the dirt. Harry did not draw his wand. The crowd quieted unevenly. He moved sideways, not toward the eggs around them, wide circle. Slow pace, no direct line. No sudden motion. Eyes lowered from direct challenge, but attention fixed on the whole body. The horntail's head followed him. She expected a thief, a challenger, a threat. Harry gave her neither. He clicked his tongue softly, then shifted into the deep chest vibration he had used years ago with the Graphorn, adjusted for scale, distance, and heat. Not calm. No dragon mother surrounded by shouting humans would become calm. But perhaps she could become less certain he was an immediate threat. The horntail exhaled smoke. Harry stopped. The golden egg lay at the clutch's outer edge, close enough to take, still too close. Harry raised both hands, empty, then he spoke. Not a dragon language. He did not know dragon language, not truly, but posture was older than vocabulary. Breath was older than words. "I am not here for yours," he said softly. "Only the wrong one." The horntail growled. Harry lowered himself slowly to one knee. The crowd had gone silent now. Even the judges leaned forward. The dragon shifted, placing more of her body between Harry and the clutch. Good, she was thinking, assessing, not striking. Harry moved another foot sideways. The horntail's tail came down like a whip. Harry rolled beneath the arc, felt heat scrape over his robes, and came up still outside direct clutch line. No wand, no attack, no theft. A negotiation with teeth. 4 minutes passed, then 5. At last, the horntail lowered her head by 1 inch, not permission, tolerance. Harry moved toward the edge of the clutch, slow enough that every muscle in his body screamed at him to hurry, and every lesson Newt had ever taught him told him not to. His fingers closed around the golden egg. The horntail hissed. Harry withdrew immediately, no triumph, no raised hands, no smile for the crowd. He backed away until the dragon turned fully back to her real eggs. Only then did he breathe. The judges did not know how to score it. Ron apologized that night, awkwardly, badly, with too many pauses and not enough eye contact. Harry listened. Ron finished with, "I was jealous and stupid, and I thought you'd gone off being famous without me." Harry said, "I do not know how to be famous." Ron laughed once miserably. "Yeah, I noticed." Harry looked at him. "You were afraid of being left outside the territory." Ron blinked, then his face crumpled slightly. "Maybe," Harry nodded. "I was also afraid." Ron looked up. Harry said, "The dragon was very large." Ron laughed properly then, the habitat repaired. The lake task was easier. Not because it was less dangerous, because water creatures were generally more honest than tournament organizers. Harry entered the Black Lake with gillyweed and a plan Hermione called reckless diplomacy, and Ron called asking murder fish for directions. The Grindylows swarmed him almost immediately, long fingers, green teeth. Territorial outrage. Harry did not fight first. He turned his body sideways in the water, reducing threat shape, and produced the closest approximation of their clicking throat rhythm he could manage underwater. The first response was a bite. This was discouraging but not unexpected. The second response was curiosity. The third was negotiation. The Grindylows did not like humans. Reasonable. Humans disturbed lake margins, threw things into water, and screamed when grabbed despite entering territory without invitation. Harry explained badly that he sought captives. The Grindylows argued among themselves. One tugged his sleeve hard enough to bruise. Another pointed, not out of kindness. In exchange, Harry promised documentation of their nesting beds and a formal complaint about student waste near the shallows. Whether they understood the concept of formal complaint was unclear. They understood promise. That was enough. The maze was the task that frightened Harry most. Not before entering, after, because the maze did not behave like a creature. It behaved like a human mind pretending to understand danger. Its threats were assembled, enchanted, placed. They did not have hunger, territory, grief, instinct, or environmental logic. They had purpose without life. Traps, jinxes, false turns, fear shapes. Harry's instincts misfired again and again. A blast-ended scroot was understandable. The Imperious-like haze in one corridor was not. A sphinx was understandable. The cup was not. Cedric Diggory was understandable. His death was not. One moment, Cedric stood beside Harry in a graveyard, wand raised, confused but alive. The next, green light struck him. He fell. No warning, no negotiation, no territorial claim, no predation, no need, only removal. Harry's mind rejected it. Creatures killed for reasons. Terrible reasons sometimes. Hunger, defense, fear, competition, survival. Even cruelty in animals was usually misread practice, stress, or play twisted by captivity. This was not that. This was a command given because someone living was inconvenient. Cedric became still on the grass. Harry stared. The world after that came in pieces. A cauldron, bones, blood, a body returning, red eyes, Voldemort reborn. And through it all, the scar screaming with recognition while the soul fragment inside it strained against quarantine like a trapped thing hearing its source call from across the dark. Return. Return, return. Harry held it not fully consciously, not elegantly. He held it the way he had held his ground before the Graphorn, before the Troll, before the Basilisk. No movement without understanding, no release without permission. No, Voldemort spoke, mocked, dueled. Forced spectacle around murder, because spectacle was how domination explained itself. Harry survived because his parents' wand and Voldemort's wand connected in a way Dumbledore later called priori incantatem. Harry did not care what it was called. He cared that Cedric's echo told him to take his body back, so Harry did. That became the category Voldemort gave him, not predator, not rival, not even monster, something worse. A being who killed without ecological necessity, pure domination. A will that wanted the world to become instrument. Harry came back with Cedric's body and learned that grief in crowds was louder than any dragon. Fifth year made the scar into a battlefield. The Ministry denied Voldemort's return. Dolores Umbridge entered Hogwarts in pink wool and smiling poison. Harry had known dangerous creatures disguised as harmless things. The Kelpie had taught him that beauty could be bait. Umbridge taught him that politeness could be a cage. She did not smell frightened. That was what made her different from Quirrell. She smelled pleased. When she forced Harry to carve words into his own hand, the pain was not the worst part. The worst part was her satisfaction. "I must not tell lies," the blood wrote. Harry watched the letters cut themselves into skin and thought of the basilisk. Language used as restraint. Language used as punishment. Language as a leash. He did not scream. That seemed to disappoint her. The scar reacted more often that year. Voldemort's moods bled through in flashes. Anger, triumph, pain, hunger, but not hunger for food, hunger for control, for possession, for things hidden and forbidden and owned. Harry began a clumsy with Snape. It went badly, not because Harry could not defend his mind, because Snape's method was invasion. "Clear your mind," Snape snapped. Harry, exhausted and angry, replied, "That is not an instruction. That is a desired outcome." Snape's face went still. Their lessons became battles neither of them won, but they did teach Harry something. The scar connection was not only a wound, it was a bond, a terrible one, a forced one, but bond was the right word. The soul fragment inside Harry did not behave like the diary. It did not feed outward. It did not whisper. It did not command. It responded to Voldemort's nearness, to strong emotion, to certain kinds of dark magic, to Nagini. The first time Harry touched Nagini's mind, he woke vomiting. Not because she was evil, because she was crowded snake. Woman, no, not quite. Something lost before Harry could name it, Horcrux. Voldemort's attention wrapped around her like cold iron, and beneath all of it, old animal grief. Harry wrote Nagini, not merely snake, awareness layered and damaged. Carries Voldemort fragment, connection through scar possible but dangerous. She responds to Parseltongue beneath command layer, very faint, must not force. Forcing would repeat harm. Sirius died that year. A veil, a spell, a fall, another death without animal logic. Harry grieved differently than people expected. He did not break furniture in public. He did not shout until his throat tore. He went silent. Then he wrote down everything he remembered about Sirius's laugh, posture, hands, impatience, loyalty, recklessness, and the way he had wanted family so badly that wanting had sometimes made him careless. Ron found him in the owlery at dawn. "You writing about him?" Ron asked. "Yes." "Why?" "So he does not become only how he died." Ron sat beside him. After a while he said, "Put that he was rubbish at sitting still." Harry wrote it down. 6th year was when Harry finally brought the scar theory to Newt. He did it in summer at the desk above the menagerie, with 3 notebooks stacked beside him and the basilisk fangs sealed in a glass case nearby. Newt was older now, not old in mind. Never that, but his hands had more tremor after long writing. His knees disliked stairs. His hair had gone fully white. He still descended into the menagerie every morning before breakfast, because the day, in his opinion, had no right to begin before one checked on the living beings depending on one's care. Harry laid out the evidence. Diary Horcrux. Active, feeding, possessive. Nagini, living vessel, layered awareness, command-bound, scar fragment. Dormant, contained, responsive to Voldemort but not autonomous. His own empathic magic. Active since infancy, capable of establishing territorial calm, possibly extended inward around the soul fragment before he had words. Conclusion. The fragment in Harry's scar had been quarantined by the same creature empathic system that let him stabilize distressed magical beings. Not destroyed, not absorbed, contained. Newt listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the room was very quiet. Below them, a murtlap splashed softly. Newt removed his spectacles. For a moment, Harry saw the fear, not panic. Fear. A father's fear, old and deep, held in both hands so it would not spill onto the child. Then Newt put his spectacles back on and reached for his field notebook. "Well," he said. Harry waited. Newt opened to a fresh page. "We'll need to understand its behavior before we do anything about it." Harry's chest tightened. He had not known until that moment how badly he needed that answer. Not horror, not prophecy, not noble sacrifice. A notebook, a method, a shared problem. Newt wrote at the top of the page, Horcrux Behavioral Assessment Preliminary Observations. Then he looked up. Start from the beginning. So Harry did. Together they built a taxonomy, not perfect, not complete, but enough. A Horcrux fragment wanted continuity, it wanted source. It responded to damage, proximity, and identity. The scar fragment lacked a proper vessel structure because it had entered accidentally, violently, and into a living child already protected by sacrificial magic and, perhaps more importantly, by an unconscious empathic containment system. "It may not know how to leave," Harry said. Newt's quill paused. "Or it may know only one way. Death." "Yes." Harry looked at the scar notebook. Then we find another way. Newt did not say impossible. Newt rarely did. He said, we find out whether another way exists. That year, Harry began speaking to Nagini deliberately, not often, not safely, never for long. The connection came through dreams, scar pain, Voldemort's moments of distraction. Harry learned to wait at the edge of the bond, not pushing, not calling in command, only placing a thread of Parseltongue into the dark. I hear you. At first, nothing, then once a hiss, not master. Harry woke shaking. He wrote it down. Weeks later, cold man, red eyes, name hurts. Then, was other. Harry did not know what that meant. He did not ask too quickly. Newt had taught him that injured creatures often gave truth in fragments because whole truth hurt to carry, so Harry witnessed. He told her, when he could, simple things. You are not only his. You were alive before the fragment. What was done to you was wrong. Sometimes she answered. Sometimes Voldemort's presence slammed down like a door and Harry woke with blood in his mouth from biting his tongue. Hermione hated the risk. Ron hated it more loudly. She's his snake, Harry. She is also a snake. She'd kill you. Yes. That is not reassuring. Harry looked at him. I am not trying to reassure you. I am trying to be accurate. Ron threw a cushion at him. Hermione took the cushion away and said, Ron is right, even if he is expressing it like a furniture-based argument. I usually am, Ron muttered. Harry did not stop, because Nagini was the key, not to victory yet, to understanding. Voldemort commanded her in Parseltongue. Harry listened in it. The difference was small enough for wizards to miss and vast enough for creatures to feel. By the end of 6th year, Dumbledore was dying. Harry saw it before most people, not the details, not the curse, not the full story of the blackened hand, but the body never lied completely. Dumbledore moved like pain had become part of his skeleton. His eyes remained bright, but his pauses lengthened. His magic was still immense, but carefully rationed, a great creature hiding an injury from the herd. Harry did not ask at first, then one evening he did. How long? Dumbledore looked at him across the office. No smile this time. Not long enough. Harry accepted the answer. After the astronomy tower, after Snape's curse, after Dumbledore fell, Harry did not understand Snape, not yet. He only understood that another structure had broken. Another adult had known more than he said. Another death had arrived wrapped in plans Harry had not been allowed to see. At the funeral, Harry stood beside Ron and Hermione. Fawkes sang once above the lake, then vanished into light. Harry thought of the basilisk, of Phoenix tears, of Dumbledore saying, I am sorry, after hearing what the basilisk had said. People wanted Dumbledore to be one thing, great man, manipulator, teacher, general, protector, liar. Harry had been raised better than that, same creature, many truths. That summer, Harry returned to the menagerie changed. Not broken, changed. He sat with Newt in the lower grove, the Horcrux notebook open between them. We have to finish it, Harry said. Newt nodded. Yes. The fragment in my scar will have to go. Yes. It may require death. Newt's hand tightened around the quill. Perhaps. Harry looked up. But if the fragment is quarantined, then I may be able to choose the moment. Newt's face was very still. That is a dangerous hypothesis. Yes, do not make it into certainty because certainty is easier to carry. I won't. Newt studied him. Then he wrote, hypothesis, H, may possess limited autonomous agency over scar fragment release due to long-term empathic quarantine. Conditions unknown. Extreme risk. Do not test directly until no alternative remains. Harry read the line. No alternative remains. The words waited like a dark door at the end of the page. Above them, the Archimedes shifted. Sable sat in Harry's pocket, silent and warm. The menagerie breathed around him, as it had since before he could speak human words. Harry touched his scar. For the first time, he did not think of it as a wound. Not only. A wound was something that had happened. A tether was something still happening. The thing inside him wanted to go home, to Voldemort, to Source, to death, perhaps. Harry did not pity it. He did not forgive it. But he understood one piece of it now. It was trapped. So was Nagini. So had the basilisk been. So had Quirrell. Voldemort left trapped things everywhere he went and called that power. Harry closed the notebook. What do we do next? Newt asked. Harry looked toward the open suitcase, toward the layered habitats below, toward the living world that had raised him. "We document the remaining Horcruxes," he said. "We find them, we destroy them, we speak to Nagini if we can." "And the scar," Harry's hand remained over it. "When the time comes," he said quietly, "I decide how it opens." Newt's eyes shone, though no tears fell. He nodded once, not permission, not approval, witness. And sometimes, Harry had learned, being witnessed was the first mercy. The final year was waiting, so was Voldemort, so was the fragment, so was the choice. Harry Potter, raised in a suitcase beneath London, opened his field book to a fresh page. At the top, he wrote final sequence, minimum necessary force, maximum possible honesty, listen first. Then act. Chapter 8, the great protector of the unseen Voldemort had spent his entire life learning to dominate living things. He had studied every form of power that the wizarding world had catalogued and many that it had refused to. He had never imagined that the most dangerous kind of magic was the kind that listened to you. The final war did not begin with a battle. It began with a notebook. Harry sat at the old desk above the menagerie, sleeves rolled to his elbows, 3 field books open in front of him. The first contained creature notes. The second contained scar observations. The third was new, its first page marked with a title Hermione had objected to, and Ron had approved of immediately. Things Voldemort cut apart and hid like a coward Hermione had crossed out the last 3 words and written. Horcrux field taxonomy, Ron had written them back in smaller letters beneath it. Newt had left both versions untouched. Now the 4 of them sat around the desk. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Newt Scamander, who had returned from an expedition in East Asia with a limp, a suitcase full of notes, and absolutely no patience for anyone suggesting he was too old to enter a war. "You are 74. Hermione had said carefully. Newt had looked over his spectacles. "Yes, this is dangerous. Yes, you could be hurt." "My dear girl," Newt said, "I have been bitten by things the Ministry still refuses to admit exist." Ron had leaned toward Harry and whispered, "I like him more every time he talks." Newt heard him and pretended not to. Now, on the desk, lay everything they knew, the diary, destroyed, the ring, destroyed by Dumbledore at terrible cost. The locket, identified, recovered after weeks of careful tracking, and destroyed only after Harry documented its behavioral effects on the wearer. The cup, suspected to be in Gringotts, the diadem, unknown but connected to Hogwarts, Nagini, living vessel. Harry's scar, accidental vessel, quarantined. Hermione tapped her quill against the page. "We need separate methods for each remaining Horcrux. We cannot treat them as identical." Harry nodded. "They are not identical." Ron pointed at the locket entry. "That one definitely had a personality. A horrible one. Predatory emotional mimicry," Hermione said. "It called me useless." "That is predatory emotional mimicry." Ron folded his arms. "Still rude." Harry looked at the locket notes. The locket had been the easiest Horcrux to understand and one of the hardest to endure. It did not attack the body. It attacked belonging. It whispered into isolation, amplified resentment, pressed against every small wound until the wound felt like truth. Ron had left for 2 weeks beneath its influence. Then he had come back. That mattered more. When Ron destroyed the locket with the sword, Harry had seen the exact moment his friend chose love over fear. Not perfectly, not cleanly, not without shame. But chose choice, Harry had learned, mattered most when it cost something. The cup was different. Gringotts was not a habitat, Harry understood easily. It was too structured, too armored, too full of rules designed to conceal other rules. Goblins moved through it with a territorial precision that reminded him of Bowtruckles, if Bowtruckles had bank ledgers and centuries of justified resentment. They did not break in blindly. Hermione spent days on magical theory. Ron studied guard rotations and wizard habits. Newt identified security creatures from old Ministry records. Harry studied the dragon. That was the part he cared about most. The dragon beneath Gringotts was half-blind, scarred, trained by pain, and conditioned to fear a sound that should never have existed in any decent world. When Harry first heard the clankers, his whole body went cold. The dragon flinched, not from threat, from memory. Ron whispered, "That's awful." Harry's voice was flat. "Yes." Hermione looked at him, and for once did not try to soften the observation. They stole the cup because they had to, but Harry would later say the true victory of Gringotts was not the cup, it was the dragon leaving. When the white dragon burst upward into open sky, wings ragged and body trembling, Harry felt something in his chest loosen. It did not make the risk noble. It did not erase the fear. But it meant the mission had not only taken, it had freed. The cup was destroyed in a ruined safe house 2 nights later. The basilisk fangs slid into it with less drama than Harry expected. The Horcrux screamed. Then it was only metal. Ron exhaled. "I will never drink from anything fancy again." Hermione looked exhausted. "That seems reasonable." Harry wrote, "Cup fragment. Possessive resonance attached to inherited wealth and bloodline continuity. Defensive reaction sharp but less psychologically adaptive than locket. Destroyed by basilisk fang. No signs of independent complexity beyond preservation drive." Ron leaned over. "You make evil objects sound like badly behaved pets." "They are not pets." "I know, pets are nicer." The diadem took them back to Hogwarts. By then the school was occupied, not only by Death Eaters. That would have been simple enough to name. It was occupied by fear. Students moved in subdued clusters. Teachers carried exhaustion like cloaks. The castle itself felt tense, as if the stones remembered laughter and had been ordered not to repeat it. The portraits whispered less. The ghosts drifted through walls with grave faces. Even the house elves moved under the pressure of punishment. Harry entered the castle through a hidden passage and felt rage settle in him, not hot, cold. This was a habitat under abuse. The room of requirement gave them the diadem because Neville Longbottom led them to the need. Neville had changed, not into someone else. Into himself, finally, without apology. He stood taller now, dirt under his nails, bruises on his face, a quiet steadiness in his eyes that Harry recognized from rooted things. Neville had always had herbological patience. War had given that patience teeth. "They think plants are soft," Neville said while leading them through the hidden room. "That's their first mistake." Harry looked at him. Neville smiled faintly. "Venomous tentacula aren't soft." "No," Harry said, "they are not." Neville's knowledge proved vital. The diadem had hidden for decades in a room full of discarded objects, but the room itself behaved like an overgrown habitat. Human clutter had become ecosystem. Paths, nests, towers, rot, forgotten heat, magical residue. Neville helped Harry read it like a forest of broken intentions. They found the diadem in a cupboard behind a cracked bust. It whispered wisdom, not loudly, not crudely. The temptation was delicate. Understand everything. Know before you choose. Never be surprised again. Never lose a creature because you did not know enough. Never stand before a basilisk and realize that understanding had arrived too late. Harry's hand trembled. Hermione saw. "Harry," he closed his eyes. The diadem whispered again. Knowledge as control, knowledge as armor, knowledge as a way never to be helpless. Harry thought of Newt writing unknown without shame. He opened his eyes. "No," the fang destroyed it. The scream was high and furious. Then silence. Voldemort felt that one. Harry knew because the scar opened like a window into rage, not ordinary anger. Voldemort's rage had no humility in it. It was the fury of a man who believed the world had broken a law by resisting him. Harry nearly fell. Ron caught him. "What did you see?" Harry swallowed. "He knows." Hermione went pale. "Then he's coming here." Harry touched his scar. The fragment inside had begun to stir more often now. The quarantine was holding, but thinner, not failing, preparing. Harry could feel the difference. A wall under pressure cracked. A gate deliberately unlocked waited. "Good," Harry said. Ron stared. "That's another terrible use of good." Harry looked toward the dark window. No more hiding. The Battle of Hogwarts began because Voldemort believed fear would open the castle. He did not understand Hogwarts. That was one of his many errors. Hogwarts was not merely stone and staircases. It was not merely professors, students, ghosts, portraits, kitchens, corridors, and a forest boundary. It was memory with walls. It was childhood held in place by magic. It was 1,000 years of children becoming themselves in rooms built by people long dead but not entirely gone. When Voldemort threatened it, the school answered. Not perfectly, not without terror, but it answered. Students evacuated, some stayed. Teachers raised shields, statues moved, armor marched. The house elves armed themselves with kitchen knives and rolling pins. Hufflepuffs carried injured younger students toward exits, then returned with grim faces and pockets full of healing supplies. Gryffindors looked relieved to finally have something obvious to fight. Ravenclaws organized communication routes. Slytherins split in ways more complicated than the world would later admit. Draco Malfoy did not fight for Harry. He did not fight for Voldemort either. Harry saw him once across a corridor, pale and shaking, Crabbe and Goyle behind him, all three of them trapped between inherited loyalty and visible consequence. Draco raised his wand, then lowered it. That was not redemption, not yet, but it was data. Sometimes the first break in a dominance display was stillness. Nagini was the hardest part, harder than the cup, harder than the diadem, harder in some ways than the scar, because Nagini was alive. Harry had spent 2 years touching the edges of her awareness in fragments. His thoughts, dream images, cold ground, red eyes, the memory of being other. The grief beneath animal instinct, Voldemort's command wrapped around her like wire. Now she was close. Harry could feel her through the scar, not because Voldemort allowed it, but because the Horcruxes were failing and all his hidden pieces were crying out to one another as the system collapsed. He did not go alone. Neville came because the sword had chosen him in a way Harry did not fully understand but respected. Ron came because he refused not to. Hermione came because no one trusted Harry to survive emotional decisions without documentation and backup. Newt came because Nagini was a creature. That was enough reason. They spent 3 days arranging the moment, not a trap in the ordinary sense, an environmental invitation. Harry studied Voldemort's movement patterns. Hermione mapped protective wards. Ron tracked Death Eater patrol habits. Neville identified a section of ground near the forest edge where old roots created natural channels, limiting sudden strikes. Newt prepared a calming draft that would not drug Nagini, only reduce magical residue in the air if released properly. No coercion, Harry said. Newt nodded. No coercion. Hermione looked afraid. Harry, if she attacks, then Neville moves. Neville's hand tightened around the sword. He did not look proud. That was why Harry trusted him. The opportunity came before dawn. The grounds were gray. Smoke hung low over the grass. Far away, the battle paused in one of those terrible silences when both sides counted losses and pretended the next scream would not come. Nagini moved through the roots. Large, dark, beautiful in the way dangerous things were beautiful when no one demanded they be safe. Harry stepped into view. Ron swore softly behind him. Hermione's wand was ready. Newt stood very still. Neville waited among the roots, sword lowered, eyes full of grief before the act. Nagini lifted her head, her tongue tasted the air. Harry knelt, not too close, not above her. Kneeling before a snake was not submission if the posture was chosen. It was refusal to loom. He hissed softly, not master. Nagini froze. The words moved through the air like a remembered path, her head tilted. Voice. Harry's throat tightened. Yes, voice. The scar burned. Voldemort's awareness pressed at the edge of the bond, distracted but present. Harry had very little time. He spoke quickly but not sharply. You are Nagini, not vessel, not weapon, not his shadow. You were alive before he placed himself inside you. Nagini's body rippled. Pain moved through the bond, not physical. Old deep, red eyes call, I know, must go. No. The word came from Harry before caution could shape it. Nagini recoiled slightly. Harry lowered his head. Sorry, not command, truth. You do not have to go to him in this moment. Nagini's tongue flicked, beneath the Horcrux, beneath command, beneath snake instinct warped by human darkness. Something listened. Harry continued. What was done to you was wrong. No answer. The grounds held still. Harry could hear Ron breathing behind him. He could hear Hermione whispering the stabilizing charm under her breath. He could hear Newt's coat shift in the wind. He could hear, through the scar, Voldemort's rage searching for the missing shape of his snake. Harry hissed, "I do not know if you can choose. I will not pretend certainty." "But I see you. I see the part beneath him. I am sorry." Nagini's head lowered, not fully enough. "Cold," she hissed. "Yes," crowded. "Yes." Harry closed his eyes. There was no good answer, only an honest one. "Yes." Nagini did not flee, she did not strike, she became still, not calm. Present, Harry lifted one hand. Neville moved, the sword flashed, it was quick. Harry made sure to watch, not because he wanted to, because Nagini deserved not to die unseen. The Horcrux broke with a sound that was not a snake's sound. Something black and furious tore out of her death and vanished into nothing. Nagini's body fell among the roots. Harry bowed his head. No one spoke. Then Voldemort screamed, not aloud near them, through the scar, through every broken tether, through the collapsing map of his own immortality. Harry hit the ground, hands pressed to his forehead. The quarantine inside him flared. The final fragment answered. Harry understood then. The last external Horcrux was gone, only the scar remained, only him. Voldemort called a ceasefire at noon. He demanded Harry come to the forest. Of course he did. Domination always wanted surrender to look public, even when it happened in the dark. Harry did not tell many people. Ron and Hermione knew because they knew him. Newt knew because he had been watching Harry since, before Harry could speak in human words. In the ruined corridor outside the Great Hall, the four of them stood together while the castle groaned around them. Ron's face was white. "No," Harry said nothing. Ron stepped closer. "No, I know that look. That's I've decided something awful, and I'm going to explain it like it's reasonable look." Hermione was crying silently. Newt held the scar notebook in both hands. Harry looked at them. "The fragment has to go." Hermione shook her head. "We find another way. We looked." "Then we look again." Harry's voice stayed gentle. "There is no time." Ron grabbed his robes. "That is not good enough." "No," that stopped him. Harry covered Ron's hand with his own. "It isn't good enough. It is only true." Ron's face crumpled. Hermione stepped forward and hugged Harry fiercely. "You are not a creature in a field report," she whispered. Harry held her. "I know. Do you?" "Yes." Ron joined the hug a second later, angry and shaking. Newt did not at first. He stood with the notebook, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Then he opened it to the final page. His hand trembled. Harry watched him write, scar fragment release, subject choosing timing and manner under extreme coercive conditions. Hypothesis untested. Observer objection, total. Observer love, total. Harry's throat closed. Newt closed the notebook. Then he hugged Harry. Not carefully this time, not like something rare that might break, like a father holding a son he could not keep from walking into the forest. "I am very proud of you," Newt whispered, "and very angry." Harry laughed once, though it hurt. "That seems fair." Newt pulled back. "Listen first," he said. Harry nodded. "Then act." Harry touched the scar. Yes. The walk into the forbidden forest was quiet. Creatures watched him pass, not all friendly, not all understanding, but present. The Thistrals stood between trees, dark wings folded. Centaurs watched from a distance, unreadable beneath the stars. Spiders shifted in deeper shadows but did not approach. Something small moved in the underbrush, paused, then fled. Harry walked through all of it with his wand lowered. He was not going to a duel, he was going to a release. Voldemort waited in a clearing surrounded by Death Eaters. They smelled of fear, excitement, sweat, metal, old curses, and belief curdled into obedience. Voldemort himself smelled almost like nothing. That was what struck Harry, a body rebuilt without ecology. Magic wrapped around absence. A living thing that had spent so long rejecting ordinary life that it no longer carried the honest scent of it, his red eyes fixed on Harry. "The boy comes to die." Harry looked at him. "No," he said. "The fragment does." Voldemort's face changed, only slightly, enough, you know. "Yes." "And yet you came." "Yes." Voldemort lifted his wand around them. Death Eaters shifted, hungry for spectacle. Harry did not raise his. "Do you understand what you made?" Harry asked. Voldemort's lip curled. I made myself eternal. No, you made trapped things. The clearing seemed to tighten. You hid pieces of yourself in objects, in creatures, in me. You call that power because you only understand ownership. Voldemort's eyes flashed. Harry felt the fragment inside his scar strain toward him, source. Home, death. He held it not tightly, deliberately. You never understood Parseltongue? Harry said. I am the greatest Parselmoth alive. No, you are the loudest. Voldemort's wand hand twitched. Harry took one breath. You command, you never listen. That is why the basilisk paused. That is why Nagini heard me. That is why you never understood what was happening inside my scar. For the first time, Voldemort looked uncertain, not afraid yet, but uncertain. Harry opened the quarantine, not fully, not release. Readiness. The fragment inside him moved. It did not have a voice, not truly. But Harry felt its direction. It wanted Voldemort. It wanted end and source and return all mixed together, because it was not whole enough to know the difference. Harry did not pity it, but he did not hate it either. It had never asked to be made. Voldemort raised his wand fully. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the clearing. Harry let it come. At the final instant, he released the fragment, not like surrender, not like loss, like opening a cage around something poisonous and stepping aside so the poison struck the hand that had brewed it. The curse hit. Harry fell. The world went white, then quiet, not death exactly, not life either. A clean in-between place. Harry stood in what looked like King's Cross, though emptier and brighter than any station had a right to be. Something small and ruined writhed beneath a bench. Harry looked at it, the fragment, Voldemort's sole piece, no longer inside him. No longer protected by quarantine, no longer able to hide behind Harry's life. It made a thin, terrible sound. Harry did not approach. Dumbledore was there too, or something like him. Softer than memory. Sadder than portrait. He spoke of choices, sacrifice, protection. The old magic Voldemort kept failing to understand because he refused to value anything he could not control. Harry listened, then asked the only question that mattered. Can I go back? Dumbledore smiled. Yes. Harry looked once more at the thing under the bench. Can it? Dumbledore's smile faded. No. Harry nodded. He did not feel triumph, only clarity. He returned. The forest smelled of damp earth. His body hurt. Someone was shouting. Voldemort had fallen too, though he had risen before anyone understood what had happened. He was furious now, truly frightened beneath it, though he would rather destroy the world than name that fear. Harry remained still as Narcissa Malfoy approached to check whether he lived. Her hand touched his chest. Her breath caught. Harry opened his eyes just enough. Narcissa whispered, "Is Draco alive?" Harry saw it then, not purity, not allegiance, not family pride, a mother searching a battlefield for her child. "Yes," Harry breathed. She closed her eyes, then stood. "He is dead," she announced. A lie, a protective one. Harry understood. Not all lies were equal. Some were cages, some were keys. The final confrontation happened before the castle at dawn. By then, Harry had no fragment in his scar. The silence inside him was vast. For the first time in his life, his head belonged only to him. Voldemort did not understand why Harry stood. He did not understand why the Elder Wand would not obey him properly. He did not understand why Draco's disarming, wand loyalty, sacrifice, and choice mattered more than possession. He did not understand anything that did not behave like ownership. That was why he lost. Their spells met, not because Harry overpowered him, because Voldemort's own curse rebounded through the logic of a world he had spent his life insulting. The killing curse returned to its caster. Voldemort died like a man, not a monster, not a legend, not an immortal shadow. A body struck the ground and did not rise. For several seconds no one moved. Then the world exhaled, people shouted, cried, collapsed, ran to each other, called names of the living and the dead. Harry stood alone amid the noise. Then Ron reached him, then Hermione, then Newt. Sable climbed from Newt's pocket, crossed onto Harry's shoulder, and clicked once. Harry nodded. "Yes," he whispered. "It's gone." The aftermath was not clean. Wars never were. People wanted a story. They wanted Harry to stand before cameras and say simple things. They wanted destiny. They wanted power. They wanted the Elder Wand. They wanted the boy who lived to become the man who won. Harry gave them field notes. The Ministry hated this. The first official hearing after the war lasted 7 hours. Hermione sat beside Harry with stacks of organized testimony. Ron sat on his other side with arms folded, glaring at anyone who sounded too pompous. Newt sat behind them, wearing his oldest coat and the expression of a man prepared to correct every misuse of the word beast. The Wisengamot expected a heroic account. Harry presented methodology, Horcrux taxonomy, creature behavioral analysis, evidence of Parseltongue as a neutral language, Nagini's status as both victim and threat, the Basilisk's command conditioning, the role of environmental allies in the final battle, the difference between domination magic and relational magic. By the 3rd hour, half the room looked uncomfortable. By the 5th, several looked offended. By the 6th, Hermione had used the phrase institutional negligence toward non-human magical persons 4 times, and Ron had whispered that she was scarier than the dragon. Harry ended with this: Voldemort was not defeated because I was better at violence than he was. I was not. He was defeated because he misunderstood life. He believed anything living could be owned if enough force was applied. He was wrong. The wizarding world has made versions of the same mistake for centuries, with creatures, with children, with anyone it finds easier to classify than understand. Silence. Then an old witch near the back said, "Are you accusing this body of sharing Lord Voldemort's philosophy?" Harry looked at her. "I am saying the same soil can grow different plants." Ron muttered, "Brilliant, terrifying but brilliant." That hearing did not change the law, not immediately. Systems did not move because one boy told the truth. Harry knew that now, so he worked. Years passed. The Scamander-Potter Accords began as a draft in Hermione's handwriting, expanded through Newt's field expertise, strengthened by Harry's testimony, and defended by Ron's blunt ability to say what everyone else was avoiding. They proposed legal recognition of magical creatures as protected magical persons where appropriate. They demanded habitat review before ministry interference. They created creature liaison roles. They established reserve networks. They required trained magizoologists on any panel deciding the fate of a magical species. The ministry resisted. Of course it did. It called the language too broad. Hermione narrowed it. It called the protections impractical. Harry brought evidence. It called the cost excessive. Ron asked how much the war had cost and whether they wanted to compare numbers. Newt wrote letters, hundreds, some polite, some less so. 11 years passed before the Accords became law. On the day they did, the prophet wanted a photograph of Harry holding the signed document. Harry refused. Instead, the paper printed a picture of Newt Scamander, age 85, standing beside Harry in a protected reserve while a young hippogriff bowed to them both. Harry liked that much better. Draco Malfoy came to see him 3 months after the battle. Harry was at the edge of the restored Hogwarts grounds, documenting the Stral nesting behavior after the war had altered their movement patterns. Draco approached alone. That was the first important thing. No Crabbe, no Goyle, no father, no mother, no audience. His robes were plain. His face was thinner. He stopped several feet away. Harry continued writing for a moment, then closed the notebook. Malfoy, Potter. Silence. The Thestrals shifted nearby, visible now to Harry in full. Black, skeletal, winged, beautiful in their strange honesty. Death had opened that sight permanently. Draco looked at them and looked away. "I wanted to say..." He stopped. Harry waited. Draco's hands tightened. "I don't know what I wanted to say." "That is more honest than saying the wrong thing." Draco laughed once without humor. "I was awful." "Yes." Draco flinched. Harry did not soften it. Then Draco said, "I thought if I stopped performing, there'd be nothing underneath." Harry studied him. That was the first true thing Draco Malfoy had ever given him without wrapping it in thorns. And Draco looked toward the castle. "There is something." "I don't know what yet," Harry nodded. "Then observe it." Draco looked back at him. For a moment, the boy from the train stood there again, status-anxious, lonely, burning energy on displays that cost him more than they protected him. But now the display was gone, not replaced by goodness, not yet, but by exhaustion. And exhaustion, Harry knew, was sometimes where honesty entered. They did not become friends. Friend was too simple. They became something more specific. Two people who had spent years reading each other badly, then less badly, then honestly enough to stop pretending the reading did not matter. At 30, Harry was less famous than he had been at 18. He considered this one of his greatest achievements. He spent most of his time in the field, not behind a ministry desk, though Hermione insisted he attend enough meetings to prevent bad people from making decisions in rooms where no one who knew anything was present. Ron worked in magical crisis response and developed an excellent reputation for walking into chaotic situations and saying, "Right, everyone stop making it worse," which Harry considered a highly underrated skill. Hermione became the kind of legal mind corrupt institutions feared and vulnerable people trusted. Newt still wrote field notes 4 times a week. His handwriting had grown smaller, but not slower. Harry kept every letter. Most were not about politics or war or legacy, they were about creatures. Dear Harry observed a young mooncalf refusing to dance under full moon due to soil disturbance near Circle. Local farmers assumed illness. Actual issue, buried iron fragments, removed fragments, dancing resumed. Lesson, never diagnose the creature before diagnosing the ground. Newt Harry replied, "Dear Newt, the Stral herd near Hogwarts has altered flight pattern since battle. Younger individuals avoid the eastern ridge where spell fire was heaviest. Adults do not force them across. Possible communal memory route adjustment will continue tracking. Sable stole my pencil twice. This may or may not be relevant. Harry the Menagerie remained beneath London, expanded now, better protected. Part home, part reserve, part school for young magizoologists who had to prove they could sit quietly for 20 minutes before being allowed anywhere near a creature with teeth. On Harry's 30th birthday, he sat beneath the tree he had planted as a child from the seed a bowtruckle had placed in his palm. Sable, older but still rude, sat on his shoulder. Newt sat beside him, wrapped in a coat and blanket, pretending he did not need either. Above them, Occamies moved in silver arcs. Below, Murtlaps surfaced in their pools. The grove smelled of bark, soil, and old magic. Harry touched his scar. It was only a scar now, a body memory, a lesson. Nothing slept behind it, nothing listened from inside. Newt noticed. He always noticed. "Does it still feel strange?" he asked. Harry considered. "No." Then, after a moment, "It feels like mine." Newt nodded. They sat quietly. After a while, Harry opened his field book. "What did you see today?" Newt asked. Harry smiled. "A bowtruckle teaching a younger one to threaten a beetle that was not impressed." "Important?" "Very." "Write it down." Harry did, because that had always been the curriculum. Look closely. Listen first. Do not confuse danger with evil. Do not confuse power with understanding. Do not confuse silence with consent. Do not confuse survival with healing. And when the world calls a living thing a monster, ask what it is, what it needs, what hurt it, what choices remain, and what minimum force honesty requires. Harry Potter never became the most powerful wizard of his generation in the way the newspapers wanted. He was not the greatest duelist, not the most elegant spellcaster, not the master of the Elder Wand. He was something far stranger to the wizarding world. A boy raised among misunderstood creatures who took the lesson seriously enough to apply it everywhere. To trolls, to dragons, to basilisks, to snakes carrying broken souls, to enemies, to friends, to himself. And because Voldemort had built his entire life around domination, he never recognized the danger until it was too late. You cannot dominate a conversation you do not know is happening. You cannot command what has already chosen. You cannot own what has been seen clearly. That was how Harry won. Not by becoming the better monster, by refusing to become one at all,